Okay, thank you. It is about 9:33, and I will call this February 15th meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order. And I am Vice Chair Rich Desmond. I'm filling in. Chair Natoli will be joining us momentarily, but we'll get started. So I'd ask our clerk to please call the roll and establish quorum.
Good morning, Supervisors Cerna,
Here.
Kennedy,
Here.
Desmond,
Here.
Frost,
Here.
and you have a quorum. This meeting of
Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, February 18th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Okay. Thank you. Flo, I'd ask my colleagues to please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if we can get the flag on the screen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. I have no opening statements, so Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to read the meeting announcements.
Absolutely. The Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is broadcast live and closed to in-person attendance. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on the recommended public health and safety guidelines. To make a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. I will ask clerk staff to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay, thank you, Flo. I see Chair Natoli, are you on? Okay, we'll just keep going until we see him. So, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that. I see before we move on to consent, I'm just looking at the notes here. 3 highlighted consent items. Is that we're going to take those out and address those separately?
I just have a couple of notes. The 2 that I'd like to contend with right now would be item 8 and item 11. So on item 8, your board is introducing an ordinance amending chapters 2.09 and 2.165, Title 2 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the Sanitation District's agency, and you're waiving full reading and continuing to March 8th for adoption. And then for item 11, the board is adopting the ordinance of the Sacramento County Code amending chapter 6.20 and adding 6.22 relating to alternative service requirements and edible food recovery, respectively. You had waived reading on this item on February 8th. And that concludes my notes. And then for item 3, I believe our county executive will bring that item into the record at the appropriate time.
Terrific. So actually, I will just, before I ask my colleagues if they have any comments on any other consent items, I guess we can, unless someone has a question on item 2, why don't we go ahead to item 3 right now and turn it over to Supervisor Natoli, Chair Natoli. Yep. I'll hand it over to you, sir.
Okay, well, good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Good morning, colleagues. Sorry, a bit late. I've done the announcements, and it sounded like we were going to go into the consent calendar. I did see a hand up from Supervisor Cerna, though, so before we go to that, Phil, did you have a?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that either you or Vice Chair understood that I wanted to address item 2, but it sounds like are we getting a separate presentation on that?
On item 2? I know,
Yeah.
on item 3, I know we're going to have a presentation. So item 2, are we going to have a presentation on that?
Or was there a request to pull it by the any members of the public?
There is no request for item 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For what it's worth, Mr. Chair, I have comments, questions, suggestions on items 2, 5, and 12.
Okay. All right. So let's get those noted, and then we'll kind of go down through. So we got items 2, 5. We have 2, 3, 5, and 12. Other members have items they wanted to address in the course of the consent discussion. Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, thank you, Chair Natoli. I would like to have a discussion about item 25.
Okay.
And I think that's it. And I may have some other comments, obviously.
Sure. You bet, on some of the other items. Okay. So we'll also note that 25. Supervisor Frost or Kennedy, any items that you wish to in addition to? Okay. All right. Well, noting that, and again, thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for getting things kicked off here this morning. So let's go to item 3 and take that item, and then we'll come back to the rest of the consent calendar. I think we have some callers that maybe, I know we had some folks that may want to present on this. So with that, let's go ahead and call item 3, and then we'll have Ann, you'll weigh in, and we'll take that, and then we'll come back to the other items that have been noted. All right.
Okay. Item 3 is the authorization to appoint Eric Jones as Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Natoli and board members. I am here today and happy to recommend Eric Jones as the Deputy County Executive for Public Safety and Justice. We had a robust recruitment process led by Peckham and McKinney Executive Search Firm to conduct a nationwide executive search. The firm conducted community engagement activities, including hosting group meetings with internal and external stakeholders, including justice partners and representatives from the following organizations: Decarcerate Sacramento, Sacramento Act, Justice to Jobs, and Live Free Lead community organizations. In the staff report, we indicated we reached out to the NAACP Executive Committee and the Jewish Community Relations Council. This is because we spoke to Lynn Berkeley-Baskin from Justice to Jobs. Her email signature includes her role on the NAACP Executive Committee and her role on the Jewish Community Relations Council. However, she made it clear to me after the posting of the agenda that she was not representing those organizations. So my apologies to Ms. Berkeley-Baskin. Mr. Jones was one of several candidates recommended for a final interview. Mr. Jones is a national recognized advocate for principled policing, evidence-based practices, strengthening relationships between law enforcement and communities, building community trust, and trauma-informed practices. His police reform advocacy efforts include extensive experience collaborating with local community leaders, delivering reform presentations and trainings, and developing law enforcement reform curriculum. His work in proactive partnerships with community leaders and justice reform advocates and organizers has received national recognition. You will be hearing from some of these community leaders in a moment. It is expected that Mr. Jones's proven commitment to community engagement and justice reform, as well as to diversity, equity, and inclusion, will prove advantageous to the Public Safety and Justice Agency, as well as to the Sacramento community at large. I would now like to turn it over to Pastor Simmons, who is Senior Pastor of the South Sacramento Christian Center and Director of the Simmons Center. Pastor Simmons was on the interview panel, and he would like to make a few brief remarks. We will then hear from community members from Stockton, and Mr. Jones is also here and available for remarks. So thank you for being here, Pastor Simmons.
Thank you, Ann. Good morning, Pastor Simmons.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I believe so. Thanks, Les. I think we can.
Yes, I can hear you, but it's a little choppy. Can you hear me okay?
Madam
Yes.
Clerk? Yeah, we can hear you
We
well.
can hear you.
Next, yes.
Okay, great. Again, Ann, thank you for giving me space to interject around the process, and to the other county deputy board members or county deputies. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this process. As she stated, I've been a part of the process since June. We've been on a pretty intense interview process that ended, I believe, late or mid-January. We've interviewed around 16 candidates. There was a few more that actually applied for the job, but some of them didn't choose to go through the process. But 14 did go through. And out of the 14, I think we pushed around 5 of them forward to a final interview with Ann. And Eric Jones was one of those in that final 5 or so that was pushed forward. I've actually known Eric Jones's work around procedural justice and police legitimacy training in Stockton. I've known his work around implementing or helping to implement ceasefire and the community night walks, which is something Sacramento has done in a couple of years ago. That is a community-led violence reduction strategy. Also in implementing advanced peace. So his work around reform is very well known. Some of the same things Sacramento has done or attempted to do, Eric Jones has done in Stockton. He has deep experience in reform, deep experience in addressing, core issues within law enforcement, as well as within a city that has challenges around community violence. And so, I think he's he as one of the 5 that were pushed forward, he was actually one of the top candidates, and I think Sacramento will gain from his experience in working in Stockton, but gain from that experience, and I look forward to working with him in the future.
Well, thank you, Les. We really appreciate certainly your commitment of time and effort to, one, assisting in the process. And again, thank you this morning for sharing certainly your experience, but also I think information that is helpful to the board's consideration this morning regarding Mr. Jones' appointment. So I don't know if any board members had any questions of Les or any comments. If not, I know there are other folks on the line. Anyone else? Okay. Again, thank you so much, Pastor Simmons, for all your good work. We appreciate it. And again, you've helped make it a very strong process, and appreciate all your good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Les.
Thank you, Les. Appreciate it. So, Madam Clerk, you have some folks lined up to speak.
We do. We're transferring them in right now. Hello, this is the clerk, and you are now in the meeting. Please start with your comments.
Hello, my name is Michael Tuz. I'm a former mayor and council member in the city of Stockton and worked with Chief Jones very closely for 8 years. And I mean, oftentimes when you're interviewing or looking up someone or talking to someone, they have a reputation that precedes them, but they don't really live up to the hype. And I think in the case of Chief Jones, it's the exact opposite. I could spend hours talking about the work we did around violence prevention and violence reduction. I could talk hours about what I've learned from the way he's led the police department and procedural justice and actually instituting reforms. I could spend hours talking about even some of the things we disagreed with and how we got to consensus. But I would suffice to say congratulations to Sac County, because you're getting someone who is well respected by both law enforcement and the community, which, as you know, in these times where people want safety, but people also want justice, is tantamount to the real acts of governance. Chief Jones is someone who is ethical, someone who is thoughtful, someone who is humble, someone who is data-driven, someone who is tough, and someone who is really driven to make sure that government works for everyone. Chief Jones is a consensus builder. Even as police chief in Stockton, he worked very closely with our county, with our district attorney, with our probation department, with our sheriff's office, to really think about law enforcement as you all are doing in Sac County, as not just a bunch of individual jurisdictions, but as a bunch of players on the same team trying to get to the same goal. So I am through the moon, excited and proud for Chief Jones, and not just because he deserves the opportunity to work at even bigger scale, but because I know he will continue to push the conversation forward that we can have justice and safety, that we can have sort of police reform and crime reduction. And I would also end by saying what I appreciate about Chief Jones is he did all this great work in Stockton in a very difficult political climate. And he did all this great work in Stockton while hiring 120 officers over 5 years, which is almost a third of the police department that he had to hire, recruit, train to get them bought into this new way of principled policing, as he calls it. So as you can tell, I am a big Chief Jones fan. I'm a Chief Jones fan because I'm a fan of justice, I'm a fan of safety, and I'm a fan of community. And when you think of someone to lead a law enforcement agency, I cannot think of anyone finer than Chief Jones. So I know the city of Stockton is sad to see him go, but we also know that we've benefited a lot from his leadership, and we can't just keep him to ourselves forever. So again, Chief Jones, so proud of you and to the Sacramento County community. Congratulations for getting a leader and someone who's going to push you all to think about safety in a holistic way and hopefully bring about the reductions in safety that everyone who lives in Sac County deserves.
Well, Michael, thank you for being with us this morning, and certainly appreciate your public service, and again, giving us some background this morning, and certainly your thoughtful and kind expressions on behalf of the Mr. Jones, who obviously is before us this morning. But Michael, thank you, and good to hear your voice, and hope you're doing well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and then if we can transfer Pastor Houston. Hello, Pastor Houston. You are live in the meeting now. Please start with your comments.
Hi, this is Pastor Pamela Houston, and I just would like to say, in regards to Chief Jones, that he is an individual who follows up with his words with action. He has done everything that he has stated that he would do through action. He is passionate about what he does and how he does it. He's I look at him and see him as a bridge. He's a bridge to police enforcement, police as well as community. He's that bridge that brings it together. He when things are done great, he keeps an open mind or how it can be greater. I think of if you think of bricks and roses and how you have a meeting at the end of the day of different things that you do, and you look at what was the bricks, what were the roses, and how can we move things forward and do it better the next time around. He's there's just so much that I could speak on when it comes to Chief Jones and just who he is in the community, what he means to the community, who he is to people individually. I could just end with this, that wherever his endeavors lead him, I am willing to follow, to support him however I can, because his integrity is intact as a person and just who he is.
Well, Pastor Houston, thank you for being with us this morning, and thank you for your comments, and appreciate, again, your sharing that with us, and it's helpful to this morning's discussion. So thank you again, Pastor Houston.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, please transfer Ms. McCoy. Hi, Ms. McCoy. Please start with your comments. You're live in the meeting now.
Greetings to you all. This is Tashanta McCoy. I'm calling in. I'm actually in the airport, so please forgive me if you hear some background noise. My first encounter with Eric Jones was when he was the chief of police for Stockton, attending one of the events for the organization that I work for, Californians for Safety and Justice. And he was on a panel discussing how he was a part of the national initiative and wanted to be more connected to community. So for me, being a part of his community, I approached him and told him that I was a part of his actual community that he spoke of, that he wanted to be connected to. And so he gave me his email, and then I emailed him, and then that night he instantly emailed me back. Then there began a journey of a Black woman who was bruised by a system during the loss of my brother to a double homicide. We had absolutely no support. And I was just in this position of understanding and knowing that, you know, that wasn't right and something needed to be done. And that began the opportunity to work alongside of him and expose the fact that, you know, law enforcement sometimes, you know, drops the ball. We already know this, right? And so the accountability that he took and being able to organize some of those trust building workshops in Stockton, a lot of times people think that you have to be pro something or anti something, especially when you're talking about police reform and reforming a system. But for me, I've always had that perspective of being just a solution-based thought leader. And in order to really move a system where it needs to be, because we're all a part of a chosen generation to bring about change. And so you have to be a person who is accountable, who is passionate, and who is an active listener and willing. And so it has not always been easy. I've had to sit and really challenge him. I think the biggest scenario was when being a part of the trust building and all of the work that we've done led us to all of the George Floyd work. And because of our relationship and the work that we've done, our pure protests were peaceful in Stockton. And it was inspiring and empowering to look across the nation and see all of the drama, but know that the work that we have been doing, we were able to have those peaceful protests. But 2 weeks later, my cousin was killed by Stockton PD. And I always say that a relationship cannot be trusted unless it's tested. And so I remember having to go to him and explain to him that the report that he did on the news, it literally hurt my feelings, and I'm trying not to be emotional, and how it broke my heart, really, our family, to see that, and the apologetic spirit and the instant change in some of the policies on the way that they handle families, and just so many different things instantly began to change and transform. And so one thing that I could say in closing is that when we're talking about change, real change, and I believe that all of us that are present here, that's the purpose of this position and the opportunity. You have to have a person, you have to go find the people that are already doing that and bring them into that space. And so one thing that I can say is that we did a lot of good work. Nothing's perfect, and there's always going to be opposition. But at the end of the day, the numbers and the experiences and the testimonies of a leader who is accountable, because you have to be accountable in order to be in a position like that. And so we could go on and on. There's not enough time to share all of the experiences that have taken place that let me know that this is proper timing and definitely divinity by God to open up, to be able to have such a leader in your space.
Ms. McCoy, thank you for your very thoughtful comments, and certainly you shared with us some very personal and deeply held thoughts, and we're sorry for your loss, but also I think for sharing out of that experience your work in your community and certainly in our broader community. And so appreciate all of your comments this morning, and thank you for being with us. And thank you for your ongoing work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I receive all that. Thank you.
Okay, and then if you could transfer Ms. Arona. Hello, Ms. Arona, you are now live in the meeting. Please make your comments.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide public comment on this item. I'm also just very humbled and honored to follow former Mayor Tubbs and Pastor Pam and to Shante, who I've worked closely with. My name is Marisa Arona. I'm the California Innovations Director with Californians for Safety and Justice. I joined CSJ in 2015 to lead interagency safety initiatives focused on reimagining community safety in local communities across California and across the country, and to do that using a public health frame that centers the voices of victims and survivors like Deshante, and that works to scale up the drivers of safety. This means investing in community health and well-being in order to prevent harm before it happens. I say all of that quickly because in that context, I met Eric in 2015 or 2016. I think the first time was at a Survivor Speak convening we had in Sacramento. I saw him speak. He was wearing a suit, so I didn't know that he was a police chief. And I thought, who is this amazing person leading with such thoughtfulness and humility and reconciliation about safety? And like a former Stockton Mayor Tubbs, I was immediately struck by Eric's thoughtfulness and strategic approach to justice and safety. I've worked with police chiefs, law enforcement, government system leaders across the country, and Eric is really, truly one of a handful who lead with true innovation, humility, and importantly, who see community as a resource for co-creating well-being, safety, and justice. He was a key contributor back in 2016, I think, when we spent about a year developing our blueprint for shared safety that evolved into the shared safety framework. And then we launched in 2017 in Stockton with Eric helping lead that effort. We worked with the Safe Coalition, and really the shared safety framework is better for it. He was a key thought partner in our roundtable and in partnering with other counties across California, and then taking those efforts across the country. Importantly, his focus on transforming not just community relations with police, but community relations with the criminal justice system as a whole through reconciliation is critical work that he has helped us develop, and we couldn't be happier to really highly recommend him for this opportunity. As former Mayor Tubbs said, we would love to take him, and we're excited for the work that he's going to lead in the county of Sacramento. And again, I just can't stress enough his commitment to and his value as a thought and action partner on centering survivors, centering vulnerable communities, in order to develop this interagency, interdisciplinary, countywide, trauma-informed, healing-driven safety strategies through a race and health equity lens. And he is here to meet this moment in history and time that the county has to lead these efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Arona, for your very, again, thoughtful and powerful comments. All of the speakers heard very laudatory comments about the work that you've all done together, certainly in the Stockton community, but more broadly, obviously, in the state and nation. So again, thank you for being with us as well and joining your colleagues and others you've worked with in the Stockton community. So we appreciate you being with us as well this morning. Thank you.
And if you could transfer Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you're in the meeting now. Please start with your comments.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, supervisors. I'm Jay Jordan. I'm the Vice President of Alliance for Safety and Justice. We're one of the largest public policy organizations in the country that focuses on public safety issues. And I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Chief Eric Jones for the last decade. I was released from prison, ironically, in 2012, and I had big visions to help youth not go down the path I went down as a teen. And no one would actually take a meeting with me. I wanted to start a mentoring program, and but Chief Jones did. And it was the first time that I really felt empowered. It was supposed to be like a 45-minute meeting, I remember, and it lasted about 2.5 hours. And at the end of the meeting, we found out that we had more in common than we had differences. And that led to a friendship, a partnership. Over the last decade, I've seen Chief Jones not only transform the Stockton Police Department from the inside out, but help transform the city of Stockton. Stockton is unique in so many different ways, but it's like a lot of other cities around the country where there's a us against them mentality. The community is not really, feeling a part of government. And Chief Jones, changed that. He changed my life. He changed the lives of so many other people, especially Black folk in Stockton that did not trust the police at all. But Chief Jones would consistently work on the olive branch. He would be that bridge. Sitting down in living rooms with mothers, going to church meetings. I mean, this is stuff that police chiefs just don't do. But he cared so much about operational efficiency and community that he was willing to go above and beyond. I've seen him. At the point where there was a large contention amongst the policing community, and he was at the forefront of ensuring that people felt heard and listened to. We hated to lose him in here in Stockton, his retirement, but we're glad that he was chosen to help lead the new institution that y'all are building in Sacramento. It is an honor and privilege to know Chief Jones. He's not only a great leader and a great principal. He's also just a good man. And in the world today, good men are needed. And so on behalf of all 80 staff, all 150,000 members of Safe and Just, our board, and all of our allies, we are 100% behind Chief Jones in whatever he does, and especially for this position. So I thank you for your time, and we are definitely Team Eric over here.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Quite a number of folks from Team Eric, as you just suggested. But thank you for sharing your experiences, and again for your work in the Stockton community more broadly, obviously in our region, in our state, and throughout the nation. So we appreciate you, along with all the others, being with us this morning. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That it concludes some of the presenters for this item. And I believe at this time it would be Mr. Jones who would say a few words.
Let me go back to Ann real quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say the board may want to, if board members would like to make comments first. I mean, Mr. Jones is here and standing by and ready to make a few remarks, but I don't know if you want to make your remarks or have questions first.
Privilege of the board to hear from Mr. Jones. I don't see any hands up, so I think that would probably be well at this time. Ann, again, you've done the introduction. We've certainly heard from the Team Eric folks, as Mr. Jordan said, but I think it's probably time for Eric, if you'd like to offer some comments. That'd be
sure. Mr. Jones, I know you're here. If you'd like to make a few remarks.
Thank you. Yes, and appreciate that. And thank you to the chair and to the County Board of Supervisors. For me, it's just an absolute honor to be considered for this appointment. And should I be appointed, I will give Sacramento County my very best. As you heard from some of the speakers, I've really worked hard on changing what public safety means. And this is about consensus building across all parts of our communities, as well as throughout all of the various organizations within the criminal justice system, from the courts to the public defender's office, district attorney's office, all such critical components. And I do recognize that Sacramento County is a bit different than San Joaquin County, but I do believe there are a lot of basic principles that work across municipal, county jurisdictions, as well as across the state and country. And I think if we can all agree that we want to reduce negative outcomes, we definitely can have a seat at the table to really change what public safety and justice means for Sacramento County. So again, I'm honored and privileged to be considered for this position, and I'm available for any questions should there be any.
Well, thank you, Eric. And again, we're glad you're with us this morning to introduce yourself, and certainly, again, thank you for your comments. Let me ask board members, any questions, Mr. Jones? Yeah, I see one hand up, at least I see two. Okay, Mr. Cerna and Mr. Desmond.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Mr. Jones. You know, we heard a number of speakers / presenters certainly sing your praises, and appreciate hearing from some of them who have had direct experience in Stockton during your tenure there, and others that perhaps worked on the periphery and were here in Sacramento County watching very closely what progressed under your watch as chief in Stockton. I guess the question I have generally is, or it's more of a statement, I suppose, but you're probably well aware, and certainly this board's painfully well aware, that in the past we've had an inspector general who served as former chief of police for city of Sacramento. And I won't belabor the details. I think we're all well aware of what happened with regards to a difference of opinion, strong one, between our IG and our sheriff as it related to a particular incident. And I guess the general question I have for you, given our experience with that particular circumstance, where we had a former chief in a position of some authority here at the county, how do you see yourself fulfilling your expected duties if you were to have strong disagreements with the current sheriff, a future sheriff, head of probation? I know that there are some very strong opinions held by the heads of law enforcement agencies or former heads of law enforcement agencies. And I certainly asked the question, realizing very clearly that there's a strong difference between what's expected of the IG role here in Sacramento County and this new role that you would prospectively fulfill upon our actions today. But I'd like your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cerna, that's a great question. And I do recognize that even if we look at the components of the criminal justice system, there are going to be a variety of different systems leaders. Some of them are appointed, some of them are elected, and some of them are not always on the exact same page. So I believe what is most critical is looking for the common denominators and what we can do and work on together first for what is known as shared public safety, because it's not just one agency. And that's going to be relationship building. That's going to be consensus building. And I guess I can just give one example. In the county I worked in previously, I was actually the chair of what has become to know as the chair and founder of the Stockton Alliance for Equity, also known as the SAFE Coalition. And that was to bring not just the principled policing and procedural justice and reforms, it was to take it from the city and go countywide. So a great example there was I worked with the public defender's office, the public defender, the probation department, the district attorney, the sheriff, and was able to build that consensus where we actually did some system-wide reforms that all leaders agreed with. And it took time. So it takes time, energy, commitment, and continual conversations where those doors are always open and we're working together.
Great. I appreciate those words. I guess the only other question I have is kind of probably an expected question, or one perhaps that you've answered already with regards to your interview, but nonetheless I'll ask it here publicly. And I think we can all agree, and you would as well, that trust is a huge hallmark of what is expected from this position. Trust in the community, especially, given what our nation went through, less than 2 years ago. And as painful as some elements of that recent history was for a number of reasons, I think it really brought to light the fact that, we have a lot of work to do as local government to build trust with those members of the community who have historically, and in some cases very personally, had adverse experience with law enforcement. And so the question is, what do you envision perhaps in the first 100 days of your service in terms of a very intentional, thoughtful way of reaching out and building that trust in our community?
Yes, so I look at it as thank you, Supervisor, for your question. I look at it as a trust bank that we need to build up through relationships all the time. Whether there is an incident or not, we want to build up that trust early on so that should there be a withdrawal, if you will, we can all still remain at the table and talk through these difficult issues. Also, some minds are going to have to change, or I should just say some paradigms. And the way I've always viewed that is through the mind and the heart. So we'll start with the heart. That is through hearing personal stories of those impacted. For example, families impacted by the justice system, to hear those, what we often call anecdotal, but they're real emotional stories that we all need to hear. And then also through the mind, which is through data. I'm very much a data-driven person. I believe a lot of cases, especially when we look at racial disparities within the criminal justice system, the data is just undeniable. So looking at data and evidence-based practices always and coupling those together. To your question about process, it's first going to be critical that I meet with systems leaders as well as community leaders. And I believe one of the first things I need to do during these meetings is to, and this is some of the racial reconciliation work I've done, is to first acknowledge past harms of systems, doing that up front, because I've found that really does open up the channel for communication for a lot of communities who have not really had a voice before. And then actively listening, and then turning the listening sessions into pulling out themes that we can begin working on, and then actually having policy agenda and policy change based on the listening sessions. That would be the process that I believe would work to, for one, to really hear from communities and organizations who have not had as strong of a voice as they would have liked to have had.
Thank you for the response. Just one quick follow-up. Are you willing to let your mind change if necessary to fulfill your duties?
Absolutely, and it has happened. In fact, through my listening sessions, that's where I learned, for example, I needed to be, in my organization, needed to be more trauma informed. So I had a huge paradigm shift around that, to recognize that we were not being trauma informed, and I was not approaching things from that framework. And so absolutely, it's critical that I have an open mind.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Eric, I'm very happy to see you here and happy that you were the selection. Our paths crossed in my prior life when I was doing the CHP work, legislative work over at the Capitol. And I think it's very remarkable, some of the comments we received from members of the community down in Stockton about you, especially some of these members who were directly involved in the criminal justice system. And I'm very impressed with the descriptions of you as someone who's humble and thoughtful, and you're the person to build that bridge. And I've certainly your reputation precedes you even at the state capitol, because I know you at times appeared over there, and you were someone who was well known as being open-minded and reform-minded, and someone who's not only an idea person, but can execute on those ideas to actually bring about real tangible change. So I know it was a very competitive process. You were up against some other very good candidates, but I'll be supporting this today, your appointment to this position, and I welcome you and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Desmond. Any other member of the board? No, I just, quick question for you, Eric, and you touched on it when you responded to Supervisor Cerna's question a moment ago. You know, the description of you as a bridge in many respects, and certainly in a very complimentary fashion. I guess I'm just curious if you could just maybe share just a little bit more beyond kind of the initial 100 days and, you know, listening sessions, but in then working to see that transformation, again, you know, one person doesn't do it all. And so obviously you're building consensus and so forth. But as relates to, you know, the public agency representatives in the law enforcement, public safety realm. But I think one of the things, I just wanted to add this, one of the things that we've seen recently, certainly with the pandemic and so forth, that a more holistic approach is certainly in the public safety realm, working with communities of interest, communities that reflect certainly concerns and issues still under the order of public safety, but you know, this kind of holistic approach. So I'm kind of curious of your work, certainly with the city, but also, as you said, working with the county, where a lot of those services, health and human services, social services, support services, and behavioral health, a variety of things that make for life opportunities as well as challenges. And so I guess I'm curious as your work on that and how you would see that in the role that you're being recommended for here, Eric.
Yes, Chair. It would be critical to line out, for example, the first 5 to 7 action items based on what the Public Safety and Justice Agency and myself as director would be tasked with. So I mentioned before meeting with all the various systems leaders, specifically those agencies that should I be appointed would be under me, such as the Conflict Criminal Defender's Office, Public Defender's Office, Coroner's Office, Probation. And then also working directly with and a liaison with some of the elected positions, such as the Sheriff and District Attorney, as well as the courts, and as mentioned, the Inspector General. Establishing, I see it as a master criminal justice plan shaping up after those first few 5 to 7 objectives are lined out. A lot of them have to do with reducing incarceration levels, increasing services, access, especially around mental and behavioral health issues for those in the criminal justice system, and really, and critically, reducing racial disparities we see in the systems. Now that is a lot, but it will require a master criminal justice plan that really would be what a framework or a blueprint for shared public safety, identifying where each agency has its roles, and then creating that perhaps a 3 or so year strategic plan to get there. I do also see partnering with academic researchers during this, because we're going to be doing some data mining to really look at, before we're able to look at what our statistics are for the criminal justice system here in Sacramento County. So again, a lot of meetings and relationship building in the beginning, a lot of evidence-based and data-driven work, and then determining what policies within Sacramento County really will require some change that would fall in line with a longer-term strategic plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and just note, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that we've also established, I think they are going to have their inaugural meeting here very shortly, but a community review commission, in addition to certainly the partners in both elected and appointed positions within the county. And I think that'll be a key piece as you go forward and, and not just working on a strategic plan, but I think in, looking at priorities and, how we approach, a variety of issues in this community. And I would just note that I appreciated your comments, and I think some of the comments from the callers as well, as related to, listening to folks about their own experience. You talk about trauma informed, but I think they're not anecdotal, and whether they be the victims or the those that were accused, and how they were treated both in the criminal justice system, but also some of the community barriers that I think prevent all of us from getting to a better place at times, and yet they're not insurmountable. And so I appreciated that, because I think that those listening, but continue to maintain an open mind and recognizing that we have structures in which we operate, and whether it's budgetary or policy, and certainly with state law and other things that oftentimes direct us to have to, approach things in a certain fashion. I think that, in our community, we have the opportunity here to take this to, a much greater level, and certainly the position which you're being recommended for, I think, holds a lot of promise in that respect. Again, no one person's a miracle worker, but I think together we can make, strides and maybe achieve some of those miracles. But at any rate, I thank you for being with us this morning. And I don't know, Ann, if you had any other comments. I think I don't know if we have callers on this, but we do have the item before us. So.
Yes, I do believe there are some public comments, and we should probably do that certainly before we vote. Yep.
Okay, very good. Okay, all right, with that, if there's no other questions or comments at this juncture by board members, let's go to the phone for our public comments. Flo?
Yes, please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Liz Blum with Decarcerate Sacramento. I'm also a resident of District 1 in Sacramento County. While I'm disappointed in this decision, which is counter to the core ask of community members that this position not come from a law enforcement background, I am most concerned that the county does not fully understand the impacts of this decision, given the goals and the structure of the new Public Safety and Justice Agency. I understand that you need someone in this position who understands the complexities of the criminal legal system, but you also need someone who understands the complexities and gaps of our local health system. Jails have been a catch-all solution to social and health problems in our county for far too long. If we really want this agency to be successful in the long-awaited creation of a plan to sustainably decrease the Sacramento County jail population, we need all experts at the table forming this plan together. We need those who have experienced incarceration in Sacramento County and health system partners who know how to fill the gaps in services at the decision-making table as soon as possible. And those who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution. I don't believe you all understand why having a law enforcement professional heading this agency presents many serious concerns for our community's constitutional right to public defense and the presumption of innocence. The probation department and the public defender have fundamentally different ethical obligations and fundamentally different goals and legal mandates. After extensive research and doing this advocacy work for many years now, I know of no other counties that have probation and public defenders reporting to the same county executive, who controls your department's budget, let alone someone who with a law enforcement background. It's difficult to imagine this hiring decision producing fair outcomes for all departments in this agency. So the public defender, the public defender's office is the only constitutionally mandated department in the county. Everyone who is accused of a crime has a legal right to representation, and yet there has been historic disinvestment in this department, while law enforcement budgets have skyrocketed. So we need to rethink and redefine our county's definition of public safety and justice, which I heard you all speak about already. I have personally lost a loved one to homicide, and also have loved ones who have been traumatized by county jails. I know we can prevent harm through reinvesting in health and social systems. We need to understand that the safest communities are the ones with the most resources in them. And we need to understand that public health promotes public safety more than punishment ever will. So with all that said, I do hope to work closely with you, Mr. Jones, moving forward, and look forward to the rapid implementation of the promised Community Advisory Committee to the Public Safety and Justice Agency as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, for your comments.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Could you start with your comments? You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. I think I'd like to start with Ann saying, and I quote, there are public comments. We should probably go to them before we vote. Yeah, you think? I mean, this is completely disrespectful. I'm not even going to get in to the particulars of what this item is about, because what's the point? You guys have already made up your fucking minds. You let the entire city of Stockton who supports this man call in before us. Then you let the BOS speak before we did. So we're not even really considered in this. You guys have made up your mind. It's completely disrespectful. It's disgusting. I understand this is a bootlicker state, and I understand that we are a fascist police state. But, I mean, this is ridiculous. Everyone gets to speak before we do, and then we're just tossed and like, yeah, we should probably let them speak, right? I mean, just so we seem like we're democratic. I mean, come on, how do you guys sleep at night? For real. I want to know. I mean, is it with a police badge under the fucking pillow? Because this is ridiculous. You're going to let a cop lead the public safety department because a couple people from Stockton said, yeah, he's a good guy. I don't care if he's a good guy. Police started a slave patrol and union busting, and they murder people across the country. Amir Locke was just shot in his house by a cop. And because he's in a different state, that matters? No, I don't care what the people of Stockton say, respectfully. I couldn't give a shit what the people of Stockton say. This is the city of Sacramento, where we give cops more money, but every year they come back and say we need more jail expansion. A cop isn't going to do this. You guys ask, what would you guys recommend for this position? And nobody who was asked said a cop, but instead you guys gave us a cop. And then when it came to us for us to discuss it, we have this facade of a democracy where you let the bootlicker speak first as part of the presentation, and then the BOS speak, and then we say, okay, let's let the people of Sacramento see how they want to go. And also, how many times did you let them go over 3 minutes? Because I'm pretty sure if me right now and I go over my 3 minutes, I'll be cut off pretty freaking quick. But, oh, no, let them speak. Let them really have their time. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Police and public safety are polar opposites. And that's not an opinion. That are facts that have been shown. In 2020, you said, we're going to declare this a racial, it's a public health crisis. Well, man, wow. Have you guys dropped the ball on that? We're sitting here in 2022, and you still have not put two and two together, that making a cop be the head of the public safety committee isn't going to work. I don't care what he did in Stockton. Stockton went bankrupt a couple years ago. Stockton has tons of killer cops. So I don't care what those people said about what we've done in Stockton. Nothing has been accomplished in Stockton on a level of that. So that's just lies and police propaganda. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. This is a facade of a freaking of a process. You guys let them speak, and then you guys spoke, and then you said maybe we should get to the public comment. Do you think? I mean, we're the people of Sacramento. I mean, have you asked anybody in the jail, hey, do you guys want an ex-cop dealing with the public and safety and dealing with decreasing jail population, what do you think they would say? I don't know how many inmates are at Sac County, but I could probably do the quick math and say 99% of them would say, that sounds like a terrible idea. Why would we ever let a cop lead something like that when we're trying to go into a progressive way? I mean, this is ridiculous. I understand everyone's scared to do anything outside law enforcement, but maybe could we all grow up a little bit? I mean, how old are you guys people on the board? I'm sure I have half the seniority you do, and somehow I'm able to imagine a better world that doesn't involve having a freaking cop lead the public safety committee. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't care what experience he has. I don't care if he shook hella hands in Stockton. I don't care how many babies he kissed. I don't care. I don't care how many bullshit press conferences he gives where, hey, if we just, come together and we don't need police, we can have a reform. No, you can't. It's been shown. It's been shown. There's no such a reform. They'll always want more money. They'll always want more for training, other things. It just doesn't happen. That doesn't prevent crime. It doesn't prevent communities from being riddled with gun violence and drugs. It just doesn't. Those are facts. Those aren't opinions. Those are facts. And here in Sacramento, once again, we've decided to deny facts because it's a bootlicker freaking state. So I don't know what else to say. I'm going to let my comrades speak again. This is a sham, and you guys know it. Each and every one of you know that you've already made up your mind, and nothing I say could have changed it. Doesn't matter how many facts I presented in front of you. You guys made up your freaking mind when you said this guy is going to lead the safety committee. You asked the people of Sacramento, and we said we didn't want a cop, and you said, okay, we'll give you a cop, and we'll let the entire city of Stockton speak in on his behalf before we let you guys. And then we'll talk, and then we'll say, maybe we should get to you. This is a sham. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Hey, man, it's cool. Elect the freaking cop, and we'll be back next year or the year after to say, hey, look how this didn't fucking work.
Thank you, caller.
Okay, transfer the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Could you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
All right, and go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, board. This is Mackenzie Wilson with the Carcerate Sacramento. I call this morning with a few concerns and comments on the appointment of Eric Jones as Sacramento's PSJA director. Hiring an ex-cops whose highlights are reform, intelligence, and e-carceration policing, and how law enforcement interacts with this community isn't something to celebrate. This agency is not about any of those things. This agency is about reducing the jail population and keeping folks out of contact with law enforcement. Thousands in Sacramento County have already defined public safety and justice as racial and health equity, housing, food access, and mental health services, not principled policing. I had high hopes for this department, but with this announcement and the process of this announcement, it has left me quite disillusioned. I think today I learned that the vision of this agency is to bridge community and law enforcement, not to bridge community to resources like housing and mental health. I believe the board is completely unaware of the power dynamics and potential negative impacts this decision has on the rights of individuals seeking a fair trial in public defense. Having a law enforcement professional in charge of the public defender's office presents conflicts of interest. Same conflicts of interest as having probation and public defenders reporting to that same law enforcement professional. It speaks to the lens under which this agency will operate. I recognize the harm this decision will in fact cause, especially when we talk about intent versus impact. And because of it, I call today to demand that the PSJA director create a collaborative community committee immediately. It should include community and health stakeholders and experts in the planning and decision-making process for decreasing the jail population, expand community engagement using multiple channels, including ensuring Brown Act compliance. I demand an accountability process to this community, and that ensures community engagement and centers our local, directly impacted voices. To speak again to this process of consulting this community around Eric Jones's hire, I'm having to bring these questions to public comment, and I'm hoping that the board will have them answered. Again, this agency was created to get people out of our local torture center and keep them out, not have people build a relationship with their abusers. So my questions for Derek are, and this is from Decarcerate Sacramento in this community, what is your vision for your work as the PSJA Deputy CEO? How will the goals be measured? How often? And will it be transparent? And if so, how? What is your intention to protect and expand the role of the public defender, community resources, and other interventions and alternatives to incarceration, given that your background aligns with the status quo that has produced mass incarceration and that is causing the problems that we are seeing here in Sacramento County jail systems? And how are you going to ensure that our local impacted community members, health equity experts, and all community and county stakeholders are guiding all decisions of the PSJA? Thank you very much for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
Okay, transfer the next caller, please. And sorry, Mr. Natoli, the staff is having a little bit of a delay, so we're trying to do multiple things to speed it up. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, PJ, he, him. It's kind of a tell when you had that you had quote unquote community we don't know from Stockton extolling his virtues, rather than the supposed community that you say you engaged in when making the decision. Anyway, community contacts you about a year or so ago. We want an alternative 911. Some on the mental health committee get upset when their suggestion of including cops in an alternative 911 is met with resistance. Alternative doesn't mean more cops. Now we want to reduce the jail population, and the suggestion is to hire a police officer. Are we a joke to you? Do we look like clowns? Are you deaf? I have a deaf relative. They can read my lips more than you can hear my voice, more than you can hear our voice. Decarcerate requested the person not be law enforcement. And look at the proposed person. Does that sound like legitimate engagement when you don't listen to community? Including one person from a community org is not a legitimate engagement process. And not asking for input on the final choice from those same community members is not engagement. It's telling that they aren't here. Stop with these dishonest attempts to change. We see them for what they are. You bring the fox to guard the hen house and then act like you did something revolutionary. If you had talked to a single local organization that wants to address prisons, prison pipelines, and all the detrimental aspects of imprisoning people, you would have heard a resounding, what the fuck are you talking about? That is how ridiculous the suggestion is. Listen to community for once. Take us seriously for once. This is not a serious suggestion. Even if you thought you got the most honest cop in the country, one of the quote-unquote good cops, who wasn't run out of their department like all the other ones are by all the bad apples who make up 99% of departments. Any normal human being with enough common sense to understand what optics are would know that community organizations should get a chance to speak to the person prior to their appointment, to buy in and ensure that this person was adequately informed on the goals of such a proposal and wasn't there to simply rubber stamp the bare minimum. But instead you trot this person out and act like you shouldn't get any pushback when the community orgs supposedly engaged aren't brought to the table when extolling his virtues. To Mr. Jones, if you are appointed and you're genuine, the way some in your former community seem to think you are, then talk to us, the advocates, work with us. Let us have input rather than the existing system, which time and time again refuses to take our voices into consideration. We know the poor who are being kept in jail because they can't afford bail. We know the folks who have not been found guilty and are suffering with COVID because they are treated with an assumption of guilt rather than innocence. We have a lot of ideas that the current status quo in county leadership refuses to hear. They're thoroughly engaged in checking a box above actual engagement. Our disagreement should be taken as the opportunity it is to better what the county puts out than the current attempts at manufacturing consent disguised as quote unquote community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, caller, for your comments.
Okay, please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I've had a loved one who is in prison for a year and a half in Sac County Jail. So I'm just like you to know that that's where I'm coming from when I say these things. So the folks who've called in so far, like prior to this actual Sacramento community public comment period have been dubbed Team Eric, and I'm not part of that so-called Team Eric marketing team. And I'm not even calling into debate whether Eric Jones is a nice guy or not, or whether among all police he's the best of the bunch or not. I mean, maybe he is, but that's, as many callers have already called in from the community, our actual Sacramento community today. I wanted to point out that that's not even our main concern here. And I'm actually calling in to represent something else. I'm calling in to continue to, as I've done many times, and to advocate for a more humane, just, less racist, less punitive, and less harmful environment in Sacramento, particularly when it comes to our Black community members and people of color, and also around policing. So I would hope that we're all on that team, but I know from large amounts of data around law enforcement's treatment of our community here in Sacramento that sadly we aren't, all of us aren't on that team. Just a few examples are one that the police department here in Sacramento is being sued for shooting and maiming community members who came out to stand up peacefully against police violence that led to the death of George Floyd, among other folks who've been shot dead by police, who have been innocent, who haven't been convicted of anything. And 2 Sac County jails are already under, and I have friends who had to go to emergency room, by the way, because their heads were split open and bleeding and had to have their heads stapled due to just standing up peacefully. So I know the harm done, and that's even the most extreme harm that I know of as a white woman in Sacramento. And I, I'm sure a lot of other community members know worse on a day-to-day basis, but I have a lot of privilege. So roughly 80% of the jail population is actually legally presumed innocent. So they're doing time while being innocent. That's also called supposedly, pre-trial. They're doing time under these, they're being imprisoned under horrific conditions during a pandemic, many of whom were exposed to COVID, some of whom actually died, and all of that could have been prevented with greater humane treatment and also reducing them, the population of the jail. My loved one did get very sick with COVID, and even though he's out, he's still suffering the effects. And I blame, Sac County Jail for that. There's also been this continuation of medical neglect that's led to other deaths and endangering public health there at the Sac County jails. So it really, I'd like to echo what some of the other callers said about it being really terrifying to imagine, even if it's the best of all the police, in existence, like that you're going to put basically this, very nice wolf in charge of the chicken coop. So we are community members who are concerned, and, racism was declared a public health crisis here in Sac County, and you guys even acknowledged, the board, that surveillance, over-policing, and mass incarceration have disproportionately impacted Black communities and other communities of color. And we really need to acknowledge the fact that those closest to the problem are the ones poised to best come up with solutions. So we need to create a collaborative committee, as was promised in August of 2021, to include community and health stakeholders and experts in planning and decision-making around this and in decreasing the jail population. So I really want to understand how and when the PSJA Deputy CEO creates this collaborative, when will this happen? When will this collaborative committee that includes community and health stakeholders and experts happen, and when will this decision-making process be begun, and so we can decrease this jail population? It, as someone said before, it really is a torture chamber, and I know firsthand from being there to support someone who's in there, who's now come out with PTSD. And I mean, right now, there are people who are, I guess, in booking who haven't even gotten, they've been there for months, and that's not even suited for holding people. So there are huge issues. So it's really hard to imagine that someone who's been, part of all that, and it is part of that system, would now be kind of in charge of trying to make it, make safety and health a priority. I mean, why not hire somebody who's like a social worker, someone who's more neutral? It just, I don't believe, you talk about trust and building trust, but this is kind of like a way of not building trust with community, especially communities of color who have characteristically been harassed by law enforcement and killed in the case of George Floyd. And then when we come out to try to say, look, we don't want, police violence, that's wrong, like stop killing people, then we get shot and have to like get concussions and be permanently maimed. Like, really, this is really difficult to trust. I know we have no control over it at this point, but look at the data. I'd like Eric Jones to actually look at the data. He talked about data a lot, and look at the data. Sacramento County is the highest county for making a profit off of families that are incarcerated. And we just had, I guess it was last week, they were talking about the $11 million they collected from commissary fees and phone. And I know myself, I put in $6,000 into that fund that was supposed to be for inmate welfare, but in fact, there was no welfare, like any kind of education program or any kind of thing that could have made my loved one, feel better while he was stuck in there. In fact, like everything was done to make him feel horrible, and he got COVID. So, I mean, look at that, making a profit off of families that are in the Sac County jails, and it's the highest in the state. I think it was 54% profit margin, and it was the data show. The police guy, the sheriff. I don't know his name, Peterson, I guess,
Yes,
Sergeant Peterson. He talked about, we have $11 million left over from that. And it's like, why do you need to collect people's money? I had a job at the time and I was able to spend money, but like a lot of people don't have jobs, or there's like, the father of a large family is stuck in there pre-trial. I know people, I have friends who have this issue, and they're holding down, jobs and families, and also paying a lot of money. And all that money, the $11 million is just like sitting there in a pot for police. And then they talk about, well, we were able to get a body scanner, and it's like, are you kidding me? Like, so when you talk about health, and a lot of folks in there have a lot of mental illness. So it's just really, I know I'm going on and on about this, but it's a really personal thing, and it really affects a lot of people, and the trust is key. And I don't feel safe. I feel actually less safe knowing that, police, a person from that system is being hired for this position. So
I need to ask you if you could wrap up.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you taking the comments, and I know it's too late to do anything about like who you're picking, but it's not too late to stand up and, stand by all of those things that have been said about, declaring racism a public health crisis and actually emptying the jails out instead of, building a new mental health jail, which is kind of the direction we were headed in before people called in and said, please, that's a terrible idea. So please show us that you really do care. Please show us that you are trying to build trust by not just giving lip service to it or talking about data, but like, look at the actual data. Do build trust by emptying these pretrial folks out. 80% in the main SAC jail are I won't even say pretrial, I'll say they're jailed, incarcerated while being innocent. And some of whom, after serving 3, 2, 4-year sentences, will come out, they'll finally get their trial, and they will be innocent. So what is that? What happened? And what about all that money and the $11 million that now the Sac County, the Sac sheriff has, that should have been the people's money, and instead, these people have served time, and really, it's totally screwed up their lives and their families. Like, come on, please, I beg you, involve community, involve folks who, are being damaged by this. They really need to have a voice. Thank you for listening. Okay. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you for sharing once again. So.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Judy Hyman. I'm a Sacramento homeowner in Supervisor Cernas District. With all due respect to Chief Jones, I am disheartened about the direction that this selection signals for the new Public Safety and Justice Agency. Regardless of the chief's individual qualities, however outstanding, the selection of a career law enforcement professional signals a continued direction tilted toward the traditional law enforcement heavy approach to public safety that has been so harmful to our Black and Brown communities. That direction is tilted away from the justice side of the equation. In fact, demoting our public defender, the one county agency that concerns itself with the accused and that has earned trust from the community, from an independent agency to one that must answer to a law enforcement professional. This is very troubling, as Liz Bloom so clearly explained. Given this selection, it's especially incumbent on our county leaders to put the county's racial justice commitment front and center. With this selection, you raise the bar to show that you take this commitment seriously. Members of the board, I urge you to follow through without delay on your commitment that in creating this agency, you'd make sure it had an advisory committee with directly impacted community representatives and public health experts to help develop and oversee the plan to reduce the Sacramento jail population, to reduce our over-reliance on jailing, to address social, economic, and public health problems. That committee must include outside voices, including those who are critical of the county's direction, because without those voices, as part of Sacramento's decision-making, we will continue to see the same disastrous results that led you to create this new agency in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, caller.
Next caller, please.
After the next caller, I see a supervisor's hand up. Supervisor Kennedy, did you want to ask a question?
I can wait for the next caller, but I would like to, yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so we'll take the next caller and then Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Go ahead, Flo.
Transfer the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. This is Nikki.
Morning.
Morning. You know, I'm obviously share the concerns, some of the frustrations that previous callers have shared. There's no, to use the transactional language of Chief Jones, this is a withdrawal from the trust bank. And I think we need to recognize that and understand that we're not, cheers to the many relationships he's built and the work that he's done, but we are looking for health-centered, actual justice-centered, when we've recognized that what we've called the criminal justice system for so long has caused so much harm. And he, really mentioned a very triggering statement, a master criminal justice plan. Gosh, what type of language? Where does that all come from? How is it used? How does that type of language impact the community? Master criminal justice. I just think it speaks to the lens from which he is coming, and I'm concerned about, you can list all of these things that you think are important in the community to bring resources, but how will the PSJA actually ensure that racial and health equity are centered in decision making? How will they include, and not just include, but prioritize impacted voices in this decision making, particularly when now the head is a law enforcement official who, good listening. That's excellent. But if it doesn't mean transformative change in the system that has caused so much harm, when you talk about a survivor-driven system, we are all survivors of your system, this system, what you call the criminal justice system, policing. It has been the driver of harm in our communities. and is what we are trying to reconcile now the problems of. The Mays consent decree is an excellent example of us now trying to have to reconcile the harm of thousands of paid out, of all of this real pain and suffering in communities that needs to be reconciled. And, you know, we want to hear real answers from Mr. Jones. How do you plan to work with these partners to decrease the jail population? We need there's a COVID outbreak in our jail. You know that? We need significant decreases 3 months ago, 2 years ago. We need it now. We need urgent matters. We don't need more listening sessions. We've had listening sessions. Contact on Track, a great program, had beautiful listening sessions. Get the information, because we need action yesterday. And so we're you know, an appointment is overdue, and we're disappointed to have a police officer. But if you are going to show some commitment, if you're going to try to get some trust in the bank, which, God, the language, the transactional language, then we're going to need to see that type of commitment in action, in reconciliatory, reparative, transformative concessions from the criminal legal system to our communities. That means money. That means resources. That means people out of that torture box, our local torture center. And so I hope that you can see that you have an engaged community to deal with on these issues, and that it is not about a PR campaign. It is not about creating an idea or an image of what you're doing. We're going to need to see results on the ground. We're going to need to know what are your outcomes, how are they being measured, and how regularly are you reporting those out. Real concrete steps, you know, honestly, at this point, weekly, we're going to need to hear, because right now there are thousands of violations happening every day inside that jail and on the streets that are putting people in that jail, and we need to know how that situation is going to be rectified. This is about getting resources to communities, but this is about stopping the violence that law enforcement is enacting on our community. And so I'm interested to hear how you plan to carry that out. I'm interested to hear how, you know, how many arrests you've made. How many people have you put in your local torture box? It's just a lens. I'm trying to challenge the lens. And when we're talking about real healing in communities, it's more than a listening session, and it's more than one-on-ones. It's about actual change. And yeah, anyways, I'll stop there. I think y'all get it. At least maybe not get it, but hear what I'm saying, and appreciate you listening. Have a good day.
Good. Thank you, Nikki. Okay.
Take care.
Supervisor Kennedy, before next caller, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I apologize for jumping in the middle of public comment, but I wanted to give Mr. Jones an opportunity afterwards to address some of the specific questions that were asked specifically by community member Mackenzie Wilson, and on behalf of Decarcerate, which I thought were legitimate questions, and I'm sure that he would, if I were in his position, I would want to have the opportunity to answer them. So if it's okay, and you indulge me, I can read those questions again, which I tried to capture as best I could.
Sure, go ahead.
And I wanted to give him the opportunity to think about it instead of just hoisting it on him afterwards. That's why I jumped in.
But
question number one was, what is your vision for your work as PSJA Deputy CEO? Question number two was, how will the goals be measured? How often? And will it be transparent? If so, how? Question number three was, what is your intention to protect and expand the role of public defender, community resources, and other interventions to incarceration, given that your background aligns with the status quo? That's a editorial comment there, that has produced mass incarceration. And then finally, how are you going to measure that impacted community members, health equity experts, and all county stakeholders are guiding all decisions of the PSJA. Those were the questions that were posed. I think that they were legitimate questions. And as I said, if I were Mr. Jones, I would like to have an opportunity to answer those questions. So I just wanted to pose that now, and I thank you for your time and indulgence.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Okay, Eric, you've heard the questions repeated, and Supervisor Kennedy could, hone into those. I think we're going to continue with public comment this juncture and then come back to that. I think his suggestion was give you a chance to think about those a bit, and then we'll come back to you once we conclude a public comment. So stand by. Thanks, Eric. Okay. All right. Let's go back to public comments then. Madam Clerk.
Can you transfer the last caller, please? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jesse Morris. I'm honored to be having the opportunity to make a presentation before this board. What I'm focusing on my comments has more to do with the relationship between Police Chief Eric Jones and the selection of the next public defender. My understanding is that the public defender position was held open specifically for the purpose of allowing Police Chief Eric Jones to participate in the selection. What I wish to address has to do with the what I would call repairing what I think is a bias within the selection process. First, the public defender, at least the last one, was selected with the screening committee having law enforcement as part of the screening. I think that's inappropriate. The probation department is law enforcement, and they assisted in screening the public defender. The flaw comes about because a public defender should hold two solid principles. Gideon versus Wainwright, and Gideon versus Wainwright created the public defender system, and the standards of the public defenders is the second foundation. The last public defender withdrew the public defender's office in Sacramento from the Public Defenders Association. Secondly, we now have misdemeanor attorneys, level 1, doing felony cases. We have withdrawn from having any type of computer servers within our office, even though the rest of the county, including the district attorney's office, is now having digital discovery, et cetera. And the reason I bring this up is that we are slowly receding. And this is the selection process that potentially is biased based upon having law enforcement in a seat within the screening. Now, I could go on, but let me return to the process that I am suggesting. My request is not to have law enforcement embedded within the screening committee for the next public defender's office. Now, that's not to say that Police Chief Eric Jones might not have input into the final decision at the end. And the preference would be that there would be no law enforcement at all to include Police Chief Eric Jones. Part of the reason for that is if... Pardon me?
We're still on the first item that we've discussed regarding, which I get, the person in charge of public safety and whatever they're calling it. Anyway. So while I was listening to the board meeting...
Someone needs to mute themselves.
Yeah, we're getting some feedback. I don't know if somebody's on. Stay on the line, Mr. Morris. We got a little bit.
Join me. Her question is, this is a great opportunity for us to say, we're not going to give you something.
It's hello. I'm sorry.
Is that DTEC?
Have guidance. But anyway, her question is,
Can we have staff go through the Zoom and mute the person's mic? Sorry about that, Board of Supervisors. Because we have the image up, it's hard to see who's talking. The timer is locked on the screen.
I think it's DTEC.
I just request, if I may, just have It's 30
Yeah,
seconds.
Mr. Morris, we want to hear you out. Just a second. I think we're okay. We were getting a lot of feedback, so we didn't want to interrupt your comments. There's no penalty on the time here. Just give it just a moment. Make sure we can all hear clearly. Have you got it corrected, Flo?
Yeah, you can go ahead and start again. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Morris. Yeah,
Yeah, we
finish your
don't
comments.
need the timer at this point. It already ran
Yeah,
off.
no, go ahead, yeah.
What I am recommending is not having any law enforcement participate in the screening of the next public defender. That's first. Second, if I could make a suggestion that Police Chief Eric Jones not participate in the final process either. The reason is if the process had gone forward before the selection of Police Chief Eric Jones, then he would have come into the system with the public defender already in place. However, now that the position is open, he would have a very significant input into the selection. And it would create a perception that there is at least a bias with respect to who the next public defender is. And that bias and perception can be removed by having confidence in a very good selection committee that looked at the public defender's office. Now, I appreciate the consideration that you've given me. I ask you to give consideration to the modification of the process. And I'd like to conclude by saying that please do not have law enforcement embedded into the selection as you did the last time a public defender was selected for the agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Thanks for your patience, too. I appreciate your comments. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have other callers?
No, you don't.
Okay. All right, then that concludes our public comment. I know that Supervisor Kennedy restated some questions came from one of our callers for Mr. Jones. So I'll give Mr. Jones the opportunity to respond to that. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I too wrote down a lot of the issues and concerns that the public callers had and some questions they have that I'm sure I'll be circling back to through should I be appointed a variety of meetings and discussions. So I'd go down, if I could, just a few of them that was mentioned by the county supervisor. The first one was what was my vision? And I would say, it's important to have vision, and then we move that into a mission statement and then objectives and goals. Regarding the mission, it's really comes down to increasing community safety while also reducing negative outcomes from the criminal justice system. And through that vision will be, as mentioned, acknowledging past harms that you've heard of some today, as well as building in continual communication feedback loops toward then policy change and examining the data. And when I say the data, there's going to be existing data, clearly, that a lot of that has already been analyzed, but also finding new ways to dive even deeper into the data as to not just why do our inequities and disparities exist, or do they exist, where of course they are, where are they in existence, and then how do we reduce those? As far as how would these things be measured, because the top objectives of the office are this. First off, working with the county staff, ensuring that components of the May's consent decree, that those components are upheld. Then also addressing criminal justice system-wide racial and ethnic fairness, looking at existing programs, what's working, but also determining new programs that can reduce our jail population. And that's going to be examining a lot of evidence-based programs and research from around the state and around the country. Juvenile justice realignment, working with the courts and all of our criminal justice system partners, as well as community, and dealing with the increased caseload on the public defender's office. It's going to be critical to reduce the caseload that the public defender's office currently has, and then creating efficiencies across all components of the criminal justice system. But going back to that vision, it really is increasing community safety while reducing the negative outcomes. And we can all define together what community safety means to all of us. And again, When I come from a framework of public safety, it is not just law enforcement. Shared public safety is about everyone you heard from today and all of the county and other city agencies. And so it's critical that we expand together, should I be appointed, these intervention efforts and expand services and, reducing the jail population and incarceration rates. That's something to which I believe we can all agree. And that's something where we'll all be sitting at the table to discuss that. And there was a mention of the idea of a master criminal justice plan. Part of the research has that coming out of the Kerry Group Consulting that really examined what perhaps this county needs to, with the primary goal of reducing incarceration rates. How would I measure it and make it transparent? I would do that through first mapping the entire criminal justice system, looking at how it's been mapped before, but again, diving deeper into all of the components, ensuring we're adding all of our partners into the discussion. And then, of course, this office, the Public Safety and Justice Agency, will have to report out publicly. What exactly that report out would look like for that transparency would still be determined, but we'll have numerous stakeholders' voice in developing what that reporting out would look like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Patrick, anything else you wanted to follow up on that? All right. I do see another hand. So I'm going to go to other supervisors as well, and then we'll circle back to Ann here in a moment. Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eric, for your response to those questions. I was going to, if you didn't mention it, which you did, I was going to ask what your definition of public, quote unquote, public safety is, because I think public safety probably means something different to each of us. I know for myself, public safety, as many of the speakers, even some critical of your pending appointment mentioned, it includes public health, includes mental health and behavioral health. So I was glad to hear you allude to your definition being broader than just law enforcement. And in some circles, it's typically, law enforcement and fire life safety. But so that's reassuring to me. But of course, the proof will be in the pudding. I do think that given your stated focus on disparities lends itself very well to some of the existing infrastructure and county initiatives that are succeeding, quite frankly, in addressing some of the historical disparities, especially in the African American community, when it comes to public health considerations, but also including, the persistence and presence of violence. And so I would encourage you, should you be appointed, and working certainly through Ann's office, but I think given that interest in helping to address disparities, I think it would be good for you to become very involved in our RAACD effort, as well as the Black Child Legacy campaign. They work in concert with one another. There's a permanent steering committee that has actually, even before the steering committee, the Blue Ribbon Commission that I established back in 2011 actually included representation from the Sheriff's Department, Probation Department, DA's office, Public Defender's office. So I think given kind of the answer to your first question, which was what's your vision, and the reference to incorporating your attention to disparities in the community, that would be a very worthwhile, I think, contribution that you could make in the context of those two initiatives. Thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor Stern. I just wanted to offer a comment. I know, Ann, I'm going to give you a chance to bring this back in just a moment, but some of the callers mentioned it, and I know something we've asked about, at least this member has in recent past, and that is the Community Advisory Committee that was referenced. And I think that's a key piece. It was in the board directives that went forward with the creation of this position. And obviously that process started last summer and has the appointment selection before us today. But I think that needs to be a top priority. Again, that there should be no time wasted when it comes to putting together, and how that's crafted obviously needs to be vetted some. But I think that needs to be a top priority. And the other thing that I heard here today, I think goes to any number of the comments that we've received, and certainly not all within the realm of this position, but we've had discussion in recent months now. We had the Truth Act forum. We've got ongoing information being researched on that because of information that was contrary presented at the hearing in public. I know that we're awaiting, I guess, some more closed session, but that, I, for one, I haven't heard disagree with my colleagues. I believe we need to have a full discussion in public as it relates to where we are with the consent decree, to the degree that it's not in the litigation aspect, but certainly to monitoring, to priorities within the framework of service delivery, both in custody as well as in the community. And that needs to be done, in my view, before we get into budget deliberations in June. And then even more recently, the discussion we had a week ago about the Inmate Welfare Fund, and whether it's limitations on this board's ability to regulate the use of those funds, but to how they're being generated, to the contracts by which those funds are being generated. And so those issues, certainly to much larger ones, are pieces of the larger puzzle. And so I don't necessarily ask for a response from Eric on this, but in my view, they knit together with a larger complement of certainly budget priorities, law enforcement responsibilities. And lastly, I would just say that to the last call there, and again, this is not the item before us, but we do have a pending appointment process with regards to the Public Defender's Office. We heard the caller, and I think, the request, as I heard it, was not to have, relative to the selection panel, I think the word was embedded law enforcement membership, and it referenced this position, but also, I guess, previous selection processes. And so I don't know whether it's appropriate to comment in this context, but that certainly, I think, goes to some of the points that tie back to community concerns about, a changed paradigm, but also recognizing the various facets of the system contributors as it relates to both, addressing some of the challenges, but also where resources are allocated and how people's roles are both projected on the organizational chart, but also their roles in the criminal justice, in the justice system, but certainly in the community as well. And I think there's a lot that could be debated here this morning, but we obviously have the appointment before us, and I think those concerns have been certainly highlighted once again. And I trust that some of the pending items will come back to us in short order, not just because this position will be filled or not, but I think there's necessity, particularly again on the Truth Act, to get that back to this board. Even the community, came out, and I know we're having that researched independently. But so at any rate, those are my comments. And again, I don't expect any specific response from Mr. Jones, or Ann may want to comment on any of those items. But if there's no other board members, then Ann, I'll bring it back to you for some concluding comments, if you'd like.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Yes, we've had some conversation about the selection process for the public defender, and I hear what the public is saying about that. I did share with many of some of those individuals about the hiring process. Mr. Jones will very likely be part of the process, but the final decision is not his. And I can make a commitment to not have any other law enforcement on that panel. The regarding the community group, Mr. Jones and I have talked about the need to do this and that needs to happen very quickly. So we will be working on that together, assuming he is appointed today.
And you mean the community advisory committee that was?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. All right, anything else, Ann, that you wanted to conclude with?
No, I just want to thank all of you and thank all of the callers and thank Mr. Jones. I know this has taken a bit of time, but it is really important. And I recommend Mr. Jones for this position.
All right, well, thank you, Ann. Thanks to all of our callers. Very, very important decision here, but also obviously reflected in the commentary that we received as it relates to the work that lies ahead, the challenges as well as the opportunities. And so with that, this is still on the consent calendar. We can take the items separately if that's the will of the board, or we have other items that are before us as well. So I don't know what the pleasure of the board is, but it matters has been called out. Yes, Supervisor Sarna.
Through the chair, I'd like to suggest that we take a separate vote on this, then move on to the balance of questions and concerns about other consent matters.
Okay, all right.
Move approval, Frost.
Okay. Motion? We have a
Second, Desmond.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second to approve the recommendation as outlined. There's no further board comments or questions, then we will go ahead and vote on this item. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cerna,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Desmond,
Aye.
Frost,
Aye.
Natoli,
Aye.
unanimous vote.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Jones. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll let Mr. Jones have his final words. Sorry about that. I'll wait.
Very good. Thank you very much for everybody's time, and thank you so much for the appointment. And I look forward to getting to work here in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Okay, again, thanks to all this morning, and we'll then continue to move through our consent calendar items. So we're going to go back one to item number 2. We'll call that item, and then we'll continue with some other items that have been called out. So,
Chairperson, I wanted to bring to your attention that there is a caller for item 25, possibly 2. The first, we had 2 callers and he had to drop off due to the time. So do you want to take that item?
That's why, yeah, that's helpful to know if we do have callers that are on the line. Again, you know, and so if we have callers on item 25, I know Supervisor Desmond, I think, called that item out as item. So did you want to make some comments, Supervisor Desmond, before you went to the caller?
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read the item?
Sure. This is adopt the amended Sacramento County Mental Health Board bylaws.
Thank you. And I just had a few questions about this, and I guess I don't know if I could go to Siobhan or maybe even my colleague Supervisor Kennedy. I'm not sure. So I just want to understand the nature of this request. My understanding, this would be a request for the Mental Health Board to be able to find members, select members to be part of an advisory committee that oversees the wellness crisis call center. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. This is Siobhan. Unless Bruce, did you want to take those first, or? Okay, I'm happy.
Let me jump in right before you do, if that's okay, through the chair.
Thanks, Pat.
Yeah. Sure, good.
Yeah, just real quickly, and it's words count, and you know, you use the word, this advisory committee would oversee that's not the case. It would be an advisory body to the board and to county staff. It's not an overseeing body. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, it does. I appreciate that, Patrick. I know part of the provision said it would be a parent body over the WCCC. So that kind of threw me a little bit. So I guess that was my first question, is to understand the relationship of this proposed, advisory body to the county's WCCC. So thank you for making that clear. And I didn't know Bruce or Siobhan, did you have any more comments before I had a couple other questions?
Yeah, I can certainly make a comment. This is Siobhan Katari, Health Services. I just wanted to say that there was some extensive public input into this process in terms of how to develop a subcommittee of the Mental Health Board that would be able to make recommendations to both the Mental Health Board and ultimately for decision-making purposes to the Board of Supervisors. And so to echo Supervisor Kennedy's point, it really is an advisory board made up of community members and a mental health board member representative representatives that would allow them to really bring voices to the table that aren't typically in the planning process for a program such as this. I would like to just lift up that there is a lot of planning that's going into this program that includes not just the staff of behavioral health and our community partners, but community partners that need to be involved from various sectors as we start to transition to make these services, alternatives to 911, these services transition to allow for a non-law enforcement response to behavioral health crises. And so we are engaging a lot of stakeholders, so this group would be a community voice that would be coming to the table.
Okay. Well, thank you, Siobhan. So, and I had a brief conversation with Bruce this morning. I appreciate you telling me that. So the primary purpose of this group is to be that community voice. This would not be the only, I guess, stakeholders we look to in an advisory capacity to help inform how we run the welfare or the wellness crisis call center and response team. And the reason I ask that question is because I'm most interested in making sure we develop a system, a program here that is going to help the most number of people. And I know there are other stakeholders that will have to be involved in that discussion in order for it to be effective.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, this is just the community voice being brought to the table. We are engaging with our partners from various sectors, including law enforcement, including fire, including the traditional partners who have responded to behavioral health crises in the past to ensure that we're bringing lessons learned forward and ensuring that for responses that do require a law enforcement approach or a public safety approach, that we're engaging those partners when necessary, but with the understanding that we think most of the crises that we're going to respond to will not require a law enforcement approach.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've mentioned my experience is that, boy, I tell you, there's a lot of times where a joint approach would have been very effective for a person suffering from some kind of mental health crisis. But I know that you'll be working through that. In terms of the folks who were selected to this, I know. So this is the other thing I just was asking our CEO about yesterday is that our mental health board is large. I believe it's each supervisor has 3 appointees to the mental health board. It's a large board with geographical coverage throughout the county. I guess my question is there a reason the mental health board can't just select members from within the board itself to be on this advisory committee?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. The mental health board, the composition of that is really carved out in statute. And so there are some required positions on the mental health board. And the mental health board meets routinely and has a number of other committees that it has that it needs to represent. So we have a very busy mental health board. And I will say that the goal of this was really to seek out voices that aren't currently at the table and really to ensure that other community voices that we don't hear from in the mental health board capacity are represented. And that was after some pretty significant input from stakeholders and from the community over time. And those voices really are meant to be diverse. They're meant to be folks with lived experience. And so the committee composition really will honor that. Thank you,
Siobhan. And I too, am very concerned in making sure that all voices are heard, a diverse group of voices are heard. In terms of the composition of the advisory board, will there be any, and I believe Supervisor Kennedy, as the Board of Sup's representative on the mental health board, I think you're going to be part of the selection process. So my ask would be, I think it would be important to have good geographical representation throughout the county, because this is a program that is not just going to be in the city of Sacramento. As a matter of fact, I don't know how much it would even be operating within the city of Sacramento. I want to make sure that the voices that we include are folks from throughout the county. And Supervisor Kennedy, any comments on that? Or
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, we know the city of Sacramento is roughly a third of the population of the county, and you have my commitment as a member of the Mental Health Board going forward to ensure that we do everything we can to recognize that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Supervisor Detter and Supervisor Kennedy. So we do have a caller, though, Flo. So let's go ahead.
Yeah, we have a couple of callers now.
Okay, let's take our callers. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, could you transfer the call, please? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good morning, good afternoon. I'm calling in support of the recommendations that have already been approved by the General Mental Health Board for including the WCCRP Advisory Committee as a subcommittee of the Mental Health Board. And my support is in line with the impacted community members of Sacramento, and as well as people like Dr. Corinne, who we all know, who also supports this bylaw change. The people who have lived experiences, which is the most important people we're talking about, and the community stakeholder feedback from last year both support this, and so do I, and I believe so should all of you. It seems like a very cut and dry issue, and to listen to the ones most impacted, so I would just implore you to please do that with this decision. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, caller. Appreciate your comments.
Next caller, please. And I believe this is the last caller. I'm not sure. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I wholly support the adopting of the amended bylaws, which would incorporate the Wellness Crisis Call Center and Response Program Advisory Committee. These recommendations have been approved by the entire Mental Health Board, and they are in line with feedback received from a large contingent of community stakeholders and those personally affected by impacts from the interface between law enforcement and mental health crises. And I just want to make sure those recommendations ensure the centering of those with lived experiences on this advisory committee. We need those voices at the table that have traditionally been left out of these discussions, and which often directly impacts them in a very personal way. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Appreciate your comments.
And that concludes your public comments for item 25.
Any other questions by board members? This is on the consent calendar. So unless there's a desire to take it separately, we can leave it on the consent calendar.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine just including it with the.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we'll go backwards again. Oh, let me ask Flo, do we have any callers on any of the other items that were on consent?
No other
okay.
callers.
Okay, so now we'll return back to item number 2. Please call that item, and then we'll get Supervisor Cerna.
Authorize execution of a memorandum of understanding between the County of Sacramento, City of Sacramento, and the Sacramento Municipal Utility District regarding coordination and cooperation of building electrification efforts.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly am supportive of the item, and have been actually in communication with some of our friends over on the SMUD board about this very important subcomponent of what we're all trying to achieve with various interventions to address climate change. I do want to recognize, though, that we all did receive some late correspondence from Chris Brown from the Sacramento Climate Coalition, and I believe he raises an important question or issue relative to not just this MOU, but future MOUs that function in a similar context. The question, if I understand it correctly, and I'm paraphrasing, is Well, the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force, the one that we recently considered the composition of and the number and some of the mechanics of, will that be a body that would help vet or even prepare or present these types of memoranda in the future? And I don't know who best to address that to, but I would ask if one of our staff could address it.
Yeah, Mr. Lundgren is on, and I think he can probably best answer that question.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. John Lundgren, County Sustainability Manager. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Cerna. Absolutely, we intend to have the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force serve as an advisory body to provide that, that extra set of eyes, a bridge to the community. And these are the types of issues that would be included in their scope of work. Not to say, though, that we haven't also heard that there's extreme interest in making sure that the task force stays focused on some of the issues that were called out directly in the climate emergency declaration. But it would be my full intention to make sure they're involved in these types of issues, especially for scoping the breadth and nature of these. This one was important to get going on. There had been a lot of work conducted on it prior to my appointment to this position. And it was important to us to be able to show a unified front, that these relationships are already in place and in position so that we can be more competitive regionally for all the different pots of climate funding that are out there.
Great, thank you for the response. I think it's important for not just Chris, but all of our dedicated climate change advocates and organizations that have been working with the county on various aspects of our intent to do our part when it comes to addressing climate change. I think it's important for all of them to hear that, so that they understand that there is a very deliberate intent by the county to involve them and welcome their contribution. So appreciate that. If we can go to item 5, please.
Retroactive authority to apply for and accept grant funds from the California Homeless Coordinating and Financing Council in the amount of $2,355,252, and authority to execute a revenue grant from the California Homeless Coordinating and Financing Council in the amount of $2,355,252.
Thank you. I see that Emily's on the Zoom call, so this is probably best addressed to her. I'm certainly, again, very supportive of going after these grant funds. I think it would go a long way, especially as it relates to, especially Supervisor Desmond's and my common interest in the Parkway and how best to try and simultaneously be compassionate in how we provide services and shelter to those that are currently habitating on the Parkway, but also to ensure that the health, the ecological health of the Parkway benefits. I guess my question, Emily, is there's been a lot of talk in recent days and hours, in fact, about capacity building, whether it be crisis shelters, triage shelters, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, low-income housing, even. So assuming this passes, and I think that's a safe assumption, how much of this roughly 2.3 million do we foresee actually being kind of dedicated to shelter capacity versus service delivery? Do we have any idea of that at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Emily Halkin, Director of Homeless Initiatives. So of the $2.3 million, just about $2 million is for direct shelter bed operations. That includes the actual space, the meals, the laundry, all the things that go along with the shelter operations through a contracted provider. So there is obviously overhead and administrative costs built into that. The remainder of it is funding to supplement DHS's budget so that they can hire on-site staff with behavioral health expertise to co-locate within that shelter.
Do we have any idea, because it sounds like a majority of the funding's going for shelter capacity and enhancement. Do we have an idea of how that is measured given that amount in terms of bed space?
We do. So trying not to get ahead of it, the reason we're taking this forward before the actual shelter contract is because of the timing of the state grant. But we actually do have a location. It's about 60 beds that will be available, we expect, as soon as April 1st, which is also sort of pushing the timing here.
Sure.
So the estimation here is if we can get the funding from the state and if the timing aligns, it'd be 60 beds over 2 years. And with those additional services embedded at the shelter, we hope to be able to turn those beds about 3 times a year. So that's about 180 people over the course of a year. Times 2 is 360 people.
Great. Sounds like you were very prepared for the question. And again, I want to confirm that because of the requirements to fulfill the grant's intent, these would be shelter beds and DHS services that would be principally, if not entirely, directed to folks that are on the parkway.
Yeah, the grant is very explicitly a place-based grant tied to an encampment. And we have a little bit of flexibility as how we define an encampment. So we defined and it has to be at least 50 people per the state's guidance. So we defined our encampment as the conglomeration of camps on the parkway between I-5 and 160. And that is primarily because the location of the shelter is very proximate to that part of the parkway. And within that stretch of the parkway, there are many more than 60 people and many more than 180 people. So that would be our primary goal. As we start getting the language from the state, I believe that we'll have some flexibility if for some reason we're not able to pull from that, but that is our primary and sole target from the get-go.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I could, Emily, we're still there. This is Supervisor Natoli. I just, and I appreciated Supervisor Cerna's questions. I guess what occurs to me as I was reading this item, certainly other items on this agenda, past agendas, I know some of the things that are pending. Is there a master list that kind of shows from the various sources and whether they're grant funds, how it relates to our work to address the plight of homeless folks, but also, in concert with, community framework to, have pathways for folks to exit homelessness, but other availability of services and some of the services that are directed to the parkway. It just seems to me that we, every agenda, because of the seriousness of the issue, and, we have items here, but they come from different sources, some from general funds, some from, health and human services, some from human assistance. We talked about Project Room Key last week and some of the follow-ons to assist folks in finding, housing. Is there some way you could, and maybe you have that right at your fingertips, but I got to tell you, that would be helpful because, again, as I talk to folks and they're asking about what we do and how much we're doing and so forth, we're doing so much. I mean, to me, this is just additive to, to the work. And we are not just in the dollars, but in the sense of what we're mobilizing navigators and public health nurses and social workers and, deploying folks to, retrieve litter, to serve water, to, all the things that are going into this. It's almost mind-boggling. I'll just be very honest with you. And maybe you got a good handle on it, but I think it's well past time for us to have some sort of a master list that anybody in this community could access to see what we're doing categorically, as well as, from the standpoint of benefits and use of dollars and other resources to assist, folks, in the homeless community. So.
Yeah, and it is very confusing. So don't feel like you're alone in that. We do have a master list of county-funded programs that are explicitly serving folks who are experiencing homelessness, and that is posted on our website. And I actually have an update, so it should be posted, if not right now, sometime in the next couple of days, and I'll get that out to you all by memo. It does not include stuff that may be provided by other community partners. That is something we can work on, and then it doesn't include the sort of tangential things like a lot of behavioral health services certainly support the work we do, but they're not exclusively for folks experiencing homelessness. So finding that balance, and I did get some feedback, I think, from Supervisor Desmond to try to add some of the sort of capital investments you guys have made in building permanent supportive housing. That's also a little bit more of an apple and an orange. So we have the starting point. We certainly can improve on it, and I can definitely would appreciate feedback on when you guys look at it, what you feel might be missing for your community conversations. We'll be getting you an update to that. You'll probably be getting a memo from the clerk sometime this week.
Okay, yeah, not to task you with it, because I know you have, a lot of work, on any day, any day, but I think it'd be useful. I think about the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan allocations that'll be forthcoming, and how that ties back into, as you noted, Supervisor Desmond, about capital expenditures. So again, some assimilation, though, again, it may not be all inclusive just because of some of the things you mentioned, but it certainly is inclusive as we can make it. So I appreciate that you've compiled that and continue to update that as we go along. So Supervisor Desmond, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Cerna, for bringing this up. Very great questions. And I agree with you, Chair Natoli. We've had this discussion before, and I know we have additional agenda items this afternoon. So we're going to be talking about this a lot more this afternoon. And it's inherently fragmented when the public hears it coming at a board meeting for one particular project, one particular funding source. So I think your suggestion is great, and Emily's doing great work, but I know it's a Herculean task trying to pull all that together and make it accessible and understandable to not only a simple supervisor like me, but certainly to the public in general. So any efforts I think we can do to not only make it very clear where all the funding is coming from, the amount of funding, but the amount of services and housing along the continuum we're providing. I know we get an update once a year about this, but I think that the urgency of this crisis, not only in terms of the impact on those who are homeless themselves, but certainly in the community, really requires us to be a lot more, do a much better job communicating to the public, both in terms of our media efforts, but in terms of the information we provide at these public hearings as well. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Supervisor Natoli, and definitely agree with you, and look forward to additional conversations we'll be having throughout the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Thanks, Phil. And thank you, Emily. Okay, I don't see any other comments on this item, so
just one comment before we go to item 12, and that'll conclude my consent items. I think and we may actually be doing this already, Emily, but I believe I thought there was a sort of a existing matrix construct that summarizes like bed capacity, services offered, nonprofit partnership, who's partnering with the county, the geography of where the services are delivered, how many folks have been helped through whatever intervention is listed in the matrix. But maybe that's the easiest way to maybe enhance the ability for us to kind of communicate that out to our constituents in a really easy to understand format, I guess.
Yeah, that does exist. What it doesn't do right now, but I hear you, that we aim to do is show the efficacy. So it sort of counts the number of beds and the number of dollars, but it doesn't show, right, on a regular ongoing basis. So I think that's a really great addition.
Good. Great, thank you. Item number 12, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item 12 is to adopt a resolution approving the extension of the Sacramento. Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong one. It's a report back on regional parks low-income annual pass sales.
Great, thank you. So I've had a few conversations with Liz Bellis, who I know is on the line to take questions if we have them. I've had a few conversations with her, and I think one with Ann about this. But as many of you know, Danny Wimmer Presents, who is the promoter of the Aftershock multi-day rock festival at Discovery Park. They've been partnering now with the county for several years. They did a wonderful job as usual. I think this past fall when they had Metallica headlining. And of course, that's one of the most intense uses of one of our regional park assets that we see each year. And there's a lot of focus and attention on making sure that the park and the parkway is left not just in the same condition as they found it, but in better condition. And for that, I'm grateful. One of the things that I've been discussing with the promoter through the representative in recent weeks is as part of the contribution that Danny Wimmer presents to the county, in addition to all the fees that they would pay and to coordinate their presence of their music festival. We're engaged in conversations to see what opportunity there is for the promoter to actually contribute. I'll call it the buy down value or cost of subsidizing the low income park fee program for the county. It's in the whole scheme of things, especially compared to the totality of our budget, it's not a whole lot of money, but I think it represents a great deal of value for folks that, quite frankly, use our regional park system and most notably the American River Parkway as their principal source of outdoor recreation, especially for folks that may not have backyards, may not have easy access to the outdoors, but for our park system. So I just wanted my colleagues to know that that's ongoing, and I'm pretty certain that we're going to kind of close on an agreement to make that happen shortly. And Liz is certainly in the loop, but I think it's important for the public to understand that connection with the promoters. And it's important for my colleagues to know that as well. Since this item was agendized, I thought this would be the appropriate place, Mr. Chair, to make mention of that. And I don't know if Liz has any other, wants to make any other comments about it, but she is on the line.
Liz, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Supervisors. Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. Yes, I'm very excited for this possible partnership moving forward so that we might be able to offer our low-income annual passes at no charge to those members of the public that utilize our park system and have the need to have the low-income annual pass. And I'm very excited to implement this, and hopefully we'll be able to finalize this agreement prior to the implementation of our new our new fee schedule March 1st.
Great. Thanks, Liz. Thanks to Supervisor Cerna for his leadership and certainly interest in this. And this was an outgrowth of our conversation on the park fee item that came before us a couple of weeks ago. So appreciate the quick turnaround with the report and the work that's ongoing. And in the event that this didn't pan out, I think I look at a very modest amount, and I think Supervisor Cerna makes a good point that's not lost on any of us. That obviously parks are, certainly a key part of quality of life and provide opportunity and access for folks who might not otherwise have, I think as he's pretty aptly said, access to other outdoor activities and so forth. And so whether it's our, local park system or the regional park system that the county operates, that's key to people's health and certainly well-being and opportunities for fun and memories and all the things that come with park experiences. So, and nonetheless, I think that this is a good effort, and I trust it'll come together with leadership of both Supervisor Cerna and our Parks Director Liz Bellis and others that are working on it. So thank you, Phil, and thanks, Liz, for adding to the item this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, I believe, do we have any other items? Like I said, I did have one I wanted to speak to. Did we cover everybody else's requests? I think we did. If we could just quickly call item 24, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is the retroactive authority to submit a grant application to the State of California Department of Healthcare Services and to accept up to $4,230,844 of Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act and American Rescue Plan Act grant funds for the period of July 1 through June 30th, 2025, authority to execute a retroactive revenue agreement with the State of California Department of Healthcare Services for $1,301,828 for a term through December 31, 2022, and to accept Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funds for the provision of the mental health services for children and adults, and authority to execute a retroactive revenue agreement with the State of California Department of Healthcare Services in the amount of $2,929,016 for a term through June 30th, 2025, to accept American Rescue Plan funds for the provision of mental health services in children and adults.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reading the title take longer than my question or comment, but appreciate you putting that into the record. I did address this in my briefing yesterday, and I did have a response back. I wanted to be sure under the item on page 3, which is the, in addition to the first episode, psychosis, working with folks on that and crisis stabilization, there's early intervention in Department of Health Services is going to collaborate with local school districts. And I wanted to be sure, I did have assurances come back via memo. I don't know if it went to all board members, that there were some school districts that were omitted from that list. And I understand for Siobhan that those will be included, but I wanted to make sure that River Delta, the Arcoe Elementary, and both the Galt High School and Galt Elementary, they're not a unified district, that all of those districts, and any other district that may have been omitted from the list that I didn't call out, that we're going to be making contact with all the school districts that serve these public school districts within the framework of the County of Sacramento. Some of them cross over, obviously, to other counties, but serve students in our schools in our county. So I just want to be sure that we'll, as we make the amendment, that we are inclusive. And I understood we would be, but it's even with the clarification, there was still an omission. That was my point. So, and I think we had that information from Siobhan that
yes, you can count on all the school districts being included.
Very good. Okay, that's all I have. All right, that takes us then to all the items on the consent calendar. Were there any other callers, Madam Clerk?
No other callers.
Okay. All right, so with that, we've taken one of the items already for the balance of the consent calendar. Then a motion would be in order.
I'll move the remaining consent items.
Second.
Okay, moved and second then to move the balance of the consent calendar. As noted, if there's nothing further, then please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that that's for items 1 through 30, with the exception of item 3 that had a separate vote.
Okay, now we go to our 9:45 presentation, and apologies to folks that have been waiting on this item, these two items.
Chair Natoli?
Yeah, go ahead, Ann.
I'm just wondering, you and I discussed this already. We are going to continue items 39 and 41 till tomorrow. I'm concerned that we might have people standing by to make comments and wonder if we could take that up a little early.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. And in fact, I didn't, since I was just a bit late to the start, I didn't know if that had been already talked about before I got to the meeting this morning. So before we go any further, I've got presentations. Let's take that up for consideration. And we did have some items drop off the Wednesday calendar that would free up some time, and recognizing obviously the length of the morning session and the balance of the calendar here. And those two items could be put over until tomorrow's afternoon session, assuming the board concurs with that. So any thoughts? Yes, Supervisor Cerna?
Do we need a motion then to continue those two items?
Yes, please.
Okay, so they were timed, but we can still do that?
Yeah, and I'm saying yes to that, Chairperson, and Lisa could correct me, but I did put a note. Actually, I didn't do a note, so I'm not sure. I'll let council tell me if that's possible. thought I had added a note on the agenda.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, it's possible. You just need to make a motion to continue, and it can be to a time certain tomorrow, or it doesn't need to be.
Yeah, I think we did have some time certains for these, if I'm not mistaken, Ann, because again, we have a lengthy closed session tomorrow, and then we have public session, and we already have some other timed items. So I think these were going to give people at least some idea when they would be heard, and not obviously have them sit all afternoon waiting for that item to come up. So
Yes, we were recommending item 39 at 4 p.m. and item 41 at 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
All right. As such, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we continue item 39 to 4 o'clock on Wednesday, February 16th, and item 41 to the 4:30 time slot for the same agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Supervisor Desmond. So that is the motion. Again, apologies to anybody that may have been on the line for these or participated this afternoon, but in the spirit of some agenda management and consideration for all involved from a time frame standpoint, this is probably an appropriate move. So with that, then, Madam Clerk, we do have a motion. Please call the roll.
Cerna. Kennedy.
Aye.
Desmond.
Aye.
Frost.
Aye.
Natoli.
Aye.
Unanimous vote. And I just wanted to clarify that I was asking if we could take that motion before 2:15 and 3 o'clock. That was my question.
Lisa said yes. We just did it.
That's fine.
Okay, good. Thanks, Flo, for being so conscientious, and thank you, Lisa. Okay.
You're welcome. You also have off-agenda items.
Off-agenda items, off-agenda callers.
Callers.
Okay, well, we'll win a hold for a moment on those. Just let's do the presentations. We have presentations, and I know and then we'll come back to the off-agenda callers before we go into the time matters beyond the two presentations. So.
Okay, item 31 is the presentation of resolution congratulating Tracy Lee upon the occasion of her retirement.
Okay, and I think, Lisa, you're going to kick this off.
I will kick it off. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair Natoli and members of the board. I think most of you know Tracy Lee. She is currently, there she is on the screen.
She's currently waving at us.
She is the Assistant County Counsel in the County Counsel's office, and she works at our Granite Park location, and she runs that office seamlessly and not effortlessly, but she makes it look effortlessly. So today we're here to honor her on the very exciting and special occasion of her retirement. There's a resolution that is attached to your agenda materials, and I won't read it, but I encourage everyone out there to read it because it's pretty remarkable. Tracy is a very, very special person. And it's really actually impossible to capture with the words in a resolution the impact that Tracy has had on the child welfare system, not only in Sacramento, but in the whole state of California. Her leadership, hard work, experience have significantly and positively impacted so many lives of the children and families in the child welfare system in Sacramento County, in the County Counsel's office, and in Sacramento County in general. I'm going to start by reading a few comments that I came across, some recently, some from about 12 years ago. So here we go. This message is from one of the leaders in the CPS system, Melissa Lloyd. This is what Melissa wrote when she found out that Tracy was retiring. I cannot even describe how missed you are going to be. Your contributions to our department overall have been nothing short of remarkable, and your direct impact on the work in child welfare is unlike anything most counties have ever had the privilege of receiving. You have seen a lot of us grow up in our careers, and you have been a constant source of support, both on an individual basis to many, and of course to our overall team. There will never be enough words to say thank you to you, Tracy. The other one I came across when I was looking through Tracy's personnel file, and there's so many great accolades over the years that she's received. But this one comes from our former boss, Kathleen O'Connor, who we call KO. And she was in the position that Tracy's been in for now about 10 or so years. And Kathleen was the prior Assistant County Counsel. And this is what Kathleen wrote in response to some emails that colleagues and clients had written to Tracy. This case is but one example of the outstanding work you do every single day. Your work ethic is exemplary. You get results because of your ability to bring people together to work cooperatively as a team. You have a phenomenal talent for successfully shepherding cases through an often disjointed and unresponsive system. Your diligent work to establish a better rapport with the court and department is very much appreciated and seems to be resulting in much improved practices that place the safety needs of children first and foremost. Thank you for your splendid work and remarkable dedication. So as you can see from those statements, as you can see, Tracy is a very special and talented person. She's a real unicorn in our midst. And I use the term unicorn because that's Tracy's favorite animal, and I really think she thinks those are real. So Tracy, thank you so much for running our office at Granite Park for 10 plus years. I have truly appreciated that aspect of you and the work that you've done. And I know that our predecessors, Bob, John, and Robin, have all appreciated it because we know that with you in charge, we never have to worry about anything that's happening at that office. So in addition to her uber competence, her professionalism, her dedication to work, everyone who knows her knows that Tracy is even better as a person. She has a true heart of gold, right? True heart of gold. And we have so many stories over the years, laughing, crying. And I'm going to save all the really good ones for your party. So if anybody wants to hear the really good stories, come out to Tracy's retirement party and you'll get to hear those. And also I want to say Tracy was Michelle Callejas was going to be here to read a statement, but she had to jump on a plane. So if it's okay with you all, I will read what Michelle Callejas had to say about Tracy. And as everybody on the call knows, that Michelle is the director of the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. That's a mouthful. And I know she's also a very close and dear friend of Tracy. So this is what Michelle had to say to Tracy. I'm so sorry we couldn't all be in chambers to acknowledge and celebrate you in person. I just want to thank you so much for all you've done for our department. I first met you in January of 2012 when I became a deputy director of CPS. And I remember coming home that night and announcing, I really like our county council. She's tough as nails, but has a big heart. You helped educate me right away. We're so supportive in my transition from mental health back to child welfare. Over the years, we partnered on different efforts and strategically added attorney positions to our training unit to strengthen our support of staff, to understand the latest laws and mandates, but also to deliver services with quality and implementation of best practices. You were also on the leadership team to forge a stronger partnership with probation, behavioral health, CPS, education, and the juvenile court to implement Georgetown University's crossover youth model practice model. You led and supported your team in learning the ins and outs of representing our kids in the juvenile dependency court to ensure a thorough assessment about which system was better suited to meet the needs of our youth. What I didn't know at the time and discovered after I became director of DCFAS was that you also oversaw the work in probate court on behalf of individuals and our community that are under conservatorship. Your leadership, passion, vision, and of course, much needed patience with us has had a direct and positive impact on the safety and well-being of children, families, older adults, and dependent adults in our community. For that, I am truly grateful, and our county is lucky to have had you for so long. Thank you for your personal support, celebrating with me during wins, and supporting me during some very tough times. I appreciate you so much and wish you all the best on your well-deserved retirement. Congratulations, my friend. And that was from Michelle Callejas. And with that, I will turn it over to anyone else who wants to make a comment for Tracy.
All right, well, thanks, Lisa. Tracy, you have to hold on for a second. I know we got some board members that have punched up here, and thanks, Lisa. You did a fine job, I think, of summarizing, just a touch of some of the, the contributions that Tracy's made, and you did it. You kind of fought to almost the tears there, but because there is a lot of emotion and certainly affection in working so closely with a colleague who you have obviously in your members of your office, but many others have deep respect for. So that's thank you for taking the time to do that. And as you said, the resolution in its entirety is up on the web, and people can at least read some of what she's done. And I guess if they want to hear more, they'll have to invite themselves to the retirement party. So, okay, with that, let's go to Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Cerna and others if you'd like.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say a few words, to Tracy and about Tracy. Coming from the perspective of a lawyer, I have tremendous respect for Tracy and the work that she does. I've seen it up close during a certain series of mediations that we went through that we all know about, and watched her as when she was interim county counsel, watched her take that job tremendously and steer the county through some difficult times. Also from a legal perspective, probably one of the hardest jobs in the entire county is the one that Tracy has had. And I can tell you that in the almost 8 years that I've been in this seat, I think Tracy's been at closed session maybe twice. That is a huge accomplishment. That tells you that she knows how to do her job. She does it well. I can't add much to what Lisa said because she said it well, as did Michelle, but also as a person, a tremendous person, a huge heart. People don't know this, but Tracy actually stands about 8 feet tall. She will leave her mark and has left her mark on not just the county of Sacramento, but more importantly, children and families in Sacramento. She's been a tremendous addition and part of Sacramento County's family, and she will be greatly missed. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that, looking back, however long I do this job, when I look back and I think about the great moments of being a county supervisor, it would probably be right at the top of the list would be the moment that I actually saw Tracy and Supervisor Peters get kicked off of an Amtrak car. Probably one of the great moments in Sacramento County history. So, Tracy, thank you for everything you've done for the families, the people of Sacramento County, and for our staff. And you've been a tremendous leader, and I'm happy to call you a friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Kennedy. Paul Harvey might ask us for the rest of the story on that last one, but I guess maybe it's left better untold. So,
come to the retirement party.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks, Patrick. Okay, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just pile on with the thank yous. Specific to me, it was a difficult time to be chair, to be very candid, during a pandemic, historic pandemic outbreak, and the closure of so many of the institutions that we thought would never close during my tenure in the second rotation as chair for the board back in 2020, and was alluded to by Supervisor Kennedy. During that time, we went through very significant turmoil here at the county, and what constituted, in my mind, the beginning of a culture shift that is ongoing. And to her credit, Tracy was thrust right into the middle of that, and I had the opportunity to work closely with she and others to see us through that bit of a stormy time here at the county. So I just wanted to extend and offer my gratitude for helping me as chair at the time, and certainly in all the other capacities in which Tracy's excelled, advancing, from her legal post, her perspective, advancing what is in the best interest of children and families here and in the county for decades. So congratulations to you, Tracy. And This means that you get to have a lot more yoga in your days. So I hope you're planning on continuing to do that and other things to keep your mind and body and spirit healthy. And thank you for all you've done for us.
Thanks, Phil. Supervisor Frost.
Tracy, I just wanted to say it's just been a pleasure and an honor to know you. I was astonished that you could, no matter where we were or how hard the situation was, you could just step in and handle it. You're a consummate professional. You're amazing at what you do. And what I really admired about you is you really knew where your heart was. We probably could have offered, positions to you, and there have been times when we've asked for help, but you always knew where you wanted to be. And you're such an impressive soul. So I just want you to know, I really appreciate your work at the county and your commitment and your willingness to help us when we really needed it.
Thanks. Thank you, Sue. Ann, you wanted to?
Yes, I first want to just, hi Tracy, agree with everything everybody has said. And I've known Tracy for a long time. I was once the Department of Health and Human Services director and worked with her on child welfare issues. But I don't know much about her as a lawyer. What I do know about her is a person. And people have commented on that already. Tracy has an incredible heart. She has an incredible sense of integrity. She has an incredible sense of fun, which I think is really important when we do these very, very difficult jobs. Tracy's been a very quiet, behind the scenes supporter of me. And I really appreciate that Tracy. And, we haven't had lots and lots of time together recently, but I've enjoyed the times that we have had together. You've made a profound difference on the child welfare system and on the county and on the residents that we serve. And when I saw the email, it literally came in an email that you were retiring, and I can't really say what I said to myself, but I was like, oh my goodness, she's leaving. That's such a loss for the county. So I will miss you greatly, and I wish you well, walking your dogs around the park and doing the things that you love to do. So best wishes to you.
Thanks, Ann. Tracy, before I give you an opportunity to rebut here, just going to say too, I've had the good fortune of working with you and many of your colleagues throughout my many years of county service. And I know you've been called upon to fill the void on a number of occasions and have done that very capably and very humbly, but very professionally. And I appreciate that. Oftentimes we get a chance to interact with those in the county ranks, but also to observe from a bit of a distance. And again, I know that I know of your good work, and I know of the challenge that at least some of those that are presented on a daily basis in your work. And but I think you've taken that on with a lot of vigor and certainly a real commitment to serving people, recognizing, and I think Lisa said it, a system that was described as being broken or unresponsive. Well, you're not able to fix all that, and again, we need the miracle worker to do that. But you can, in your own realm, in your own world, in your own time, can working with others can make a difference. And and those are small miracles at times that things work out well when people are in great distress. And people from all walks of life, of all ages, of all all types of unbelievable situations sometimes because of the mess that we as humans can create amongst ourselves, and sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. And yet you've been able to be a real guiding force and I guess a beacon of light to describe that. And I say that with all degree of seriousness, that light shines through, and sometimes the darkness overwhelms it. But those beacons are important, and what you've been able to, I think, demonstrate to those around you, certainly in the team setting, as a leader and a mentor, someone who, again, often quietly went about, your task and your business, but you left out with those that will continue to carry on the good work. And so, with all that being said, I know you have had a deep commitment to serving the people of this county, and many folks have benefited greatly from your work, and never even knew you were the one that was working on it. So, again, I want to just wish you well. Many blessings in the days to come, and thank you for your good service to the people of this community. And you're a real kindred spirit, someone who cares deeply, and have left their mark in many ways, as my colleagues have said, on the lives of the people of this county. And so for that, we offer you our gratitude, our appreciation, and best wishes for a good life and for many years to come. Congratulations, Tracy. And with that, you're on.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, my mouth is all dry. I'm not even sure how to respond other than thank you. It's funny, I'm sure if my husband's able to watch right now, he's laughing that anybody called me quiet. But I'll go with that. From my time at the public defender's office, working next to brilliant criminal defense attorneys, to the last 20 years at county counsel's office with my amazing colleagues. One of the things that comes out is public service, all of these dedicated public servants, and just how remarkable these people are. And, from the line social worker or the public guardian through management, you heard from Melissa Lloyd and Michelle Callas, and it was Ann Edwards was management, middle management, all the way up to the amazing leaders that you have been so wise to choose in Ann Edwards and my boss, Lisa Travis. The dedicated public service that your county employees give to the constituents, to your constituents, is remarkable. And when I did have the privilege of serving for 6 long months with you guys, as I said, drinking from a fire hose, that I got to see that everywhere in the county. And what the people of Sacramento County need to feel confident in is the leadership and commitment that you all show, and that you are instilling, and that these leaders here, Ann and Lisa, are bringing out. If I did my job right, which I think I did, by my retirement date is the 22nd, that on the 23rd, the county will be in even better hands with the assistant county counsel that's been appointed is Jen McLaren. And that will lead that, and hopefully never have to show up into a closed session, and will take that leadership and move it on. It just is, you've got an amazing team out there at the Granite Park office, and I know they will do me proud. And I want to say thank you for all the kind words. I'm like sweating. So I appreciate it. And it's never been dull. I've learned something new every single day. It's been an exciting job. I love my job, and I'm sad to leave it, but it's time. It's time. It's time. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. We applaud you.
Thanks.
Congratulations, and all the best. And yeah.
And I'm just going to, so it's not just hanging out there. We got kicked off that train because it was the quiet train. And between Susan Peters and I, there's no quietness anywhere. So we got kicked off the train.
Oh, that poor conductor probably got his share of noise, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was funny. Patrick took a little bit too much joy in it, I think.
Well, thank you for sharing, both of you, Patrick and certainly, again, all the best to you, Tracy. And
thank you.
Enjoy the final week. You're in the home stretch now. There's no doubt about it. You're zeroing in on it. So, and Lisa, thank you for preparing the resolution and
thank you.
Item. So,
thanks for letting us take the time. We appreciate
all right, Tracy, you take care. All the best.
Bye.
Okay. we have any callers on that item? Or we have general acclamation? on that?
We don't have any callers on this item.
Okay, very good. Okay, the other presentation, I understand because of took a bit of time on the consent calendar that we may have to reschedule. Is that correct on item 32?
Yes, we need to drop item 32 and we will reschedule it for a future date.
Okay, do we need a motion to drop it?
Drop it, yeah.
Do you have a motion? Chair would move.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to drop item 32. Certainly our apologies for delays that may have made it difficult for those that are going to present to be with us. We'll try to get that back on the calendar as soon as possible. I know it's an important item, and thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I know you've been helping to coordinate on that as well. So, all right, we have a motion and a second to drop that item. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, let's go back to our off-agenda callers. And again, apologies for delays. The folks may have been on hold for a bit. We'll take those and then we'll go into our remaining portion of the morning calendar.
Okay, could you transfer the off-agenda caller, please? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Debbie. I've lived in the county for 22 years. And I want to thank you all for your public service to our county and our communities. Misinformation is a serious threat to public health. Disinformation is dangerous and poses a threat to the health and well-being of the residents of Sacramento County, whether it be told by residents, county officials, health officials, the legacy press, the state, and or the federal government. I want to go on record and give you my testimony of my experience with misinformation. On Tuesday afternoon, February the 8th, a friend and I went into 6 pharmacies in the Arden area, ranging from Rite Aid, Walgreens, CVS, a private compounding pharmacy, and a Raley's pharmacy, requesting the package inserts showing FDA approval of the COVID shots. First, I asked for the pharmacist's business card. I told them I was interested in receiving a COVID shot that is FDA approved. And then I asked them if they would be willing to provide the package inserts for Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Then I waited and waited and waited. They came back with fact sheet papers printed off the internet and or handed me a blank insert that looked like holiday tissue paper. So then I said, please show me where it says this is FDA approved, as I was circling all the places on the fact sheets that stated EUA. Then I told them, so it's a lie that these injections are FDA approved? Are you comfortable with lies? But I am not. I know that believing lies is detrimental to my mental health. Then I gave them a flyer showing that it is against federal law to force or mandate anyone to receive an emergency use authorization or medication, and requested that they call me when they are able to provide the actual FDA approval. I thanked them for their time and walked out of the store. Since August 2021, the public has been told that these injections are FDA approved. It is extremely concerning that 6 out of 6 pharmacists could not verify that these COVID shots are FDA approved. The Sacramento Board of Supervisors has passed a resolution in September 2021 that these shots were indeed FDA approved. I have proven with my own experience that they are not. Therefore, I am giving you notice again today. I already shared another experience with you on December 21st. I'm giving you notice again today that I have firsthand knowledge that these are not FDA approved and must be voluntary. According to Title 21, the FDA says that these have to be voluntary. They cannot be mandated by schools, hospitals, or any institutions or government. From this day forward, I, as one of the people, knowing that you are our public servants, demand that you cease and desist creating misinformation by describing these mRNA shots as FDA approved. Furthermore, requiring or passing resolutions to ask for an individual's medical condition or vax status in public or private is unlawful and repugnant to the people's common law and civil rights. If you continue to do so, you will knowingly be breaking the law, and you can be held accountable for grossly misleading the public whom you have been hired to serve. I want to thank you for your time, and I hope that you consider these facts appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, for your comments and for sharing that information. Okay, do we have any other callers
No.
off agenda?
You have no other off-agenda comments.
All right. With that, we'll go to our next item, which is item 33.
All right, so your next item would be item 33. This is the one-year action plan, federal program allocation process, workshop number 1.
Okay, Michelle, do you?
Okay, Celia's going to kick us off with the presentation on the action plan.
Hi. Good morning, Supervisors. Celia Iniguez. I'm the Federal Programs Manager for SHRA. And I'm pleased to start off the year with February, with a workshop around the 2023 allocation, one-year action plan allocation process. So this morning, I'm just going to give you a highlight around our federal programs and specifically around CDBG, share with you what you've approved in these last couple of years and the process from here out. As I mentioned, this is just the first step over the next 9 months in which we'll identify projects and programs to be funded by 3 federal programs, including HOME for affordable housing, the Emergency Solutions Grant to address those that are unhoused and the prevention of homelessness, as well as the Community Development Block Grant. And it's important to note that this process aligns with the county's own budget process and specifically the capital improvement process. Next slide, please. So as an overview, every 5 years, we prepare an analysis of impediments to fair housing and subsequently the consolidated plan. The consolidated plan is our overall policy document to address those issues identified in the analysis of impediments to fair housing. The consolidated plan covers 5 years, 2020 through 2024. And each year you as the board adopt an action plan identifying projects and programs for those funding sources I mentioned earlier. The overall objectives for the consolidated plan is to create ladders of opportunity for our low and moderate income residents through increased affordable housing, through addressing public facilities and infrastructure, and public services. Next slide. Community Development Block Grant must meet one of 3 national objectives. These 3 include it must be in an area of low and moderate income benefit, and this area must be primarily residential, and those residents must be at least 51% of those residents must be low and moderate income residents. The second national objective is the low and moderate income clientele. Those folks receiving services must be at or below 80% of area median income, and typically those funds are that is eligible for programs such as addressing homelessness and the Meals on Wheels program. And the third category is low and moderate income housing, so providing housing to individuals at or below the 80% of median income. So again, it either needs to be in an area of a low and moderate income area, specifically to clienteles who are at or below 80% of median income, or for affordable housing. Next slide, please. Then it also needs to meet an eligible activity. Primarily, the board funds a significant amount in public facilities and infrastructure, public services, as well as providing home ownership. There also funding can also go towards environmental studies and providing funding, administrative funding for staff to implement. Next slide, please. Just pointing out a couple of the major ineligible activities, including government buildings and regular operating and maintenance expenses. Next slide, please. This is the estimated entitlement for 2023. We base this on what has been approved in previous years. We get the final amount in about April of each year. So this is based on what we've been approved for 2021. So we've just carried this amount forward, anticipating no change in the entitlement. These numbers, it's important to understand that these numbers are generated from HUD, and they tell us what that award is annually. So CDBG, we estimate a little over 6 million, in home for affordable housing at 3.2, and in the emergency solutions grant and around 500,000. So for a total about 9.8 million, we estimate. Next slide, please. This is what was approved by the board for the 2022 allocations. You can see that it is more than what was approved, what we anticipate, what we received in the entitlement. That's because we often have funding that we can reprogram. So if a program or project ends under budget, we have the ability to reprogram that money, as well as program income that we received during the year. For example, if an affordable housing developer were to pay off their loan, that would be program income. So we allocate it to the infrastructure, affordable housing, public services, planning and admin, and our agreement cities. And the capital reserve is essentially a contingency if any projects during the year go over budget. Next slide, please. I'm going to go over in the past 3 years, again, that's time period of the consolidated plan, what has been allocated to the infrastructure and public facilities by district. So in District 1, which has the smallest amount of eligible CDBG area, that is only in the county, that district has a significant amount in the city. So this is only from the county allocation. Jack Davis Park in District 2, allocations have gone to Florin area LED streetlights, countywide ADA curb ramps, and the 44th Street bicycle and pedestrian and lighting improvements. And just as a reminder, that's near the Cornerstone project, which is an SHRA project with Mutual and Habitat, which will include affordable housing and single family by Habitat. Next slide, please. In Council District 3, Supervisor District 3 is the ADA curb ramps. We've allocated to Arden Way in the past 3 years as well. Empowerment Park, I do need to point out that it's been allocated in 2020 and 2021 for a total of 500,000. That number is correct. Also to the Watt Avenue Complete Streets in 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. In District 4, Gibson Ranch, ADA improvements, Rio Linda Streetlight design. And in District 5, Gene Harvey, Community Center roof, the Mather Community Campus improvements, and Walnut Grove, ADA restroom. It's important to note that the required agreement cities, sorry, it's not included in this because we are obligated to provide them a specific proportional amount. Next slide, please. This is a highlight of what that process will be for approval of the 2023 action plan. So we are starting out with this workshop to just talk about and remind the board what is eligible for CDBG, how much funding we anticipate. And we will also be meeting later this month with county staff to begin to talk about what might be the projects and programs they are contemplating. So in these next month or two, we really like to hear what your ideas for projects and programs are and then we will work with the county staff to determine feasibility on their end from the technical side, and we will look at it from an eligibility for the CDBG side. So we'll be taking the next several months, couple of months to do that. We anticipate coming back in April with a draft list, and we would start at our commission in April, March, April. Next slide, please. And then come to the board in April, May target area. And then if needed, we would continue to meet with the county to finalize those project descriptions. And we would have a complete proposed action plan by August. Next slide, please. And then we would bring that forward for approval, starting at our commission, and then of course to the board for final approval and submission to HUD in November. So again, this is the beginning of the process. And if there are any technical questions over the next months, we are available as well as county staff for more specific project discussion. So I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Celia. And let me get some hands up here. I wanted to ask you a couple of quick questions. One on the list for expenditures in respective supervisorial districts. I just wanted to make an important, I think, footnote to the Mather community campus item. That was staff generated as related to, I think, a boiler replacement, and I think general services and SHRA. You correct me if I'm wrong. You worked on that before it came to us. It wasn't something where we went out to the community. It was needed. And I want to be clear because it shows $1,085,000, and granted, community campus is certainly within District 5 and very supportive. And I wanted to talk about kind of going forward, but I wanted to be clear about that. That didn't emanate. I don't think it came to my attention. I mean, we knew we had some needs out there, but can you maybe clarify that so I can have understanding? It shows like a big number in retrospect. $80,000 contribution to the roof to Harvey was important, and again, that work has been underway and getting close to completion. But I wanted to be clear because I understood this process, kind of this community. You go to the county staff, but and I don't know. I see Bruce is on here too, but I don't think that necessarily came. It didn't certainly. I mean, I know there are needs at community campus. I'm supportive, but I want to be clear about how those expenditures are kind of categorized because otherwise, it looks like a big push went to D5, and granted that money was put into the campus on a needed improvement, but I don't think that started with my recollection was that didn't start with me or the community.
Correct. So so as part of the process, SHRA meets with county staff and all of the different departments, and they provide their proposed recommended list. And so, yes, that was proposed by county staff. I don't know, Bruce, if you'd like to add anything to that.
Supervisor, you're right. That originated from the staff at DHA recognizing the condition of that boiler. This is the boiler for specifically building 1707, you recall, Supervisor. So you're quite right. That was just raised by the staff as an urgent need out there. And then in addition to that was the roof work in building 1703.
No, and I appreciate that, Bruce. Again, those needs were very real. And I know that, again, in our general fund allocation, we made some, contributions. Again, thank Ann and you, Bruce, and others for recommending that. But, the block grant monies, not unlike general fund monies, are certainly, precious dollars. And I know we've done a facilities assessment out there at the community campus, and there's some some more needs, and these are very essential to even the habitability when it's the roofs and the boilers. And the fact that they had to rent space heaters or buy space heaters last year for some of those rooms because we didn't have a functional boiler. I know it's been corrected, and appreciate the work that went into that. I would just suggest, though, as we go forward this year, that if we're looking at some of these, certainly for District 5, I would like us to, and thank you, Celia, for sending the maps over that showed the block grant eligible areas within our respective districts, that we may look a little more outreach. I mean, it's certainly easier to go to county staff, and they're always going to have a list that's at hand to supplement needed either facility improvements or capital expenditures. But I guess what I wanted to ask specifically was that as it relates to the Delta, and again, the Delta communities, I know we spend a lot of time at SHRA. Again, I always want to give credit to you, Lachelle, and your staff for helping us get requalified. I don't know what the new census has shown, but it sounds like we're still in, and that's good. Could we do some outreach again with the folks in those communities? I think about from Freeport down to Cortland and Hood, certainly Walnut Grove and Ileton, the hubs of in those legacy communities. And in each of those communities has some organization that is reflective. I mean, there's a Cortland Town Council, there's Freeport Town Committee, there's a Hood Town Council, in Walnut Grove, we've got county service area that serves the community, and certainly in Ileton, which is an agreement city. But I'd like to spend a little time, again, rather than just, certainly as a supervisor, I get things called to my attention. And in our briefing yesterday, I mentioned to you, obviously parks and libraries, infrastructure that might be noted and something I'm aware of, but there's a greater awareness at the community level. And I guess I would ask that if we could, and maybe consolidate and have a community meeting at Gene Harvey, for example, and invite folks to come in and give us some ideas. Again, recognizing they're not large sums of money, but there are certainly needs that might be addressed that we are not aware of at this level. And again, I respect staff's knowledge, whether it's parks or DHA or any of the other departments, but I'd like us to do that. And so again, without burdening you with additional meetings, I think it would be good to have, it's probably time to touch base and maybe to, have some general assembly of folks and get the word out. And there may be housing needs and other things that, there's a general awareness of, but maybe there's some specific things that we could look to fund as we go through this process. So Michelle, and see Celia, if you would be, certainly my office could assist in some regard to do some of that outreach, but I want to, emphasize the importance of that. So, okay.
We can do that.
Yeah, and then I see Supervisor Frost, but just real quickly, I also would say just when it comes to Mayfield Community Campus that I am certainly, very interested in looking at the realm of funding possibilities for either improving the existing housing and or, additive as it relates to both the community campus program, the Adolfo program for the transitional age youth, the veterans that are served their families and individuals. And SHRA has been a strong partner in the past. And I know Ann and I have had frequent discussions, probably weekly, about this as it relates to ARPA and some other opportunities working with the city, but certainly with our county agencies and nonprofit partners. And so I think a little focus to that is how we might be a partner, because again, these dollars can be complementary. They may not be the sole source of funding, be complementary to some of the other things we're looking at, including general fund that we put into community campus, but some of the opportunities. So again, as we go forward in the next couple of months, I'd like to, be a part of at least the initial conversation and leave it to you folks to kind of maybe craft some thoughts that would help supplement what we're looking to achieve, both in the realm of housing, but also programming that out at the campus and adjacent properties. Okay. All right, that's all I had. Supervisor Frost.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask regarding the Rio Linda area LED streetlights. That's a project that, we've been talking about it over time, and we talked about it in our meeting the other day. And I just wanted to ask, because the community is asking, what can we expect as far as the timeline on when we can complete that project. I think it was at the end of 2016 that Supervisor McGlashan did part of M Street, and then there was the rest of the street that we were going to finish. And I know you've run into some obstacles on the design, but I wondered if you could just comment on that and give me some feedback on what I can take back to the community.
Certainly. So that's a Department of Transportation program project, and I believe that will be in design this year. What I will do is we have our regular coordination meeting with them, and we will follow up with you specifically on what that status is. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I will know in the next couple of weeks, and we can get that information to you. I do anticipate this would be an activity that we would look to fund in 2023 for construction. So that is my most likely will be the recommendation from staff, but we'll get back to you on a status.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Celia, if I could just ask you too, the status on a project when you were before us last year, but the ADA restrooms in Walnut Grove, that's been probably, again, I don't put this all on SHRA, but probably been better part of 10 years in the works. And we supplemented the funding last year because the cost had basically doubled. Is that something we're still, I think you told me you thought you'd be out to construction. I recognize the market's pretty hot right now, but
yes.
So what's the contemplated timeframe for delivery?
So we anticipate going to bid in the spring, and so hopefully completion this year. I did check in when we were allocating the additional funds that our construction staff believes that we have sufficient funding, but we will, of course, we always know until you actually go out to bid what the real numbers are. So we will get you a more specific at your next briefing, what that more specific schedule is. But we anticipate, fingers crossed, that it will get completed this year.
Okay, and you secured permits and all the pathways cleared, it's just now going to construction, obviously, and seeing that the project is constructed, so. Okay.
Yep.
Very good, thanks. All right, any other members of the board, any other thoughts? This is early in the process, and again, thanks to Michelle and Celia for the effort of you and your colleagues on this. I don't see any other hands up by supervisors at this juncture. So there'll be other touch points back with obviously both individual members, county staff, and other community groups. And then we'll be back, as Celia outlined, for a couple more touchbacks on this. Any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers.
Okay. All right. Michelle, Celia, anything else you wanted to get clarification on? Otherwise, you're good to go.
Yes, I just wanted to also emphasize that this is just the beginning and kickoff. So there are still continual opportunities as projects may come up that the community raises or from your staff that in my briefings, please be sure to let us know so that we can get it into the list and start our due diligence. So.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. So this is, I think this is a receive and file for today's purposes. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was just a workshop, so it is.
Workshop.
Yeah, very good. Okay. All right. If there's nothing further, then thanks to all, and we'll see more to come on this. And we'll then move to our next item, another SHRA, item 34, Madam Clerk, if you call it.
Authority to execute 18-month conditional loan commitment with Urban Housing Communities in the amount of $2 million in Home Investment Partnerships Program funds for the new construction of crossing at Woodbury Way Affordable Housing Development.
Good afternoon, Board. Christine Weichert, SHRA. The item before you requests approval of $2 million of a loan commitment of county home funds to the crossings at Woodbury in Rancho Cordova. The City of Rancho Cordova, a participating member of the Home Consortium, is requesting home funds to be allocated to this affordable housing project. The City of Rancho Cordova is providing vacant land to develop the new 28-unit multifamily development. The project consists of three-story walk-up buildings with tuck-under parking and includes 2 and 3 bedroom units plus a manager's unit. The affordability will be restricted to 30 to 60% of area median income. And the site amenities will include community room with kitchen, play equipment, and laundry room. Developer is Urban Housing Communities, who has years of experience in residential development. And in 2012, the same developer built crossings at New Rancho next door to this project. The property management company is Buckingham Property Management, which also manages the crossings at New Rancho. A New Day Home Health Care will provide 8 hours of after-school services at the site as well. Other financing includes $1.6 million of City of Rancho Cordova funding, fee waivers, and a seller carryback loan for the land. The project will apply for 9% tax credits in March. In closing, staff's recommending approval of the $2 million home loan commitment for crossings at Woodbury Way. And it should be noted that this $2 million commitment will result in utilizing Rancho Cordova's share of home allocation through the year 2027. And staff to be able to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. Any questions? I don't see any hands up. Do we have any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers at this time.
Okay, with that, bring it back to the board. I would just, quick note, sort of supportive of this. I commented yesterday that this was the former site of the Stagger Inn. Local tavern there, and there's some other businesses in that center. The city, I think, acquired the property some years ago and has been working to bring the second phase forward. So I'm supportive of it. And unless there's any questions or comments, I would move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Seconded, and nothing further than Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cerna.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
Desmond.
Give him just a moment. He may have stepped away.
Sorry. I
He
didn't
stepped away
realize-
just for a second.
I didn't realize he left the room. Frost.
Aye.
And Anatoli.
Aye.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Supervisor Desmond, he's here.
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
aye, sorry.
Okay.
and Mr. Chair, as somebody who went to high school right down the street, I have to say that the Stagger Inn is still one of the best names for a bar of all time.
Stagger in, stagger out. Yeah, very good. That's right. You recall that. Oh my gosh. Okay. And thanks, Supervisor Desmond, for getting there for the vote. Okay. Very good. Let's go to the next item, please.
Item 35 is the resolution approving the 2021-22 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program funding recommendations.
Okay, Amanda, I believe.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. I'm Amanda Thomas, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and I'll be presenting the 21-22 Transient Occupancy Tax, or TOT, Grant Program funding recommendations. Next slide, please. As you know, the TOT grant program was approved in 2017 to provide financial support for community-based organizations and programs and services in Sacramento County through a competitive application process. With the September 8th, 2021 budget approval, the board approved $1 million in fiscal year 2021-22 to fund the continuation of the TOT grant program for a 5th year. And of that $1 million, and consistent with prior years, $500,000 is designated for the highest ranking applications, with $125,000 allocated for each of 4 subject areas. And $500,000 is designated for district discretion, with $100,000 allocated for each district. Next slide, please. The application period for this year's grant program was September 10th, 2021 through October 11th, 2021. And on September 16th, budget and debt management staff presented a 90-minute workshop to provide details about the program and answer questions from potential applicants, with over 150 in attendance. A total of 150 eligible applications requesting an aggregate $4.9 million in funding were received by the October 11th deadline. And subject matter experts reviewed proposals in each of the 4 subject areas as listed here on this slide. Next slide, please. After reviewing each of the applications, the subject expert panels convened to discuss, assign scores to the applications, and develop funding recommendations based on the assigned scores. Following the subject panel scoring, the TOT grant review panel met to discuss the subject expert panel recommendations and determine final funding recommendations. The TOT grant review panel includes 2 board members, as identified here, Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy, and the chiefs of staff representing the remaining 3 districts. Next slide, please. So based on the subject expert panel recommendations, the TOT grant review panel recommends that the board award $125,000 to the highest ranking applications in each of the 4 activity categories. As listed in attachment 1 to the staff report, that the board fund the recommended applications that generally up to 50% of their total request or the $5,000 minimum funding amount in an effort to expand the number of grants awarded. And in addition to the subject expert panel recommendations, award $500,000 or $100,000 per district to applicants at each board member's discretion, again, as identified in attachment 1. Next slide, please. So the recommendations before the board today are to approve the TOT grant review panel recommendation to fund the 72 organizations and projects as listed in attachment 1, and to authorize the county executive or designee to execute and amend agreements with the organizations approved to receive TOT grant program funding. And just before I conclude, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the hard work of Tina Kapke from our office, as well as our consultant, Shelley Willis, for their role in shepherding this process. And I'd also like to thank all the subject expert panelists, as well as the members of the TOT grant review panel for their contributions to developing the recommendations that are before you today. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amanda. And again, I would echo your thanks to all the folks that participated on the various panels, review, certainly to Tina and economic development staff, as well as obviously the reviewers and certainly the colleagues, supervisors and their representatives, the panel review as well. So with that, we had a recommendation. My colleagues first. See any hands up? All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any callers?
We do. Hang on just one second. Can you transfer the caller? Somebody was transferring a call, but I don't know why. We were still in, you guys were still talking, and so I'm not sure if there's another person on the phone. If you could transfer that caller and get the other caller back.
To talk more into the mic.
They're going to try and get the caller back on the phone.
Okay.
Okay, they've tried to call the person back multiple times and they're not answering the phone. So,
Was it on this item?
yes.
Okay. Well, we can hold the item open for a moment. We've got a couple other items for the lunch break here. And again, I don't, was the first on hold for quite a while?
I don't think so. There was no one. And then right at the last minute, the person showed up in the queue, but they were transferring the call while you guys were talking. So I didn't even understand what was happening.
Fine. Yeah, not a problem with that. So let's just hold the item open for a moment. We'll bring it back to the board. If there was someone who was trying to call again, we're trying to manage a lot of different technical aspects of this. And we can, so let's, again, to the chair, we'll hold the item for a moment and let's go to.
The person's back in the queue. Can you grab the person and transfer the caller? And it was someone who was misdialing a number. They actually didn't transfer the call. So whoever was calling one of our lines, they were dialing the wrong phone number. So it was the timing, but they're back now in the queue.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi. This is Lisa Cami from California Lawyers for the Arts. And on behalf of our entire organization, we wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors and the review panelists and Tina for approving our TOT grant proposal. We look forward to serving the creative community and contributing to the continued growth of arts and culture in Sacramento. And we just wanted to pop on and thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks for your patience and making the connection, and appreciate your comments today.
Thank you so much. Take care.
There are no other callers.
Okay, very good. All right, then I'll bring it back to the board and we're able to thank you and your staff, Flo, for helping make the connection there. That was great. Okay, so do we have a recommendation? Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
I moved by Kennedy, seconded by Desmond to approve the recommendation as noted in the staff report for item 35. If there's nothing further, then Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cerna.
Aye.
Kennedy.
Aye.
Desmond.
Aye.
Frost.
Aye.
Natoli.
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you again, Amanda, to you and your staff for all the help. I know this is not just a one and done, it's administered throughout the year, so appreciate your efforts. So, okay, go to our next item.
Declaration of a shelter crisis.
So Ann or Emily, who's got the?
I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Emily Halkin, your Director of Homeless Initiatives. As you know, in the current fiscal year budget, the Board of Supervisors has made a very significant investment in efforts to address homelessness, allocating over $15 million in general funds to enhance outreach, supportive services, sheltering, and housing efforts. Included in this funding commitment was the request to open up to 200 spaces of shelter to serve those living unsheltered through the development of sanctioned encampments, as well as a commitment to explore the use of alternative building methods in these sites as a way to more expediently address the unsheltered homeless crisis. Since this budget commitment, the board and the community have continually placed homelessness as one of the top public policy and funding priorities for the county. As you know, in November, the board allocated 39% of your phase 1 ARPA allocation, or $59 million, for programs that will address housing and homeless needs in the community. And then in our recent community survey for the upcoming budget, homelessness was identified as the top issue by the community, and the board replied to this call from the community by prioritizing, again, funding for new county programs to those that address homelessness as well as the impacts of homelessness. So we know that not only is homelessness a very large and growing issue in our community, it's also a very human issue, and one that necessitates that we seek and develop new collaborative partnerships, that we work with a sense of urgency, and that we think outside the box as we look for solutions to this very complex issue. So today's action asks the board to make a public declaration that we are in a shelter crisis, that as a community, we do not have enough shelter or housing capacity to meet the needs of those who are living unsheltered in Sacramento. And while the board certainly has already recognized this crisis over and over again through funding and programmatic decisions that you've made, the declaration codifies the facts behind this crisis and allows the board and the staff to act with a greater sense of urgency. Specifically, by adopting this declaration, it will allow the use of public facilities for emergency housing or temporary sheltering activities during the period of the crisis. And this could either be properties that the county purchases or leases with the sole intent of using them as shelter, or it could also mean the reuse of existing facilities. Secondly, this declaration will allow us to expedite some planning and building approvals when erecting new sheltering or temporary housing facilities in the county. And thirdly, it will provide the county some immunity from negligence related to that development and operations of shelters developed under this declaration. One of the critical timing pieces is that this declaration must first be in place prior to adopting some building code amendments that will allow us to use some alternative shelter structure types. And the item immediately following me today, will present those building code updates, and Nancy Springer, the chief building official, will expand on the implication of those code updates. In a nutshell, this is our first step towards the county constructing what we are calling safe stay communities, the sanctioned encampments, first using sleeping cabins, but potentially in the future, developing safe parking facilities and using other types of facilities to quickly stand up sheltering opportunities. Staff have been working on multiple sites before the declaration, and we continue to work on those. We are researching lots of sites that are under our control and that we might potentially want to invest in. We're developing preliminary site plans, vetting them with the community, and hope to have the first site in front of the board very shortly. And while the declaration of a shelter crisis may remove some of the requirements for the board to formally approve some of these sites or the development activities on those sites, we are committed and we will be bringing all of those sites to the board before we begin construction for your input, as well as to provide a forum for the community at large to weigh in. So this concludes my comments on the declaration. I'm happy to take questions, and my colleagues from Planning and Building and the County Council are also here for any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for the presentation. So let me go to the colleagues first, questions, and then we'll see if we have callers. So Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Question for you, Emily. The resolution has a few whereases at the front end that I presume are there to first kind of acknowledge the magnitude of the homeless challenge that we have in Sacramento County by citing the point in time counts. Is there anything that is requisite about the reference to the PIT count? In other words, does it have to be in these types of resolutions? Because my continued concern about using point in time counts for almost anything is that it's just highly inaccurate. It's exactly what it says it is, which is it's one night you go out, and depending on the volunteer count that shows up to do the point in time count on one night, you could have a great deal of results and make conclusions about the order of magnitude being very great if you have a lot of volunteers. What about the weather? I mean, the point in time count is set and it's rain or shine. So on any given night every 2 years. You could have inclement weather that might affect the count. And so I just get a little nervous when I see reliance on point in time count for much of anything. I know what its utility is. It's designed for HUD to have some sense of the nature of the challenge in local communities so that they can appropriate resources adequately, or at least proportionally, I should say. It's a little more accurate. But so the question is, does the point in time count reference here have to be in there? And if so, is that going to be kind of our benchmark for how we gauge progress relative to this first step?
Yeah, so maybe I'll try to address the second part about the benchmarks. Maybe Ms. Travis might want to weigh in as to whether it needs to be in the format of the resolution. I certainly hear your concerns and I share them. I mean, I would always say the PIT is at best our consistent undercount for all the reasons you just said. We also, and for that reason, Sacramento Steps Forward has developed a public dashboard that is intending to try to fill some of those gaps and publish data more frequently. The limitation of their data is it's only people engaged in programs which enter into the homeless management information system. So we do have data as recent as December 31st of 2021, not getting ahead of myself, from HMIS, which does sort of match what you see at the point in time count, but each of them sort of have their own unique gaps. The point in time count is as good as we probably can for our trending purposes, but I do agree with you that it does not tell the entire story of homelessness in our community. But at this point, I'm not sure we have something better, but I don't know if Ms. Travis wants to weigh in on whether it's a necessity in the format of the resolution.
Sure. It's not legally required to be included, that specific information about point in time count, but it does give us evidence or a starting point to support the finding that the board is making, that there is insufficient housing or that there is a need for further funds and resources to address homelessness in the community. So I agree that it's not maybe the best or most accurate, but it is one piece of the puzzle that I think it helps to include. If we want to include other language relating to other findings similar to the point in time count, or making sure that we say that it's not always accurate or it has, I guess, flaws, we could certainly do that. But I would recommend at least keeping reference to the point in time count in there. As I said, it provides evidence for the finding.
Okay. Is it worth maybe having maybe some slight change of language that acknowledges the limited accuracy of the point in time count? Because I think we're all shaking our head that we agree that it's always coming in lower than we know it to be anecdotally.
I don't think it's legally necessary to do that. Again, you certainly can do that if that is the will of the board. But from a legal perspective, I think referencing it is adequate with the knowledge that it's not perfect. But you can certainly do that if you'd like.
Well, I'm just thinking about the context of this. It's a declaration of crisis around shelter. So it seems to me that if it's going to be a declaration of crisis, then we probably should.
Again, that's certainly up to the will of the board to do that, to add that further really information about the value of the point in time count, but also its limitations.
Okay. Well, maybe as we hear from others, I'll think about how we might adjust the second whereas.
Okay. All right, Bruce, you had a hand up, and then Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, thank you. To Supervisor Cerna's point, I think, Supervisor, what we could do, as Ms. Travis was saying, what we're trying to do here is set the stage for the need for the shelter crisis. And I think even with the low count that we know we typically get from the point in time, we could acknowledge that even with that, it points to the serious problem we have. And we could probably, I think, easily come up with language that would point out the issues at the point in time as well, so that we don't make more of it than we would like to, but it certainly is an indicator of the urgent need that we have for this kind of action.
Okay.
Thanks, Bruce. Just before I go to Supervisor Desmond, Emily, you said something in your comments about covering for negligence. What did you, I wasn't real clear on what your reference was there. You said the resolution.
Yeah, that might be, so this might be something we want Lisa to weigh in a little bit more as well, but when you adopt a shelter declaration, you are acknowledging that you're going to do things differently than you might do under a non-emergency status. And so I believe that the declaration then provides some immunity for some negligence that might be brought up. I don't know, Lisa, if you want to.
And negligence being what? You don't adhere to certain procedures. You don't take into account CEQA. You don't. Well, I guess I'm just curious what that means. So, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, to answer the question, I mean, obviously there is no negligence for failure to comply with CEQA. That's a statutory scheme. But if there are, it also addresses the building code declaration, and I think that may be what that sentence is getting at. But again, even in the building code, we're not, like, a local agency is not liable if we fail to inspect according to the building code, but there may be some liability if for some reason we don't follow the actual building, the parameters of the building code, and then something happens. So that language, I think, is in there to protect the county from liability. And that's why it was included.
And is that necessary to say that, if somehow?
I would need to go back and look at the government code statute, which I certainly can in the time to address your questions, because there are specific things that are required to be in the resolution of declaring the housing crisis. So I can definitely look at that and see if that's one of the things that's included, or if it comes from a different section. So I'll do that.
Okay, thanks, Lisa.
Discussing.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay, Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that discussion. Yeah, it seems to me if the standard is a certain building code, and that would otherwise maybe form the basis of some kind of legal action, if we're setting that aside, right, Lisa, for this declaration, that could no longer be used.
Right.
To hold the county.
That's the concept, I think.
So thank you, Emily, for this presentation. I mean, I know we all agree we have a huge crisis, and I'm glad we're pursuing this. I'm very much looking forward to the next agenda item, which will kind of, I think, give us some specifics, right, about the mechanics of how this would work and what this might let us do. So I certainly am interested in hearing that. But I guess one of my questions for you is, will this have any impact on, I think, a lot of our efforts, maybe even leading up to building something in terms of the vetting for some of these sites that we're evaluating right now?
I'm not sure if it will legally, create more pathways, but it certainly does, in my opinion, make a statement that the county and the board, that this is a priority, that this is something that staff should remove any and all barriers from. Most of the sites that we started looking at were already within the county's purview, so we didn't necessarily need more leniency. But as we go out and look in the private sector and to lands that we might not own, I certainly think it gives staff the opportunity to sort of to elevate the priority of the board. I don't think it gives us any legal right to do anything differently in terms of negotiations for purchase or lease of properties.
Okay, and I appreciate, that's a good point. I mean, this might actually expand our universe of potential sites we could explore, I would imagine, that we might not otherwise explore if some of these things aren't set aside. I could certainly see that. One of my frustrations, and I've articulated this to you, Emily, we've had discussions, and Ann, we've had discussions as well, is as we bring these sites forward, and no one is suggesting that we rush headlong into saying, hey, we're going to use a site without properly vetting it, because that's something we have not been doing at the county, thank goodness. But it is time consuming, just that vetting of these sites, and that's really frustrating for me. And so I guess I have a couple of questions related to that. I don't know if maybe Ann or Emily could answer this. Number one is, do we have any plans on how we can expedite that process, Ann or Emily, in terms of determining whether this is a site that would be suitable for use as a non-congregate shelter, a safe car camping, even a designated campground? So that's number one. And do we have a plan in place and how we're going to expand that, that universe that Emily and I were just kind of talking about? How are we going to identify more sites? What are we doing to identify more sites? Because I feel like it's a little bit piecemeal right now. And so those are my two questions. I don't know if you could respond to those, Ann or Emily.
I'm actually going to turn it back to Emily and or Bruce to answer that.
Sure, I'll take a stab, but definitely Bruce fill in. When we started this effort, we sort of started with a much smaller universe of county properties because there's easier pathways there, but there wasn't enough. And so we have made efforts to expand that. Some of it has been a little bit dependent on people coming to us, which is great, but it's not super efficient. So we are currently working with DGS to do some proactive reach outs, and they will be doing sort of a canvassing of what's available on the market, working with realtors and folks in that business that they are aware of, so they can be on the lookout for things rather than waiting for something to come to us. And so, from my perspective, the parameters really are about suitability for operations, and then they're laying on top of that the land appropriateness. Does it have the right access, and does it have the right utilities, et cetera. But I do want to acknowledge that the process can be, it can be time consuming and a little bit cumbersome, but we have DGS is going to be taking on that as a proactive work in the near future. And I think Bruce wanted to add something.
Well, Emily, I think Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive Supervisor. Emily, you just touched on what I was going to say, is that we're working closely with General Services to not only outreach to the private sector for potential county purchases, but speeding up that process, speeding up the appraisals, speeding up all the things that have to happen before we can bring to you a viable proposal, Supervisor. So I get what you're saying completely about how long this can take. Believe me, Emily and I live that every day. I get it completely. We do want to bring a solid proposal to the board when we have it, but we are looking for every way we can, I'll say, shortcut that so that it's still the viable proposal, but we can get something to you more timely.
Thank you, Bruce, and I appreciate your comments as well, Emily, in terms of trying to maybe take advantage of the private sector to help us identify some of these sites, because I hear from a lot of my constituents. They come up with ideas for certain things, and oftentimes those involve private property. But I also hear from some commercial real estate folks, including brokers, and I tell them, hey, we're always looking, and they're surprised by it. They said if we knew, we could help kind of be on the lookout for things that might be suitable, because I know we all agree that, this crisis, you look at horrible recent media coverage of things that are happening, I think, as a result of us not being able to provide alternatives to get folks into safe and sanitary shelters and environments where we can, change their lives. So I appreciate the discussion. I'm really looking forward to hearing from Nancy about some of the specifics and the mechanics about how this will work. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Rich. Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Frost.
Thank you.
Or excuse me, Lisa, did you want to weigh in? I'm sorry, did you need to weigh in now?
I can wait. I just was going to weigh in to answer your question, Supervisor, and we can do that at the end.
Okay, good. All right, sorry, Patrick, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm going to kind of pile on with Supervisor Desmond there, and I really, Emily and Bruce, I sincerely mean this. Please don't take this as criticism. I know that you all recognize that this is, as important as anything that we're doing right now. But I will just say a little bit of frustration because, we're government, we're a large bureaucracy. We move like an aircraft carrier, not a PT boat. If there are policies and practices and procedures in place, I hope we go with a fine-tooth comb and look at how we can get those out of the way and make this process go a little faster. And I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you haven't thought of already, but I have to say it. And if it comes down to its ordinances, please come to us, let us know what we can do, the five of us can do to make these things go faster. I liken it as if, we as county government, like every governmental entity, we have these processes we go through, bureaucratic processes, and we go to department and we get everybody to room and we have meetings and we do all of that. But I think about it as we're just declaring an emergency here. Maybe we don't do it that way anymore. If the levee were to break right down the street here, we wouldn't, gather departments together over on the 7th floor in a conference room and have meetings and talk about how we would, have a process in place that we could do this quickly. We could help people. We could, identify what needs to be done quickly, and we could treat it as the emergency that it is. I think that we need to look at this the same way. And so I just hope, and again, I'll take it too. And the five of us, I'm sure we'll all agree that, if it's something that we can do to help by way of ordinance, bring it to us. But we got to find a way to do this better and faster than we're currently doing it. And again, please don't take that as criticism. It's just a reaction to the reality of what I see.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And actually take as motivation. I had a couple things that what you said spurred my thoughts. The first is that in the resolution, in addition to the declaration related to that we already talked about, there's also a second request in there to give more flexibility to both DGS, Department of Human Assistance, as well as my office to expedite contracting for the ultimate builders and operators of these sites. So that's one more thing. And then I also wanted to offer, there is some relief from some of the planning requirements. And if you're interested in hearing, Todd Smith is on and can speak to those, what relief this is going to provide on the planning and entitlement side.
I actually would like to hear from Todd. And the other point I would like to make too is that I know at one point we've looked at our own property, but we have property too. And I'd really like to see a breakdown of what property the county has and what consideration has been given to utilizing our own property, which seems like it could go faster. And with that, I would be interested in hearing from Todd.
Okay, go ahead, Todd. Thanks.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I want to just acknowledge the effort that's gone into this, albeit definitely hearing the concern about expediency. What this shelter crisis declaration would do with respect to planning and zoning and CEQA would be simply to acknowledge the general plan and local land use plans and the zoning code would be suspended for these types of uses during the shelter crisis. No review under CEQA would be required. The zoning code provisions for emergency shelters would be suspended for those county-owned, leased, or operated facilities that are used to house the homeless. All those would be exempt from zoning regulations during this crisis.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Todd. All right, Supervisor Frost.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, does this then applies not only to the sanctioned encampments that we're looking at, but also potentially the motels or, affordable housing projects? Is that correct? Or
it could apply to any public facility for temporary shelter or emergency housing. So certainly if the county wanted to acquire a motel for purposes of sheltering or lease a motel, yes, using a building that's not currently sort of intended for that use, building things, also reuse of existing buildings. So it does have to be a public, it could not be something initiated by a private entity without the public's involvement.
But like affordable housing projects are initiated by a private developer, but we basically are involved because we're signing on for 20 years to provide the wraparound. So with that involvement,
I don't believe, and Lisa can weigh in, because this is intended to be for emergency shelter or temporary housing, and that is permanent housing that will live on hopefully in perpetuity.
Right, Emily, you're exactly right. The reasons you just said, this is for temporary and emergency housing only and not permanent housing. And also it has to be a public project, which the ones that Supervisor Frost referenced are not public projects, and they also are more permanent housing. So that answers the question, I think.
okay, yeah, thank you. And also I wanted to ask, is there going to be, like, this is, we're basically saying this will go until we terminate it, Emily. And so will you come back like on an annual basis and give us like an update on, the overall picture of, I think you're doing that anyway, but I'm just curious, just to give us a status on how this declaration of emergency is playing out.
No, I think that makes good sense. And certainly, me coming back on an annual or even more frequent basis to update on our efforts is something I've heard from you quite a bit. So attaching it to this declaration makes a lot of sense. So happy to do it. It's not currently stated in the resolution, but if that's something we needed to add, I'm sure we could. But yes, the intention is that this would be in effect until the board removed it. In previous iterations, you have had declarations that had a expiration date and you had to actively re-up them. And so this is just a different way of sort of approaching it, is that it's in effect until you say it's not.
And I know that there have probably been other board members who've been in these conversations with around encampments, maybe probably Supervisor Desmond, knowing after going on a tour of his district. But I have not, I haven't really had any conversations, but you're going to come to us if you have a site, or if we have a potential site that would work well, we could reach out to you and say, this might be a good opportunity for us. But you'll talk to us. I heard you say that, but I wanted to reiterate, yes. It's not going to be, big plans for our district before we know it.
No, and certainly we would definitely talk to you as sort of step number one for any site. If you have sites, bring them. We're willing to look at anything. We'd also be working with your office on the appropriate community engagement, depending on the site and the community it's in. So we'd look to be a partner with you on making sure the community at large was also engaged.
Thanks, Emily.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. I wanted to just follow on if I could. I know, Lisa, you're going to respond to some previous questions, but this, with the basically open declaration that really has no time limit. I understand what Emily said about, coming back at, appropriate junctures, whether it be annual or even more frequently. But if I understand the declaration, if you do this declaration of crisis and leave it open, then the temporary or emergency housing becomes quasi-permanent in the sense that it doesn't go, there's no change in that unless the crisis is either declared overcome or there's no expiration date. And so what is denoted as temporary or emergency, as long as the emergency order stays in place, and I guess I just draw upon the experience that we've had with this COVID emergency declaration, that certain things stay in effect until that order is either lifted or amended, and or some new declaration, succeeds it, and so, or supersedes it. And so I guess what it leads me to again, with no certainly disagreement with regards to the nature of the problem and the crisis we're being asked to declare, but in the previous iteration we did it for a year, And then, it required some annual, action by this board, with appointing, in that timeline to reevaluate that. But if this is just an open-ended standing emergency order, then all the things that follow on to that, including placement of housing, can become, as I say, quasi-permanent. That's my word, but they can stay there for years and years and years. And where does the definition of temporary end and permanency begin? And so I guess I raise that as not so much from a legal standpoint, but also from a practical standpoint. If you're going to go out and work with neighborhoods and communities about sites that are temporary in nature or emergency in nature, and then we have this overarching proclamation, a resolution that has the force of our, collective, endorsement, and then any subsequent actions. I guess I want to be really, we talk about transparency, but I want to be clear about that, and maybe I'm misstating it. So if I am, and you or Lisa jump in and tell me right now, but my experience with emergency orders, and certainly this board and our communities on other matters that have been, of a crisis nature, have been that as long as that's in effect, everything else, and it's not just temporary. It's as long as that order is in effect. So maybe for you and Lisa to field that. And
yeah, I'll start, and Lisa can jump in. I think, as I said to some of you yesterday, it's perfectly fine if we want to put an end date on it. I do think all of the things that apply to the emergency order remain in effect as long as the resolution is still intact. We could put a year end date to this and then come back to re-up it if we need to. I think the original thinking is this is such an enormous emergency. Sadly, I'm not sure we expect the emergency to end very soon, but we can certainly put an end date and then come back to you should we need to continue it.
And I say I appreciate that you consistent with what we talked about or what you said to me. But I guess if you're going to go out to communities, it's whatever process, either on public lands or on private lands or some other, arrangement, and tell folks, well, this is temporary emergency, that we need to have the answer for what does that mean under the order. But even looking forward, if you're going to go to the expense of putting in a paved surface or sanitary facilities that may not be of a temporary nature, again, I have no idea all the concepts here, but I have some idea, but certainly not how we might apply those. It seems to me that when we're talking to folks who may or may not be supportive of this, that we need to be really clear about how this operates under this order as it relates to what we're being asked to do here and subsequent to this. So I appreciate that, Ann. And again, my thought wasn't the crisis was necessarily going to end, but that if we're talking about that, there's some re-up, and there has to be either some reaffirmation or understanding anyway. If it's going to be longer than a year or 2 or 5, that's the temporary nature, because this is not a problem that's going to be easily resolved. And if we make this commitment to go here, there, wherever, that it could be there for much longer than just a year or a season or such. So that's my point. All right, Lisa.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is necessarily a legal question or a legal answer, but my understanding, and I'll defer to Emily, of the temporary housing or the emergency housing, it's referring to the type of housing, not how long it's going to last. So it's kind of related to whether or not the housing will be there or what type of housing is needed. So to your point, yes, certainly you could make this emergency crisis only for a year. But if you have temporary housing, let's say pallet homes in a location, if the emergency declaration goes away, those don't necessarily go away if they're still being used to meet a certain demand in that site or in that area. So it's kind of a distinction that I'm not sure is really addressed in the resolution per se, or the declaration of a housing crisis per se, but more on the ground practically. But from a legal perspective, certainly you can either leave it open-ended, you could put an end date, or you could add finding or a clause that says it shall be effective until revoked, or but you have to review it on an annual basis or whatever time period the board wants to include. So from a legal perspective, you certainly have options. On the ground, that's the question I think more for Emily as to what temporary housing or emergency housing means and what it, does it address the duration or does it address the type or does it address both?
Yeah.
Well said. Yeah, Emily, I think that's an important point.
Lisa was thinking exactly right. I think there's sort of two definitions of temporary here. First is the temporary nature of the people living there, is that this is not they don't become a tenant. It's a shelter. And so the expectation is that people are temporarily there while they are transitioning out of homelessness. But there's also this what you brought up, Supervisor Natoli, about the temporary nature of the actual facilities. I do think, though, and this is where maybe either Todd or Nancy can weigh in, is that if we use this declaration to access the alternative building codes and the alternative approaches to planning and entitlements to build sort of non-traditional types of units like these pallets, and then the declaration has gone away, those are now not compliant with the building code. So there is a tie there as well to the physical structure. But perhaps Nancy or Todd might want to weigh in on that.
I'll defer to the building official on the structure part of that for sure.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Nancy.
Chair Natoli, supervisors, Nancy Springer, chief building official. It's correct in that the housing would only be temporary in the state of emergency. So as long as the declaration exists, then the housing can remain because as was stated by Todd and by Emily earlier, certain items have been suspended and they're only due to the declaration of emergency. So once the declaration goes away, then we would have to do away with that temporary sheltering. Hopefully that answered the questions.
Right. So from a legal perspective, I think that's a good point. That is, that's why we need to ensure that the declaration continues as long as this temporary housing continues. And right now we don't know what all the temporary housing or emergency housing will be. So that's an advantage of keeping it in place with certainly the instruction or requirement to come back every year to review it. And you could certainly add that in the resolution to ensure that it happens. Not that it wouldn't, that staff wouldn't bring it back, but if the board wants to ensure that we do this, review this every year, then you could certainly include it in the language of the resolution.
If I could, then it would just my thoughts after having heard what all of you said. Thank you for, I think, the clarification, but certainly the distinctions. And I think that in the resolution, as well as obviously in any, community interface we have, and whether it's with interested parties, landowners, residents or community members, business community, whatever, that, this definition of temporary and how it's then is construed under the application here, I think it's elemental. And again, as long as we, going with our eyes wide open and that we present it in a way that, temporary emergency that either from the housing standard, from the zoning entitlement or land use and the underlying, characterization of what temporary emergency is under the order, certainly the legal definition, but also then how that's going to be practically applied. Because I think that's key. I mean, because there's going to be, there's investment of dollars here. There's obviously going to be, certain level of improvements made to certain properties and aspects of whatever those physical improvements might be. And that, temporary here, it doesn't mean temporary in either the time that it's there, nor in the, in the use. It may be to people being housed there, and or to the applicability of standards that are being relaxed because of the emergency in temporary nature of the resolution statement. So I don't know. I just think it needs to be, again, because I think otherwise, not negligence, but as much as the people might say, well, you weren't very straightforward. You said it was temporary, and here it is. We're 5 years later, and it's still here, or 10 years later, and you said it was emergency. Well, you might acknowledge emergency is still present, but when does the emergency end? When everyone's housed. There's numbers to Supervisor Cerna's comments earlier. I just think that as we approach this from a community standpoint of trying to address the issue, that's really important to have those definitions clear and understood from the point that we would take any action here today, but going forward with any conversations with any folks that are involved in this effort to, alleviate the problem. So Supervisor Frost, I saw your hand up.
I was just going to say, I agree.
Okay. All right. Lisa, did you have anything you wanted to add? I still saw your hand.
Not on that point. I haven't put my hand down. I was going to address your question of the negligence if you wanted
Sure.
to now.
Okay. Go ahead. Then we'll go.
Right. So the question was related to the statement that certain acts of negligence would be immune from liability, and that does come from the actual government code section related to the declaration or the ability to declare a housing crisis. And it's basically says that the political subdivision will be immune from liability for ordinary negligence in the provision of emergency housing. It limits it only to conditions, acts, or missions directly related to the provision of the emergency housing. And it doesn't limit the local entities' liability for gross negligence, recklessness, or intentional conduct, which causes injury. So that, I think, addresses the reason why that statement was in the board letter.
So ordinary negligence is okay, whatever that is.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I think the reason, and I want to thank Leticia Ramirez in my office for quickly pointing that out to me, but and finding that reference. But the reason why is because we're using these public facilities, or the statutes contemplating the use of public facilities in a manner which they're not normally used for. So the legislature is kind of giving us a break because we're trying to solve an emergency problem.
Lisa, can I ask you just before you leave the floor here, the back to the point that I had raised a moment ago and that you all responded to, is there a way to then clarify, we talk about the legal, but to have a clear understanding of how this will practically be applied, included in the resolution, and maybe it's not in the words that are there now, and obviously, we have more to go today and we're going to be back tomorrow. So I guess I think it's important to be straight up, what our actions may embody here and whether we have a time limit on this or not, so that, we certainly as electeds who are being asked to approve this, but also then as, your top level staff, but whoever we're communicating with is clear about that. And, there's no mistaking what we said nor what we intended. And maybe it's all there. I don't know. But I ask you that question because it seems to me that, just this conversation has drawn out a couple of items, the practical versus the legal.
Are you asking whether or not the resolution addresses what temporary or emergency housing means or what the situation is? And I'm looking at it and I don't see any definitions per se, but we could certainly add those if that's the will of the board. And as you said, we are in session tomorrow, so we could come back. And I think maybe Supervisor Cerna may have something to add. He alluded to that earlier. So again, that's the board's decision. But if the entire board would like something along the lines of what you're talking about, we could certainly amend the resolution to reflect
have those
that.
definitions?
We could do it today. Certainly we could do it today. We could do it this afternoon. I have no issues with that, but we would want to have time to actually type something up so that you could look at it. And then also so that the public could understand what the board is voting on.
Thanks, Lisa. Nancy, you had your hand up.
Yes, I do. Nancy Springer, Chief Film Official. So in the ordinance that we are proposing in these appendices, it does give a definition for emergency housing as well as emergency housing facilities. So there is a definition that is proposed in there. And it speaks to permanent or temporary structures occupied during a declaration of a state of emergency.
Okay, thanks. And that's an item 37, which we haven't yet called or referenced.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but I think it also goes to the land use piece of this when you're citing, on lands as well as to how that's construed or constructed. So, all right, I have colleagues' comments again, and Supervisor Cerna, you're back up, and then we'll see if we have folks on the phone too.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Nancy, given what you just mentioned about facilities, I assume then for instance, tenant improvements to a vacant tilt-up industrial shell building would fall under that, right?
The facility would have to be a public facility, that would be vetted through the county. So if that was something that was vetted through the county and considered public, it could be.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm getting at is that I think when we hear construction or, provision of housing, we're thinking about the construction of all the exterior walls, kind of from the ground up. But it seems to me that this would also include the ability to take a publicly owned shell of a building and build out the tenant improvements inside if we wanted to do kind of a kind of a broad indoor campus, if you will, not necessarily individual homes, but bed spaces, room spaces within an existing structure.
That's something I would have to, I'm sorry, let me respond to you, sir. I believe in the ordinance that as we're adopting it, it speaks to the public facilities and it leans towards individual sleeping type facilities. To have to look further to be able to give you a complete answer on what you're asking me in regards to taking a shell of something and doing like a whole, like a tenant improvement or something like that. I don't think I have an answer for you completely. That's not addressed in here that I can see right now in this ordinance we're proposing.
Okay, well, I'm glad I asked the question because it seems to me we're perhaps, again, if it's the will of the board to move this forward, or we might be selling ourselves short in terms of actual opportunities. It may not be individual pallet homes or what have you, encampments, but maybe it is, some use of a county-owned vacant tilt-up space that, if improved interiorly, could actually serve to, do what this is intended to do, which is shelter people and have at least some, temperature control in the structure, that kind of thing.
Supervisor Cerna, I can't speak to the building code portion of it, but that is actually one of the intents behind the shelter declaration, is to allow reuse or alternative use of existing structures if they're publicly owned. I certainly would defer to Nancy as to whether the building code would allow the types of tenant improvements you're talking about, but that was sort of one of the original intents behind the government code allowing the shelter declaration, is what you just described.
Thank you.
Okay, as we go to public comment, Nancy, do you want to respond quickly?
Yeah, let me just add, so I hear what you're saying on that, and I do agree with Emily, what she's stating, that it does open the door to be able, you could still do things like that. We would just have to look at how the different items that are being deferred, like what was it, the reduced on maybe the planning and zoning, the reduced on some of the building code standards, regulations. We would have to see how they apply. There is always that alternate methods and materials that can apply. So it's doable. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I just didn't have a complete answer for you, but it is doable in here to be able to do other things. This in here does allow specifically for different individuals, but it does open the door for us to look at the current regulations that it meets and use alternate means under the emergency declaration, and then see how the other features would apply. I just didn't have a direct answer just yet. I have to look at it a little bit further.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Nancy. Okay, we're going to go to public comment on this, but I just wanted to note that we have one more item that's, again, we've been talking to, we haven't called it up yet, item 37, that's been kind of alluded to here. But for the afternoon now, which we're already well into, we have the 2 o'clock and the 2:45 items. And so I want to just announce for those that may be on for the 2 o'clock item, we're still including the morning agenda. It's the intent of the chair to, once we've concluded this item and the next, if we do so, to take a lunch break or recess. And so it's likely we may not get to some of the 2 o'clock item until well into the 2 o'clock hour. And so I just wanted to I saw some folks come up that are on that item, particularly on the item 38. But we will have to take up item 38 as well as item 40 this afternoon. So, okay. With that, then let's go to callers. Madam Clerk.
We do not have any callers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Siobhan. I saw did you have a hand up, Siobhan?
No, apologies. I was just giving a thumbs up. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. I just want to let you know. So, okay. All right, very good. Thanks. All right, so we have no callers in this item. So bring it back to the board. There's been some suggestions. I know Supervisor Cerna may want to weigh in even with some language suggestions, but it could be that we could get some language that we have some general consensus around and come back a little later this afternoon and or tomorrow if that's the will of the board. So let's start with board members then. Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have no issue if we wanted to give our legal staff time to place, different or added language within the resolution, bring it back tomorrow. I've already provided Ms. Travis with what I think addresses my point about the limited utility of the point in time count. And from what I gather, I think she affirms that it's fine. And I think we both agree kind of where it would go. But obviously, I want my colleagues to feel comfortable with it. But if there's other interest in giving our staff the 24 hours roughly to amend the reso in other places, I'm good with that as well.
Okay, thanks, Phil. And it may be that item 37, which we've touched on, may inform us about things we may want in this resolution too. I don't know. It ties pretty directly. So, okay, good point.
I was gonna say that it probably makes sense to hear item 37 before we decide if we need to continue, because if the only addition to the resolution is what Supervisor Cerna provided, I can certainly read that into the record and the clerk could capture it. But if there's other significant changes, I would appreciate time to revise it and then have the board review it prior to adoption. It'll just make it a lot easier for, I think, the board and also for the clerk's office as to what is the final resolution.
And for the public, as you said a moment ago.
Right.
Have a little chance to see that. Okay, very good. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the conversation and hearing from everybody today. I specifically, I do want to hear item 37 first. Maybe it'll give us more things to think about, but that point Supervisor Cerna brings up is a very important point. I mean, I think there's an awful lot of both county-owned and privately owned property out there that potentially the county could lease or require, a lease or an outright acquisition. And we need to make sure that whatever we're passing here is going to be broad enough to allow us to put things in place safely but expeditiously, right? So that's what I'm really concerned about. So as we talk about the next item, Nancy, maybe or Todd, or if things come up that you think about that, boy, if we included something additional in this emergency declaration, it would be a little broader. It might help us capture some of the other projects we may be looking at or other properties that we may be looking at for emergency sheltering. That's what I'd like us to certainly consider. And then also want to dovetail with Supervisor Kennedy. If there's anything else that comes up, Emily and Bruce and Ann, and I too know you're working very hard. And we talk all the time, and I'm always bringing ideas to you, and you're so responsive, and I appreciate it very much. But if anything comes up in terms of process or even authority that would make it easier to allow us to acquire and get sites operational, that's what I'm primarily interested in. So, thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Desmond. So why don't we do this? Let's, and I know we did have one written piece of correspondence. The gentleman indicated his interest in, calling in for the hearing. So Madam Clerk, that was distributed under comment number 1, item 36 and item 37. So I don't know if that gentleman wants to try to call in or expected that we would call him or whatever. But let me do this. Why don't we hold this item open and let's call item 37 since we already touched on it. And then we'll have both items for our consideration when we discuss that item and heard any public comments.
Item 37 is introducing an ordinance adopting the Sacramento County Code amending Chapter 16.04 and 16.10 relating to the adoption and amendment of the 2019 California Building and 2019 California Residential Codes provisions relating to emergency housing, waiving full reading of the ordinance and continuing to March 8th for adoption.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Okay, so we touched on this, and is this your item to present, Nancy?
Yes, it's mine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Natoli, board members, Nancy Springer, Chief Building Official. So I'd just like to start out with that this item is contingent on having a shelter crisis declaration being declared. So in order to be able to adopt these appendices that we're introducing, that needs to happen first. However, I can go through what we're proposing and maybe make a suggestion that if you're happy with it or whatever, that we potentially bring it back tomorrow along with the previous item. So I can walk through this.
Yeah, if you want to just
like me to
briefly, just,
proceed?
the highlights of what this, and again, you've touched on in some of the previous responses, but that would be, I think, helpful to anybody that's tuned in. So if you can do that quickly, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Sure. Try to make it really quick for you here. All right. So the board report today is to introduce and adopt the proposed ordinance, the 2019 California Residential Code Appendix X, emergency housing, and the 2019 California Building Code Appendix O, emergency housing. And just as a note, they're identical appendices. They, the California Residential Code is applicable to residential occupancies, whereas the building code is applicable to building code ones. In the essence of like what Supervisor Cerna mentioned about like a tenant improvement, that would be under the building code. So if we did have anything like that, we want to make sure we cover both. So they are identical. So the governor had approved an Assembly Bill 2553 on September 25th, 2020. It was an emergency statute bill that amended the government code section 8698.4, which addressed emergency housing and the adoption of local emergency housing ordinances. This allows Sacramento County to adopt these ordinance with reasonable local standards and procedures for emergency housing based upon a declaration of shelter crisis. This bill would require jurisdictions that adopt the ordinances under the act to, at a minimum, meet the standards provided in these two appendices, the Appendix O and Appendix X. And any future standards are adopted by the Department of Housing and Community Development related to emergency housing or emergency housing facilities. These appendices allow us to consider different types of structures that can be utilized as emergency housing. Earlier, somebody mentioned the pallet homes, so that would be like an example. While specifying fire life safety regulations such as minimum square footages, heating, ventilation, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, accessibility requirements, egress, items like that. With this shelter crisis declaration, this is our mechanism that will be available for the Building Permits Inspection Division for us to have some standards. It's code language that has already been approved by the state, providing a process for us to issue those permits, thus allowing us to expedite such process to provide housing to the unhoused in Sacramento County. These emergency housing standards will only apply to emergency housing constructed or established by the county in a public facility based on the government code and then the Assembly Bill. In closing, we note that the adoption of these regulations will have a negligible financial impact on the Building Permits and Inspection Division, and we will be required to file any adopted ordinances with the California Department of Housing and Community Development. So I am try to keep it short and sweet, but I'm
Okay.
open to questions.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Okay, let me go to board members. Additional questions or comments regarding the explanation language as it's been put forth? Hands. Stand by, Nancy. So let me go to the clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any callers on 36 or 37?
No,
Callers.
we don't have any callers.
All right, we have both these items before us. They're both called up. We've heard discussion. Thank you, Nancy, for the additional overview. And then in line with comments, suggested language, we have the ability certainly to act on these items with any language that might be suggested, or I'll just say I noted, I think there should be some definitions regarding temporary and emergency and how that applies both to land use and to any constructed facilities, whatever those might be. Just think it's important to have that clarity in the resolution. So again, that may be easy to do. Could be this afternoon or tomorrow. And then any other suggestions?
I have Supervisor Cerna's language I will add.
Okay.
And
So,
just to clarify, your concern or comment, Supervisor Natoli, in the government code section that allows for the declaration of a housing crisis, there is a definition of what a homeless shelter means. It addresses temporary and emergency housing and that type of thing. And as Nancy Springer said, it also is in the building code that she is asking the board to pass in connection with this item. So I would, if the will of the board is to add that language, I would think that we would most likely just refer to those codes with a little bit of explanation rather than reciting everything in those two statutes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Lisa, but I guess if I can bring it back to the point that I maybe was hammering on and wasn't clear. I think that under the definition temporary, though, when you tell people this is temporary, in all likelihood, a lot of it will not be very temporary. It may be there for a long time to come, but just because of the nature of what we're talking about here. I just think it needs to be clear that, as you said, from the practical standpoint, both of whatever is put on the side, however is converted, however is used, but temporary or emergency, and then maybe emergency housing for a generation. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, this, crisis has grown in magnitude and numbers and in its gravity. But I just want to be clear by resolution that this is not temporary in the sense that we talk about, temporary use permits or temporary citing of a, temporal and quasi semi-permanent or permanent are different things from a practical standpoint. And so I see, Emily, you raised your hand, so maybe you could help with this.
Well, I was just going to add, in addition to whatever language we propose to put into the resolution, as we're looking at individual sites, there's also a very specific site negotiation that that does consider the sort of longevity of the actual site. So for an example, the one that we are most actively working on right now, we recognize that it being in that community for more than 2 or 3 years isn't probably appropriate. So as we're working on the leasing agreements with the landowner, we're working those types of things in, and that's a part of the community conversation. That's obviously site by site, but to your point, Supervisor Natoli, there are some sites where it may be appropriate that we don't limit ourselves, and if we want to have that flexibility. There may be times it's appropriate, but I hear what you're saying. There might be times where we want to have more limits so that we're not erecting something and 20 years later, it's still there.
Well, and I would just say that because when you're in a crisis, so say we or somebody that we work with puts it in there, but they decide that they've got another land use. They want to build a affordable housing complex. They want to put a subdivision. They want to put a commercial center in. We've gone through this with whatever agreement, but then does, by virtue of the fact that we're still under some emergency order, if they want to convert to something that either the underlying zoning and or other uses would allow for, but now because there's been this investment made, and maybe if it was public dollars, it would come with some strings, but I guess do do we or they get themselves in a box and said, well, time out. You can't do that now because we're still under an emergency order. We're still in need of housing and probably will be for the foreseeable future. And guess what? Once you're in, you don't get out. And to your point, Emily, and again, I don't want to conjecture something that, is maybe not, the reality of what we're dealing with here, but I guess I'm just drawing upon a little bit on experience where, you're going with good intents with to help with this issue and with help people, but then you as a landowner or we as the county decide we want to use it for something else, and you told no, well, you've got to provide replacement beds, or you have to provide a replacement site. And I don't know that that's a position I would want to put us or other landowners in, recognizing again the crisis here. So, and maybe that's a problem, that's would be non-existent. But I'm just curious, Lisa, do we, by virtue of that, you cite something that is there, and you're going to have this ongoing emergency crisis declaration, that what if you want to do something else there?
Well, I think as Emily said, each specific site will have specific parameters about the length of time that it would be there, and then the extent to which we would need to re-up a lease or a use permit. I mean, if it's on county property, obviously that's
different. Yeah.
That's different, but the privately owned sites, that would all be contained in either the lease agreement or the use agreement or whatever document that we entered into with the landowner. So all of those parameters would be included in that document. So I would assume, and I haven't seen any yet, I know there may be a few out there, but I haven't personally seen them. I don't know what those durations are. But again, also like Nancy said, as long as we have the shelter crisis declaration, we can relax the requirements of the zoning code and the building code. But if that expires, then if those sites are still in existence, then we could run into some problems if the shelter crisis declaration expires.
So did I understand that those agreements, though, do those all require board action, or that we are basically delegating by virtue of the emergency? We'll still know about them and hear about them, but that, the embodiment of whatever in those agreements, time, cost, or whatever else, those are, they may be reviewed by your office, but they're not requiring board action as a part of the expediting of this process?
The underlying land agreements, I believe, still would have to come to the board unless there's already existing delegated authority to general services, which there are some, but I don't know if it would depend on the site. And Emily, I know we've talked about this in our meetings. And so at least on some of the sites, I think it's always contemplated we would come back for the actual siting of it. And again, I'll defer to Emily and Bruce, but for the contracting of like the pallet homes and that type of thing, I think this is delegating a good deal of authority.
Yeah, I agree with Lisa. And there are, I know DGS does have some authority to enter into facility use agreements and leases that already exist. And so to the extent that this is within that existing authority, that probably wouldn't need to come back to the board. But all of these are going to be subject to public funding in one way or the other. So in your budgetary actions are sort of the first sort of stopgap. And then we did commit, Supervisor Natoli, even if there is no legal need for you guys to approve the lease or other contracts, that we would bring the sites back for you to weigh in before we engage in the construction. So I think there's a couple of points that you'll engage with these sites, again, depending on how much public money is going into and whether whether they're publicly or privately owned, but every site will have an opportunity for the board to weigh in before we move forward.
Okay, thanks. Bruce or David, I see you punched up. I know Supervisor Kennedy has a hand up.
No additional comments, Supervisor. I would just agree with Emily. There's several contract delegations that are provided to me and to general services that we could leverage in those instances.
All right, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I apologize for the strange stream of thought, but this was probably more appropriate in the previous item. But I have one question I didn't see in the staff report. Does a declaration of emergency affect prevailing wage?
See, Letitia has punched up. Letitia Ramirez?
Anybody?
Sure. Hello, Chair and Board. My name is Leticia Ramirez. I'm a Deputy County Counsel. I assisted staff with this item. To answer your question, Supervisor, it does not. Just for purposes of background, this provision of the Government Code 868098 was originally envisioned to address like a natural disaster, like an actual emergency that would require that public facilities very quickly would have to be converted to a use that they're not meant to be, like a cafeteria into an evacuation center and kind of a temporary emergency stay. So the four main legal impacts that are highlighted in the board letter kind of speak to that you're converting an existing public facility that's under your control to allow people to reside. And as indicated before, in the absence of a shelter crisis declaration, the building code provisions that allow, let's say, an empty cafeteria to become a shelter would not apply.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Patrick. Okay. Any further questions? What's the desire of the board? You want to, again, Lisa can put out Supervisor Cerna's language. Again, I stated my thoughts, heard from others. So we want to hold these items over to later this afternoon. Do we want to hold more to tomorrow to allow for that to be published? Or otherwise, yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's good. Go ahead.
Again, if my suggested language is the only change that we'd make to the other item, I would suggest we take that up and then take up item 37 today. And Ms. Travis can read in the record the language.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Supervisor Natoli wanted some additional language as well.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I did. And you said you were going to reference something, but I just think from clarity standpoint, citing all the reasons why, but having some explanation as to what this means in practical terms. And we've talked about it, but I don't know if that's embodied in the resolution. So Lisa, maybe you can help.
Right. And it's that specific, your specific concerns are not addressed in the body of the resolution particularly. There's reference, obviously, because of the government code. So, I mean, I'm happy to work on it. I think you said we're taking a break. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we are.
How long? And if you want to hold it over to the end of the day, I can work with Leticia and we can circulate language today if you want to get this one going.
Yeah, I would just say that I would prefer to have some, again, is clarity in, one of the whereases about temporary housing, what it means. And again, reference a lot of codes, our resolutions have that, but, or at least having some attachment that would provide that definition. I would feel more comfortable, again, including that as a part of this going forward, since this is going to be a fairly long-standing effort, I trust. So, and that's not to delay beyond today, but if you think you can do that over the break and bring that forward, and we have the discussion along with Supervisor Cerna's suggestions, we can still hold these two items over till later this afternoon.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Any disagreement with that then? Okay. Seeing none, then I think it's the appropriate time to take a break. It's 2:20. How about we reconvene at 2:45 and thereabouts, and we'll take up the 2 o'clock item, and then we'll see where that puts us with regards to the 2:45 and this coming back. So we'll have the dental care presentation starting.
Recording in progress.
All right, with that then, we will stand in recess until 2:45. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Going to come back after a brief board recess we have 2 items we're still holding open on the agenda, items 36 and 37 for take up at the end of the afternoon agenda here today, but we're going to go to item 38, but we need to call the roll first, Madam Clerk, to reestablish quorum, please.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you, Flo. Okay, go ahead and if you want to call item 38.
Item 38 is the annual update from the Sacramento County Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee.
I know we have some presenters. I see Deborah and Jonathan, but Siobhan, you may want to make some opening comments here, and then we'll go right into the presentation. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. So Siobhan Katari, I'm Department of Health Services Director. And I just wanted to first of all thank both Deborah Payne and Dr. Jonathan Porteous for their chairing of the Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee. And they'll go into more details about what the advisory committee does, but wanted to just connect a few dots here as the board's been involved in a lot of discussions over this past year about how we as a health authority commission, we as several community advisory groups and the board are working together to improve the overall healthcare quality for Medi-Cal recipients in Sacramento County. I just wanted to highlight the link between the work the Dental Advisory Committee is doing and the connection to the Health Authority Commission. Both Deborah Payne and Dr. Porteous are commissioners on the Health Authority Commission. And really, as we undertake this next step for us, which is strategic planning with the Health Authority Commission, which the board will hear more about on March 8th, we're really going to connect the dots between the overall holistic health of folks in our community. That includes physical health, dental health, and behavioral health. And so just wanted to draw that nexus for you here as we go into this presentation. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Deborah and Dr. Porteous. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Siobhan, and welcome, Deborah and Jonathan. No strangers to presentations before the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for your work as chair and vice chair of the advisory committee. So go to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Nisoli. It is really great to be back before you today. And can we have the next slide, please? So a little background on the purpose of MCDAC. Of course, it's to improve access to and the quality of Medi-Cal dental care for Sacramento County residents. And so we provide oversight and guidance to improve the dental utilization rates, the delivery of oral health and dental care services, including prevention and education services for dental managed care and fee-for-service systems in Sacramento County for children and adults. This committee was officially established under AB 1467, but it was originally first established at First Five Sacramento in 2008 as the Children's Dental Task Force. Some of you may be familiar with that. Now the sponsor is the Department of Health Services Division of Public Health. Next slide, please. So our membership is very diverse and dedicated members to address those access issues. Some of our members have served since inception of this committee. We're happy to have the First Five Sacramento Commission, the Department of Health Services, Sacramento County Public Health Officer when we can get her. She's very busy right now. We have the Sacramento District Dental Society, CDA, beneficiaries from Head Start, grandparents, etc. We have community dental clinics, the federally qualified health centers represented. We have dental providers. We have a pediatrician, a member from the Public Health Advisory Board, advocates, members at large, and then we have representatives from each of the state contracted dental plans, and we work closely with them. Now we're adding a registered dental hygienist as well. Next slide, please. So we've engaged stakeholders and decision makers to promote the dental health access and the quality and utilization of services. And of course, as Siobhan mentioned, given the importance of oral health and overall health, MCDAC selected a member to fill the oral health seat, and I'm happy to be in that seat. We will align our work with MCDAC with the Health Authority Commission now and in the future. We spend a lot of time reviewing the performance measures of the oral health plans and provide recommendations for improvements. You may have heard that the There was some conversation about ending dental managed care and going for fee for service. Well, now in the governor's budget, it is proposed to continue the dental plans until about 2026. They may go out and release a new RFP in 2024, and we'll participate, give a lot of input on that RFP and the requirements. Next slide, please. Of course, the number of Medi-Cal beneficiary continues to increase, which impacts timely access and utilization for children and adults in Sacramento County. One of the subcommittees that we established was looking at the special needs population for general anesthesia and also for young children. Those committees, there were 14 recommendations that were recommended from this study on special needs general anesthesia. And so we're continuing to work on those 14 recommendations. Two very important things that have come out of that I'd like to mention is one, there's a subcommittee working on shortening the line for GA, making sure that patients are referred appropriately and that those in line for GA are the ones that absolutely have to be there. The second thing was we have a commitment from California North State University to build out 2 dental dedicated surgery spaces in the new hospital in Natomas, which will be fantastic. Of course, we work closely with the Sacramento County Oral Health Program on their strategic plan and also their needs assessment goals. Now I'm turning this over to Jonathan to review some data slides. Thank you.
Thanks very much. It's great to see all of you. Thanks so much for having us here. And thank you, Deborah, for your leadership. If we could go to the next slide, please. I have the exciting gift of sharing the data with you. These are elegant to the extent that these slides kind of put a bunch of information in front of you. These are data drawn from the statewide fact sheet for the Medicaid program. So in this case, we are looking at the annual dental visits for children aged 0 to 20. And what we're looking at here is comparing Sacramento County's geographic managed care program to LA County's prepaid health plan, the GMC program for dental in LA County, and then the fee-for-service program for the whole of the rest of California. So you can imagine that these are not apples to apples comparisons. So the lines you see are not kind of the states very clear. Don't try to compare them, but this gives you an overall view of how the GMC program is stacking up. First, obviously, there's a huge plummet between 2019 and 2020, which I think we can all figure out what happened there. When you look at the bars themselves, you see the dark blue and the light blue. This is related purely to the Sacramento County GMC program. So in this case, 232 under 2016, you see that 232,901 children aged 0 to 20 were in the geographic managed care program in Sacramento County, of whom 85,553 utilized care during that year. So that translates to 36.7% of the beneficiaries in that population. And since I think Supervisor Natali is going to ask me how many fee-for-service children there are in Sacramento County, I think typically with these numbers, we have about 85% of all the beneficiaries are GMC beneficiaries, and then a small number of fee-for-service in Sacramento County.
Thanks, Jonathan. You anticipated well.
What you see is that there's quite a lot of trending similarly, but we also see that Sacramento County's GMC program and the fee-for-service program responded better than the LA program in the pandemic, mainly because the systems continued to work as they were built. The thing with the prepaid health plan is that people can actually switch whenever they want from the geographic program to the fee-for-service program. There's an awful lot of churning without a dedicated model. So what you're looking at here, we do have fee-for-service, I mentioned, here in Sacramento County, but that purple line is the overall state fee-for-service, not the Sacramento fee-for-service. You'll see that between 2016 and 2019, the statewide fee-for-service utilization rose by 5%, and our GMC utilization rose by 7%. So many of you have been very involved with helping bring oral health to children and young adults, and you can see that actually really took effect. The first 5 funded dental clinics, when they came online in the early part of the 2010 onwards, doubled or more than doubled the number of operatories available to children in the county. So you can see this general trend, and it's really because of this incredible work by many of you. Thank you. I would like to note that we obviously have a very diverse population here in Sacramento County. And what's interesting is if you stack up the blue line, the light blue line for Sacramento County's GMC program with other counties that have a similar population, say Oakland has a similar diversity mix compared to us relative to the rest of the state, we're actually neck to neck with their fee-for-service program. So I'd say we've got some really promising data here.
Through the chair?
Yes, Phil, go ahead. Yeah.
Is that Oakland or Alameda County?
I believe it was Oakland County that the comparison was.
There isn't, well, there's no Oakland County.
Sorry, Oakland, Alameda County, sorry.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
I even get nervous on Zoom, I'm sorry. Maybe I should turn my camera off. Okay. Thank you, yeah, so when you drill down into similar demographics, we seem to be trending similarly. If we could move to the next slide, I'd be grateful. This is the sealant utilization among eligible beneficiaries. You can see in the Dent-A-Cal program overall, very low utilization of this. This speaks to the need for prevention and early intervention. Those numbers cannot rise without that. Right now, about 55% of all people in this age cohort of 6 to 14 can't even be considered for sealants because they've already not met the criteria and they'll be excluded from it. And that's because, for example, the sealant program requires what's called a virgin tooth. It requires that there's no pathology or caries, like no fillings. And so since we already have kids' oral health that's relatively poor, it's very difficult to find kids who actually can have sealants. And so what we see is a very low number relative to where we want to get, and a great opportunity for prevention across the board in the state. One of the great things, if we can go to the next slide, please. One of the great things that happened in the middle of 2014 was that we finally got the adult benefit back for the Dent-A-Cal program. So we're really excited about that. I'll tell you that I'm very grateful as the CEO of WellSpace Health for the other FQHCs. We've not done a good job raising our adult dental program yet. We've been very focused on the pediatric one, but we have some really strong partnerships in town where folks have brought up the dental chairs for adults. And what you see is, again, a trend up for everyone here in Sacramento County to increase access to adult dental. I am open to any questions about these slides if you wish.
Okay, let's just take a pause there. Do we have, oh yeah, I see Supervisor Cerna. Anyone else following? Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jonathan, for the data, and Deborah, thank you for your continuing strong advocacy. I think everyone knows you as the one of our greatest advocates here locally for especially oral health for kids. So I just want to make sure I appropriately express my gratitude to you for that. Jonathan, regarding the data, I noticed on the previous slide as well, it seems like a pretty steady, almost linear trend for the state. And I realize it's fee for service at the state level. But what is driving in both cases, both charts, what is driving kind of that consistent linear progression and utilization at the state level between 2016 and 19?
I think actually there's just general enrollment going on. People evangelizing the Denti-Cal program overall. And I do believe we've had an expansion of access, just like we did in the FQHCs, for example. We've had an expansion of access across the state to the Denti-Cal program with the advent of the Affordable Care Act.
So there have been some concerted and deliberate campaigns to increase utilization, fee-for-service utilization at the state level then over those years?
I believe there have been, and in local jurisdictions, yes.
Yes, and
Okay.
if I can just point out that while dental benefits were restored for adults in 2014, they were only partially restored. And in 2018, it was full restoration. So you see a bit of a jump on the adult dental data slide. And that's part of the reason why.
I can't, thank you, Deborah, very much. And Supervisor Sana, I can't tell you the exact number. I do know that the fee-for-service program data include medical billing codes for people who get dental procedures or dental codes done in the medical setting. The GMC doesn't include those. I don't think it's a huge number. It's a matter of percent. But part of that trend also is that there are more medical practices providing some dental codes, and you see those showing up as visits.
Got it. Thank you.
And Supervisor Ms. Holy, the number of fee-for-service is about 40,000 in Sacramento County.
Thank you. Thanks, Deborah, to that. Thanks, Jonathan, again for the
Yeah.
follow-up information.
I think if it's okay, I'll proceed to the final slide.
Yeah, I don't see any other hands. Continue. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So our goals under the leadership of Deborah Payne for 2022 are to obviously participate on the Sacramento County Health Authority Commission and provide input on the two Medi-Cal GMC and fee-for-service delivery systems. We are really excited to implement and participate in an adult dental study. We've not got baseline data on adults in the dental program. And so in order for us to all do sort of strategic planning around enhancing access for adults, really those baseline data are really important. So we're initiating an adult dental study. We're going to continue to support projects and policies, especially the Early Smile Sacramento program, which again improves utilization and access to care. It's sort of our local advertising for that. Review dental managed care contract requirements and provide input to the Department of Healthcare Services at the state level for future reprocurement with the dental plans by 2024. So the state is interested locally, as you know, with our experience with different plans. The Managed Dental Advisory Committee, it's interesting, has always had a state connection built into it. And so right at its onset, one of the plans was actually removed from Sacramento County as a result of the MCDAC and the state's involvement with MCDAC. So it is a very strong role that we play in plan procurement. We will continue as a result of this relationship with the state to meet 4 times per year with Department of Healthcare Services to address policy and access to care concerns here in Sacramento County. We'll monitor access to general anesthesia and intravenous sedation to reduce barriers for beneficiaries and continue work on the 14 recommendations from the special needs general anesthesia study. This is critical, in also to persons with developmental disabilities. I can't tell you how important this is to the families of persons with developmental disabilities. And ultimately, we're going to be working in partnership.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. May I just add that there is a one-page summary of that study included in the packet?
Yes, thanks, Deborah. That was attached. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. I felt too. Thank you. And just to wrap it up, in partnership with Sac County Department of Health Services, we're going to provide input to the Sacramento County Oral Health Program, Prop 56.
Thank you, Jonathan and Deborah. Anything else you wanted to add? Otherwise, I'll go back to board members and then we'll see if we have any comments from.
Well, we could go to the next slide just to show our contact.
There you go.
Yes.
How to get a hold of all of you. Okay.
Yes, certainly. And of course, we're happy to have Jennifer Fitzpatrick. As she is our support staff for MCDAC and does a lot of work. And Jan Resler also, who participates. She's now not staff to the committee, but she can fulfill her seat and really concentrate on input to MCDAC. We really value that connection with the county. And then Toothy says, I know this is a little silly, but brush 2 times a day for 2 minutes and see your dentist 2 times a year. Thank you.
Very good. Well, we appreciate the advice from Toothy. Well said. And again, thank you again, Deborah and Jonathan. So
straight from the tooth fairy.
That's right. The tooth fairy. Yeah. You can avoid the tooth fairy if you do all that, right? Because
yes, that's right.
All right. Well, very good. And again, thanks to all the other committee members. I know you went through who representatives were, and I know it's a good deal of work. And this is important, certainly to track, but also to, I think, keep a focus on those who are being served, those who are eligible to be served, and how we can best serve them and hopefully continue to maintain access for good dental health for members, both children, but certainly adults in our community. Siobhan, is there anything else you wanted to add then?
No, just show my appreciation for this advisory group, but all of our advisory groups who are working really diligently to make sure that we're improving access and care for our residents.
Okay, I don't see any board member hands. This is an annual update and just receive and file. But again, file obviously with the intent of revisiting it. And certainly, I think, as Siobhan said, kind of the overall broader context of, Medi-Cal coverage. And that'll be back to us on the 8th for ongoing discussions and deliberation. So very good. Well, again, many thanks. Do we have any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers at this time.
Okay, but Sue Frost. Sue, go ahead. Oh, you waved goodbye. Okay.
Thank you.
It was that real hand. You threw me off. It wasn't that yet.
Sorry about that.
Okay, very good. All right, then again, we do with our thanks receive and file this. It doesn't require a motion, I believe. And we'll go on to our next hearing item.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Deborah. Take care, John.
Bye.
Thanks.
Item 40 is the request for review of hearing officer's decision to deny appeal of a revocation of special business license and revocation of general business license for Life Spring Spa.
Okay, so who's going to introduce this? Is this council? I know that we have a procedure to go through. We'll need to identify how we're going to conduct the hearing and so forth. But Lisa, you want to kick it off?
Sure, I can kick it off for you. This, as the clerk just said, is the hearing on the appeal of the hearing officer's decision. And as the chair just indicated, there are 3 ways that you can proceed. The Board of Supervisors can grant or deny the appeal based on oral argument only. You can grant or deny the appeal based on the hearing officer's decision plus supplementary evidence, or you can conduct a de novo hearing, which means to hear all of the evidence again. And as noted in the board letter, County Council is recommending that the board conduct the hearing with consideration of supplementary evidence, which is specifically the December 10th, 2021 inspection report. And then we also recommend that the board sustain the revocation of both business licenses based on the evidence. So I would entertain or ask you to entertain a motion to choose which method the board would like to proceed under.
Okay, so we have that recommendation and that will require action and we can go ahead and conduct the hearing. So we have a motion to that effect. Supervisor Desmond?
Yeah, so I'd move to proceed as outlined by our county council to conduct the hearing with only the supplementary evidence based on the December 1st inspection.
December 10th?
Second.
Or December 2021 inspection. Sorry.
2020, yeah, got it, okay. Got it. All right, so we have a motion and a second then. Any comments on the motion to proceed as noted? All right, seeing none then, clerk, please call the roll.
Can you tell me who made the second again?
Cerna.
Cerna?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Cerna?
Yes. Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. So we'll proceed accordingly. So Lisa, do you continue to introduce us or return to Diana?
I believe Mr. Rees will be handling the appeal.
Okay. And let me just note, I don't know, do we have the appellant on the phone or via Zoom? Or representatives?
They should be, let me see. They should
see
be
her name
on
there.
the Zoom or in the, yeah, they should be in the
Okay.
Zoom.
All right. Yeah, I do see it. Okay, I see them there. Okay, so we have the Lius. All right, very good. I just wanted, so as we proceed, that they were able to view the hearing and obviously know the context in which we're moving forward here. So, okay, all right. With that, then we'll go to presentation by council and Ms. Ruiz. Good to see you, Diana.
Ms. Chairperson, may I
Yes.
interrupt? There's a translator on the line with the appellant, and so I just want to be sure that they can hear us because they didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to how you want me to proceed in these proceedings because I've only ever done this in person and not on Zoom.
You would just, when they address you or the applicant, you would just speak as you are now.
Sure, I understand. Thank you.
And if there's any questions, interrupt if we're going to rapidly or, there's questions about procedure. If you're the translator and helping to interpret, certainly feel free to weigh in. You can raise your hand as well with the yellow icon, or if you need to, certainly break in. We want to be sure that, again, as we're doing this virtually, that we give ample opportunity for all parties to be heard as we, consider this matter. So, okay,
understood. Would you like me to explain explain that to the appellant right now?
Yes, please.
是刘先生是吧？刘先生你好，请问您听得到我说的话吗？你现在是静音的。OK， 那我现 That's weird.
能听到我说话吗？
听到啊，好，您好，您听得到吗？
我能听到，但是我看不到。
你看不到我是不是？
我看不到你。
我的那个屏幕是那个断的，所以我只是在这里哈，好吗？你听到我说话就好了，我只是帮你们做翻译的哈，好吗？那他们跟您说的时候，我就会帮您做翻译过，然后你要跟他们说什么，我就帮您忙翻译哈。中途的我就是先听一下，然后他们跟您说的事情您需要听的事情，我就会帮您翻译，然后您想要跟他们说的事情，我也会帮忙翻译，在这中间我就不会说话说行好吗？
好的，如果是节省时间的话，就是我能听懂的我就说，然后我听不懂的你帮我翻译，那样就是那样可以吗？
可以。So the appellant will has some understanding of English. So mostly I might be here for clarification on terms or orders that she doesn't understand right now.
Okay, that's great, Mr. Liu. We appreciate that. Again, don't hesitate if there is some confusion. We want to make sure it's clearly understood, and we're going to turn to County Council to open this up, and then we'll give ample opportunity to the appellant to make a presentation as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
very good. Okay, Diana, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Chair Natoli, members of the board. Can you hear me?
I can
Yeah.
hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
Hi.
thanks. Hi. Okay, so this matter concerns an appeal from a hearing officer's decision rendered in October 2021, upholding the revocation of a massage enterprise special and general business license for LifeSpring Spa. The enterprise was inspected in March 2021, and during that inspection, a number of violations were found, including the use of unlicensed massage providers. And as a consequence of that, the licenses were, the appellant received notice from the county that the licenses would be revoked. The appellant appealed that, had the hearing, and following the hearing officer upheld the revocations. That was in October 2021. In December of 2021, the county went back out to this establishment and did another inspection, and once again found unlicensed providers at the location. And this was after all of this enforcement action had happened, including the appellant having received the hearing officer's decision upholding the revocation. So the appellant was fully on notice in December of what the legal requirements were and what constituted violation of the massage ordinance, and nevertheless was still using unlicensed providers. In fact, there was testimony during the hearing by the appellant that she knew as of March 2021 that she wasn't supposed to use unlicensed providers, and was doing it anyway because she was helping some people out who needed money for food and other items. So she knew in March and she knew in December, and nevertheless, she continued to use unlicensed providers. And there were other violations as well, but as we have previously explained to the board, the county, the sheriff's department, and business licensing both consider use of unlicensed massage providers as a very serious violation of the massage ordinance, because it poses a risk to the public health and welfare, and it is the crux of the ordinance. I mean, there is a requirement for a license, and using unlicensed providers disregards that requirement. So we are at a point now where we still are asking the board to uphold the revocation of these licenses, because if the appellant won't abide by the ordinance in the middle of an enforcement action, when would she? So we are asking the board to uphold the revocation.
Okay. Thanks, Diana. Questions of council? I see Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, before we hear from the appellant, so just so I'm clear, Diana, on the timeline here. So the first inspection in March that found the unlicensed massage therapists, and then went through the revocation process. So was the appellant's license actually revoked at the time they went back in December? Had that revocation taken effect yet, or?
No, it wasn't final. Because
it wasn't final because it hadn't come. Okay, got it.
Because they'd appealed it to the board.
But she had, but I mean, the was properly served with proper notice and admitted during testimony to the hearing officer that she was aware that revocation was in. Okay.
Yes, and had already received the decision by the hearing officer of the of upholding the revocation and had appealed it to the board. All of that had happened by the date of the December inspection. And frankly, I advised county staff to do the inspection because of what had happened on a previous massage enterprise before the board. So we really wanted to verify whether or not this establishment was in compliance with the law, whether they'd made changes, whether they were in compliance with the law, and we found that they still were not.
Yeah, and Mrs. Leo, just 1 second. Let me, board members' questions, we'll get to you. You can respond in just a moment. So.
That's all I have for now.
Okay. Any other board member or question of council?
Can I?
Yeah, we'll just a moment, Ms. Leo. Hang on. We're going to let you in just a second. So, okay. So, Diane, you've presented your information. We now can go to the appellant.
好，那你刚刚有听懂您说他们说的那些话吗
？Okay. No, Ms. Leo, you're giving some. You have the floor. Go ahead.
OK， 好，是那您刚刚有听懂他们说的事情吗？需要我翻译一遍给您听吗？
需要你翻译是，但是我想在我们开始之前，我能不能，我有几句话，我想说给他们听，在开会之前，我能先说给他们听吗
？Now before I make any statements, would it be okay if I said a few words before we start?
Yeah, this is your opportunity to address the board. Yeah, as long as it's in this context. Yes, sure. Go ahead.
请说。
Okay. Supervisors. For the record, I admit the errors in my ways. Please accept that I have trouble with the language. I have accepted counsel from people who give me inaccurate information. I accept now that this has caused many mistakes. I have now obtained adequate counsel to rectify this so that I can properly correct those things that have been pointed out to me. Please understand, as an immigrant, I have worked diligently to raise a son as a single parent who's now going off to college, and we have not burdened the state by being on welfare. And I have done everything in my power to earn a respectable income. We were advised of our original violations, and since then we dealt with most of them, and due to complications caused by COVID, some which were delayed and since been dealt with, and I involved the county to come and visit my business anytime to see we are in compliance with the regulations. Thank you. That's I just learned. You learn say something in English. Usually, yeah, my English not good, but I really hope. I really hope understand me. So yeah, I need this because I'm excited. Sorry, I want to say use Chinese, okay?
请说。
OK， 我也非常感谢检察员的细致工作，我也为我占用大家的宝贵时间而道歉。我也知道，我接受康体的任何决定，但是我希望他们能给我机会，让我解释为什么出现这种状况。
Okay, So I am deeply thankful for the inspectors and the current board to hear our current situation. And of course, I am deeply sorry that I'm taking up so much of a valuable time, which could be used for more important matters. But I would also like to explain more about why the situation has arisen in the form that it has. 好，请继续。
我保证以后永远不会做任何违规的事情。我现在知道了 ，Sacramento 有法律，就是他们所看到的事情，所检查的一些违规的事情，都是不符合 Sacramento 的法律。我现在是知道了，我也在学习。我知道我知道有些错误，我知道我错在哪儿了。我就尝试的去做一个合格的做一个合格的老板，去学着做。我知道有一些事情，是这样，但是我希望他们能听我解释。有一些是我的错误，有一些也是误解。
Okay, so I understand that there were mistakes that I made, and I understand now which mistakes and which problems arose in this current situation. I understand now that in Sacramento, the regulations here in Sacramento and the laws here in Sacramento, and that I accept the responsibility for the mistakes that were my fault. And there were also many mistakes that arose from misunderstandings or things like that. So I would like to further explain how those came to be. 好，请继续说吧。
好，我努力去尝试去学习去改正，我现在已经全部改正过来了。虽然我仍然有一些是很困惑的，就是检察员来跟我说，他跟我解释，就是说有一些就是关于就是其他的我都已经改正了，就是有一项我还有点困惑，但是检察员跟我说，听证会之后他会帮助我，给我一些指导，让我就是彻底的改正。我现在把所有错误都改正过来了，就比如说，我遣散了所有的无证工作人员。然后有一些在当时是，他是无证的，我用过一个就是无证的，这个我也是承认我的错误，但是有一个也是因为疫情造成的，让他们无家可归的，我收留了一个。我有很多证据表明我没有人住在这里，我是因为疫情我才保留了很多食物，我购买了很多食物，是因为疫情，因为当时这2020年确实是就是很艰难的一年，我们也是没有营业，也没有收入。我把我出车祸的车钱我都用在维持房租、维持员工的身上，所以说因为很多就是疫情的原因，我收留了一个无家可归的人，他没有工作。他没有在这工作，只是收留他，他才来1个星期。他来是寻求帮助，他只是来寻求帮助的。就是我希望能够理解我，而且就是说我不在场，我不在店里的原因是因为在检察员来检查之前，我出过一场车祸，所以在检察员当时检查的时候我没有在场，一个很严重的车祸，我都失忆了一段时间，所以说，好多事儿，我希望他们能理解，在疫情期间。
So I understand that there were a lot of violations that were made in the process of this situation coming up. I have since rectified everything that I've been told. I do also want an opportunity to explain why some of these situations happened. I do admit that at least one worker was unlicensed, and I have since not used any unlicensed workers. And I would like I would like the chambers to understand that during 2020, it was in the midst of the COVID pandemic. There were a lot of difficult times for us. For example, when one of the inspectors came, it was right after I had a car accident, that's why I wasn't there. And the money that I got from the insurance from the car accident, was all used to maintain my workers and my place of employment, this establishment. And I do understand the concern that some people had that I had food there, and it appeared that someone was staying there. It was a someone who was became homeless due to the pandemic that would just stayed there for a week. I understand that there have been a lot of misunderstandings and also many violations, but I would like to ask for the understanding of all of you for the situation that arose as a result.
关于第二次检查的时候，没有执照的人在我的店里，他就是一个客人，虽然说他是一个中国人，但是我已经把他的 receipt 都 copy 交给这个 county， 我是有证据证明，我已经把证据都发给 county 了，我已经所有的人都不在了，都不在这儿了。他确实是一个客人，作为一个客人，在这里我把 receipt， 且他是定期的在这儿做按摩，我已经把 receipt 都发给 county 了，证明他没有在这儿工作，而且我把房东的 lease 我已经也发给这个 county， 我这里我有证据证明我没有人在这住，我已经改正了所有的错误，所有的窗帘都打开了，且把那个就是没有执照，没有把所有不相干的执照都已经撤下来了，我撤下来了的摄像头，撤下来了门铃，所有的东西我都改正了。我就希望康体能给我一次机会，我希望康体能因为他是政府，因为政府我希望能作为我们一个业主的一个后盾，能够像医生一样能治病救人。我现在意识到我自己的错，我也知道改正，我也努力的去改正它。我就希望政府能够把我们就像医生一样治病救人，不要把我当做一个罪大恶极的一个人打击了。我真的希望，因为我是一个单亲妈妈，我带着一个孩子，我努力的带着孩子生活，我努力的想把这个生意做好。我就是希望他们，county是政府，是我们的后盾。我希望他们能支持我，相信我能改正所有的错误。
So on the topic of another unlicensed therapist that was in the establishment, I did submit evidence that they were actually a customer with all the receipts from their visits to my establishment. Also, any unlicensed massage therapists are no longer working at my establishment as of right now. I would like to ask the county to understand the situation and understand all the factors that cause the situation. And I understand that there were a lot of mistakes made, but as a single mother and as someone who was trying desperately to keep their head above water and everything, I would like you to understand why it is that the situation turned out as it is in the present.
Okay, Abraham and Ms. Liu, just 1 second here. Supervisor Desmond has a question.
好，所以他这位有一个问题想问的哈，好吗？
可以，谢谢。
Okay, thank you.
So I guess Mr. Liu or Ms. Liu, I want to be clear, I think you said that she said the person that our inspectors said was an unlicensed provider was actually a customer. Is that is she saying that after the December inspection?
所以您说的那个其实是客人的那个人，他们以为是按摩师，是不是？然后其实是客人，您说对不对？那个是12月那一个检查的吗？
我没听懂，您能再说一遍吗？
所以您刚刚说有一个人是，他们说是没有无证明的那个按摩师嘛，对不对？然后您说其实是客人，你把他的收据都寄给他们了。
对。
所以那个是12月的那一个次检查的事情，是不是？
对。
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then obviously that's important because if it related to the March inspection, that's obviously, we're not reopening those findings from March, but I believe as part of this discussion today, it is appropriate to discuss the December inspection. So Diana, can you, so let me just, to Mr. Liu and Ms. Liu, my biggest concern is that the inspection occurred in March. Ms. Liu obviously was aware that her license was being revoked. And so I would think that she would really be cognizant of following the rules.
Right.
So that's what mostly concerns me. So I guess my question is, Diana, first question is, can you respond to her statement that the person there was not an unlicensed provider, but was a customer in December?
Yes, Ms. Liu didn't provide any evidence that he was a customer rather than a provider in December. And one of the requirements would have been, she said that sometimes he would get, this is Mr. Zhang, that he would sometimes come in and get massages, and if he couldn't afford to pay for them, he would bring food instead of payment. And the inspector said, well, if he is a customer, where is he on the massage logs that are supposed to record who the customers are? And he wasn't anywhere on the massage logs that Ms. Liu was able to point out to the inspector at that time. The other thing about Mr. Zhang is he originally said he was a friend who had given the other unlicensed provider who was there on December 10th a ride because she was going to try out at this massage enterprise and see if she wanted to work there. However, her CAMTC certificate was actually on the wall in March. So I don't know how much of a new tryout it was. So he said he was a friend of Miss Bai. He also is Miss Liu's former roommate, based on information she had previously provided. And so it is not at all clear what Mr. Zhang's role is in this business, but it does not appear that he is merely a customer. And if that is so, that information certainly wasn't provided at the December 10th inspection, and his name should have been on the massage log if that was the case. So that was not proven. And the other thing is, even if he wasn't an unlicensed massage provider on December 10th, Yu Kun Bai, who was the other unlicensed provider, admitted she was there to try out for the day, at least, to provide massage, which is not allowed under the ordinance. That's not the way it works. They're supposed to have a license before they start massaging or providing massage services. And the other concerning thing about this confusion about whether or not she was allowed to use unlicensed providers, if you look at the hearing officer's decision, Exhibit 1, bottom of page 8, top of page 9, the hearing officer stated that Ms. Liu admitted that she had unlicensed massage service providers working for her, at Life Spring Spa. This was following the March inspection. Significantly, she testified that as of March 21st, she knew that having unlicensed providers working at her establishment
Everything has been correct.
was a violation of the ordinance.
I only have licensed massage therapists there.
Okay, we're getting some feedback. If you're talking with, I don't know, if somebody's talking with Ms. Liu.
Ms. Liu's,
Somebody's in the room. So if you have, Mrs. Ruiz is responding to Supervisor Desmond's question. So if you're going to have a conversation, put it on mute, please.
所以您后面的那个声音，如果所以您后面的声音可能会影响到他们在问问题的现在，所以如果您后面有声音的话，可以静音一下吗？不好意思，谢谢。
Okay, I close down.
Closing the door. Okay.
Oh, close the door. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So continuing with what the hearing officer found, she explained, Ms. Liu explained that she knowingly hired the unlicensed people to provide massage services at her establishment because she wanted to help them because they needed money for rent and food. Okay. And apparently that was the case in March. Whether it was also the case, her motivation in December, I don't know. But certainly she knew on both occasions that she wasn't supposed to use unlicensed providers. It had nothing to do with lack of fluency in English, because she said she knew it. She said she knew it. She had been provided a copy of the massage ordinance, and if she couldn't read it in English, she could get somebody to translate it for her. But she clearly knew that what the requirements were, and she did have a translator at the hearing on this.
Okay, that was a question as well. Yeah. Okay. It's important to me. Obviously, I'm certainly sympathetic to not understanding all the rules. And I think if that were the case, if this were just what occurred in March, I think it'd be a different situation, or certainly a different discussion than what we're having now. One other thing I want to ask you about, Diana, I'm looking at one of the notices that was sent out to an attorney. Was Ms. Liu represented by an attorney when for the revocation hearing?
She was represented by counsel at the administrative hearing, and after the administrative hearing, when we sent out the notice of the hearing officer's decision, we sent it to counsel, and he indicated he was no longer representing Ms. Liu.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay, all right, Ms. Liu, go ahead.
Can you translate for me? I'm sorry.
好，那是这样的，他们说您那个时候12月的时候的那个检查，对不对？您说那个好像是一位张先生，他其实是那个客人是吧？
嗯。
那位张先生他也是可是因为您那个您的那个日志，就是你每天要写他的那个，他都没有在那个上面。然后那一天他也是那个时候说他是带了一位好像是叫白女士的那一位人过去您那里，好像是要去试着在您那里工作，对不对？然后那个时候他也好像是没有那个没有证明的。然后之前那位张先生好像也是跟您以前是同房还是什么的，然后在那个之前，在3月的时候，您那个时候好像也有律师在跟您在一起，就是上诉这一项方面的事情嘛，对不对？所以那您3月的时候就已经知道这些事情是有问题了，然后您自己也好像也说过，您了解他们没有那个证明去工作的话是违法的，所以就有很多方面是还没有因为12月的那个时候的张先生，对不对？张先生那个时候虽然说您现在说是他那个时候是客人，可是到那个时候那个检察员不知道他是没有说他是客人，所以现在就是有很多方面是没有办法去解释的一些问题出现了。
我可以解释这个问题吗？
Okay, is it okay if I explain for all these problems?
Yes, and I think Abraham, again, certainly any information she wants to share with the board, certainly to explain, and then maybe ask her if Ms. Leo could summarize at some juncture, and then we'll, if there's any other points she wants to add, but I want to give her ample opportunity, so go ahead, yes.
好，您全面的解释，我们要给你有够机会全部解释清楚所以您就大致上的就是全部解释出来，好吗？
好的，我可以现在开始解释吗？
可以，请说。
好，这个张先生是以前都是我们的朋友，但是这一次出现是因为他已屡次来我的店里做按摩，他已来过好几次，但是这一次就是检察员来的时候，他是给我送饭的，因为他把食物带来了之后，我们在餐厅我们在一起吃饭，他以前是客人，他是作为客人来的，他没有在那工作，他把食物带来，我们在一起吃饭。至于姓白的这位女士，她是张先生他的朋友，他带来，他是想尝试着在这工作。那我问他要的，你是有 license 吗？他说他有 license。那他有 license 是我说的，你如果想在这工作的话，你必须得有 license， 而且 license 必须挂在墙上，这是我跟康体学到的。所以说他尝试了那一天，实际上他来，我们正在谈论，他是带朋友，他想帮助朋友卖机器的。我们正在研究买机器的问题，我们一直都在手机都在线上。检察员进来的时候，我们正在餐厅在餐桌上一起讨论这台机器，就是这么一个过程。张先生一直是作为一个客人，因为他有时候他是不给小费的，所以说他带食物来，我们在一起，在分享食物，包括姓白的这个女士，我们也带她一起分享。她就是来这一天，她就是想尝试着在这工作，但是她放弃了，因为我问她要这个执照的时候。他出示了他的执照，然后我把执照挂在墙上，就是这个过程。他没有在这工作，因为我知道是不允许雇佣没有 license 的，但是我确实没有雇佣他们在这工作，而且姓张的这位男士。他从中国刚到，然后他现在已经回中国了。我出示的那个 receipt 也是他来过几次，这个 receipt，当时的那个 logbook 没有他的名字，是因为当时我没找到，我后来也找到了，他也有签字。就是这些，谢谢。
你是有把他们那个 logbook 有那个交进去是吧？那个他们的那个收据有交进去是吧？
对，我把他的收据已经 copy 了，就在我
您说我先弄清楚一下，他是帮您带食物来而已，然后你们在一起吃食物，然后你们在谈什么东西？用手机谈什么东西？
对，我们就是一位姓白的女士带来一款机器，我们就在研究
是什么机器呢？
是抽油烟机，厨房用的抽油烟机。
抽油烟机 ，OK。
对，然后我们就是在谈论谈论这台机器。我们其实这是中国人的习惯，我们吃饭是在一起吃。
是
朋友来了是一起吃。
所以你是说你们一起吃饭，他们误以为是他们在这里工作是吧？
对。
Okay, so Mr. Zhang is a personal friend. He has come many times as a customer. This time he was delivering. The time when during the December inspection, he was delivering food. He was not working here at my establishment. We were having lunch together. Culturally, when we speak on things like even personal things, we share a meal. This Miss Bai who came to my establishment to try out. I did ask her if she had a license. She said yes. I said she wanted to work here. She needed a license that we can put on the wall, but she ended up not pursuing any employment opportunity at my establishment. She did eat with me and my associate, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is a personal friend who is also a customer. He didn't stay here for very long. He did come here from China, and he went back to China now. We were just having lunch together while discussing a kitchen ventilation fan that some of us were thinking of buying for our kitchen for kitchen use. So this is neither of those individuals actually worked at my establishment. One of them did try out, and I told her, this Miss Bai, if she wanted to work here, she needed a license, and I needed to be able to put on a wall to show that she is a license, because I admit that I know that I could not, at the time, I knew I could not have any employees that were unlicensed. So she chose not to pursue any further employment opportunities at my establishment after that.
All right. Mr. Liu, so thank you for your response. Is there anything else you want to add then? In summary, certainly you've heard the matter as it's presented. You're familiar with the information presented by counsel that's before us with the hearing officer. I would ask any summary comments, any other points you want to address? Otherwise, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any questions and then for our deliberation.
好，所以我现在已经听完了，就是您我们的那个如果您有什么任何其他的事情想说的话，就现在说好了，因为如果没有的话，我们就现在要开始让我们这里的政府让他们有一定审议就是他们要做审议之前，你有没有任何想问的，或是任何想再说的，任何再添加的事情跟我们说一下好吗？有没有？
我就是想强调的就是，我现在改正了所有的缺点，所有的错误我改正了，而且我有信心，我永远不会再犯。我会坚持下去，我会学。现在只有一个我很困惑的问题，就是这个 logbook， 我仍然困惑，但是我愿意去学习。如果听证会结束之后，我愿意去康体，因为检察员已经跟我说过，说他会给我一个样本，一个样品，让我去学。是我愿意学，因为我希望。政府能理解一个业主，一个小业主，一个英文不好的，一个单亲妈妈的，愿意去学习。我希望政府给我一个机会。
So I have nothing else evidence-wise to add. I would just like to ask the board that to consider my situation, consider every event that has led up to the situation as a single mother during under the pandemic, things like that. I've changed everything that needed to be changed. If I could have another chance to have them expect again, everything that I was told I was doing wrong, I have already made efforts to change it. And if there's anything else I need to change, I will do it. I just wanted the board to consider that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the explanations, response to the questions. Thank you, Abraham, for serving as an interpreter, translator on this.
Of course.
And we'll take those into consideration. So, okay, at this point then, I will bring it back to the board for any questions, some concluding comments.
所以
Let's
现
see.
在是谢谢您跟我们说那么多，所以现在我们就让他们做有没有任何其他问题可以问的好吗？
没有了，谢谢。
Okay, and I don't have anything else to add anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leo. Okay, so I'll bring it back. Mr. Ruiz, you want to bring some closing comments, please?
Yes, one of the things I'd like to add is, as indicated in the December 10th inspection report, in addition to being a friend, Mr. Zhang also had a Sacramento County special business license for massage that had expired in November 2020. So Ms. Liu's assertion that he was new here and had just come from China, he may have been in China just prior to this inspection, but he certainly had been in Sacramento County previously working as a massage provider. So that is concerning that that connection wasn't disclosed. That's information that the inspector learned from Sacramento County business records. I don't know whether Ms. Liu is incapable or unwilling to follow the ordinance. I don't know what the issue is, but she hasn't been following the ordinance despite knowing what was required, particularly with regard to unlicensed providers, and frankly, the inadequacy of the paperwork that she has, the massage logs and personnel register. And so because of those issues, which are concerning, on behalf of the county, I'm asking that the board uphold the revocation of her licenses.
All right, thanks, Diana. Let me go to supervisors. And any questions for any party that's presented or any comments? Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And and thank you, Diana and Ms. Liu and Mr. Liu for interpreting. These are always difficult things for us. I mean, I think this board is very willing to try to help people, give them a second chance. We had another one of these cases here not too long ago, but I think what makes this different for me is that Ms. Liu knew that she was facing a revocation. It seems to me that she understood what the rules were and decided not to follow them, and that was discovered during that December inspection. So I'm prepared to move forward supporting the staff recommendation to uphold the revocation.
Okay. All right. Any other comments by board members? Okay, seeing none, then
Frost.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we need to close the public hearing or take any other formal action before we take an action?
There's no public comments as well.
No public comments, okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to uphold the decision of the hearing officer, which would then, I guess, deny the appeal. Is that correct? Okay. All right, that is the motion. And the revocation is that permanent? Or is there, after a certain amount of time, is there an opportunity to reapply? Diana?
Yes, after I believe it's 5 years, they can reapply, and I think they have to apply to the board rather than business licensing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I can double check on that, but yes, there is an opportunity to reapply, but it's
on future juncture.
Yes.
Okay, then that is the motion. We have a second, and if there's no further comment then by board members, we have no members on the phone. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, Ms. Liu. Thank you, Diana, and thank you, Mr. Liu. And so that is the action of the board. Okay.
Okay.
All right, that concludes the item.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we'll come back to, we have some appointments, but we'll come back to items 36 and 37, which we,
I'll just read both items at the same time. Is that okay?
yeah, then I just want to say also that, Flo, as you do that, that we do have some additional draft language that can be read into the record. So go ahead, Flo, please.
Okay, this is the declaration of a shelter crisis, and also 37 is introducing an ordinance adopting the Sacramento County Code amending Chapter 16.04 and 16.10 relating to the adoption and amendment of 2019 California Building and 2019 California Residential Codes, provisions relating to emergency housing, waiving reading, and continuing to March 8th for adoption. We also have someone who'd like to make a public comment on item 36 and 37, and we can transfer them in when you're ready.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take the public comment, and then we'll come back to Lisa and to Nancy. So let's take the public comment on the item.
Okay, I'll have the clerk transfer the calls in, please. It's just one caller. Hi, caller. Thank you for your patience. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, or however you want to do it, chairperson, because he's calling for 36 and 37.
Okay, so you can speak to both of them. I'll allow a little more time than 3 minutes since you wrote in. I believe you're the author of the email communication, so I'll give you 5 minutes total on both of the items, if that's okay with you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Notley, Vice Chairman Desmond, and friends. Yes, I am going to keep my remarks to 3 minutes, and I'll be fine. My name is Jim Eichener. I've lived in Carmichael for 20 years. 2 years ago at a candidate forum, I remarked how many of our homeless neighbors linger along Fair Oaks Boulevard. In the half mile between Mr. Desmond's campaign headquarters and the forum location at Milagro Center, about 10 vacant lots and buildings are zoned for commercial use. I asked, what will you do to put those into use for low-income housing? And you went straight NIMBY. There's the neighborhood plan, supervisors don't have the power, and so on. But neighborhoods don't plan to make public sidewalks into bedrooms and bathrooms for poor people. It's time for change. In January, I sent Supervisor Desmond an idea. A previously landlocked property just north of Carmichael Library is becoming available for a new use. Carmichael Water District is building a new storage tank on one side of a street that exists in name only. They laid rock, and it looks like La Vista Avenue will soon be a real street, fronting 1.5 acres of vacant land already owned by the county. Imagine a new 3-level mixed-use building there. Upper levels of permanent supportive housing, plus entry-level market rate, ground floor social services and accessible housing, close to transit lines, easy walking distance to employment and services in the Carmichael corridor, adjacent to the library. Turning imagination into reality is always hard. Imagination has to connect with, I know a guy. As supervisors, you know a lot of people. You can connect this one with that one to light a fire and make a project happen. But the response was, we have the right players in place. I will let you know about outreach efforts to educate the community. I heard a door of opportunity closing. I didn't hear a collaborative decision process. Once you lock in a different use, we can't return to this fork in the road, and so I'm here today. I'm asking to participate in the conversation. I was chair of trustees at my church for 12 years, responsible for 4 buildings on 3 acres. I worked a career in environmental water resources investigations for the federal government in several states. I learned to ask good questions to make good projects even better. I served 2 cycles on the Carmichael Water Rate Advisory Committee. Helping our homeless neighbors is expensive. Doing nothing is also expensive. So I urge you to pass this declaration of a shelter crisis, item 36, and item 37 on building codes. More than that, I urge you to follow through with action. We have an opportunity through these agenda items and with real follow-through to turn some of our unhoused neighbors into productive citizens for the good of our whole community. Let's do it. And a copy of these remarks is in the hands of the clerk, along with my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eichner. Yes, we do have those comments and appreciate you weighing in to give them verbally to us today.
Okay,
All right.
that's it, Supervisor Natoli. That's all for the comments.
Okay, thank you, Flo, and again, thank you to our caller. Okay, let's go back to Lisa and then to Nancy Springer.
Okay, so I provided what I hope captured what the board was asking for in the revised resolution, and the clerk has distributed that. If you would like, I could read the added paragraphs, or you can take a look yourselves, whatever the board.
I think it'd be a good idea. Why don't you put them into the record, Lisa? I know you've
Sure.
worked pretty frantically on this, and I think it'd be a good idea to note those changes. So please do.
Okay, will do. So at the request of Supervisor Cerna, under the fourth recital, it will read and it's highlighted for any of those following along. Whereas while the homeless point in time count provides a rough estimate of the number and nature of Sacramento County's homeless population, it is regarded by many as an underrepresentation of the actual number of people experiencing homelessness at any given point in time within Sacramento County. And then to address Supervisor Natoli's comments and concerns regarding emergency and temporary housing and the definitions of those, we've added before the now therefore be it resolved portion 2 more recitals, and they read, whereas pursuant to this declaration, the county will be able to establish emergency housing or homeless shelters as defined by section 8698 at SEC of the Government Code, and as further defined by Sacramento County Code sections 16.04.030 and 16.10.030 to mean housing is in a permanent or temporary structures occupied during a declaration of state of emergency, local emergency, or shelter crisis, and constructed or established by the County of Sacramento in a public facility. And whereas emergency housing or homeless shelters established under this declaration will be subject to county oversight and budget appropriations that will determine the length of operations, which shall not exceed the duration of this declaration.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thanks, Leticia, and others who worked on this. My perspective, I think that provides pretty clear understanding about duration and what temporary is or isn't as it relates to what we're being asked to do. So I thank you for that. Supervisor Cerna, did you want to comment on the other section?
Only that it certainly captures everything I shared with Lisa while we were discussing it earlier, and I think adequately communicates, I think, a good qualifier in terms of the actual utility of the point in time count.
All right, I'm going to go to board members, but Nancy, you've had your hand up. Did you want to talk to the item 36 or item 37?
I need to speak to item 37, clarification for Supervisor Cerna's earlier question.
Okay. So
do you want me to go ahead?
Sure, go ahead.
So I made a quick call to the deputy director at HCD to get clarification on those code sections. And he clarified with me that the jurisdiction has a lot of flexibility and latitude with this emergency housing ordinance. So once you make a declaration, we are able to consider residential or non-residential structures. We can make them emergency housing. We just have to be very careful to, obviously what we wouldn't do, substandard structures, and just make sure that we're handling whatever needs to be handled, that doesn't happen. So in that, making sure that we adopted both the Appendix O and the Appendix X, which we are proposing. So stand corrected and make sure that you understood that, we can do what you were suggesting earlier. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay. Only question I had then goes back to item 36, and that relates to no time expiration. And I heard Emily and others respond when we talked earlier in the afternoon about some sort of, some annual and or other time timed approach to coming back to the board. It seemed to me that leaving it just entirely open-ended though, obviously with change out of board members, with staff over time and so forth. I mean, I think there's understanding here that this is a crisis that's with us in the here and now and will likely be for some time. I guess I would just offer a suggestion that, either in the resolution and or if we don't want to time it out with having to come back and renew it, then I do think there needs to be some framework for the annual report that would allow the board to at least consider, because again, at any time, the board could, revoke or cancel a declaration. But if there's not some regular visiting of it, not that the issue won't be front and center, I just think it's important to have that sort of a time frame. So I don't know, Ann or Emily, if you wanted to weigh in on that. This is your recommendation. You spoke to it that you didn't object to some, time expiration. Again, I'm not trying to unduly burden anybody with this, but I do think it's important to have some frame beyond just it's here, it'll be here as long as it's here.
I mean, I can say from my standpoint, I'm perfectly comfortable with either a change in the first now therefore that says it remains in effect for a year or a determined, or to add on to that, and Lisa, I'd look for you for language that, and on an annual basis, the director of the Office of Homeless Initiatives shall provide a report to the board on the status of efforts under this declaration.
Yep, that language is fine if the board would like to add that.
Okay. I would concur with that. So, but you're just, it's the second part, not the year. You would basically, what you said secondly, is that right?
That's what I think I would recommend, because then it gets you both the sort of report every year and an opportunity to weigh in and make adjustments. I think that makes the most sense if it works for the board. Yeah.
And I know I'm going to ask you to repeat it so that we have it.
Okay, let me type it up.
To the effect of, because I need to capture it in the resolution, and Flo will need to, certify that.
Okay, I'm going to type it up and then I'll reread it.
Yeah, Supervisor Desmond, you got a question?
Yes. Okay, so that you'd prefer that language over a sunset and an annual renewal by the board? That's your preference, just a report back?
Well, I'm okay with a sunset. I would even willing, at least from my perspective, to give it 24 months, recognizing that, this is, and so maybe have a sunset in 24 months, but have the language. I like the language about the annual visiting of the.
Likewise,
yeah. So I guess I would offer that unless there's objection.
I would prefer that as well.
Okay.
Could we add language sunset unless renewed by the board? Because then it's easier to.
In 24 months?
Right.
Okay.
I like that.
I'm fine with that. Okay. Any objections? I see no hands. So, Lisa, you want to capture that language? You were working on it when we were talking.
I'm hoping Emily will.
I think I got it.
Okay.
But so I think that the very last sentence of the first now therefore should read, this declaration shall remain in effect for 24 months unless renewed by the Board of Supervisors. And on an annual basis, the director of the Office of Homeless Initiatives shall bring a report to the Board of Supervisors on the shelters and on the shelters stood up under this declaration. Developed.
Considered.
So I see Ann, Bruce. I don't know if you were.
How about considered as per this declaration?
Okay, sorry, typing as we speak. Oh, I'm getting a suggestion from, let me see. Here's another suggestion. Another suggestion, established pursuant to the declaration.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
When we read it back again, especially for Flo and
Yes.
the clerks. Okay. So the last sentence of the first now therefore reads, this declaration shall remain in effect for 24 months unless renewed by the Board of Supervisors. And on an annual basis, the Director of the Office of Homeless Initiatives shall bring a report to the Board of Supervisors on the shelters and temporary housing established pursuant to the declaration. Okay, I see nodding heads. Okay, I'm gonna send this, Lisa, to you as well as the clerks for the record. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Can you send me a copy now of what you just typed? Not that it has to be the permanent one, but if I could refer to it.
So
I was
you can
trying to
read-
type
yes.
along with you. Yeah.
Just that sentence flow?
Yeah, or even just whatever you typed in the reso part. I know it's the first now, therefore, in the last sentence.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Any other suggestions, changes, modifications? Not then, once the clerk has it, we can go ahead and take a motion and a second on, motion on item 36.
Supervisor Natoli, are you guys
Yes.
making one motion on 36 and
No,
37?
we'll take them individually, take 36
Okay.
first. Right.
Well, I will move item 36 then with the language that was read into the record. Additional language read into the record by County Council and Emily, I guess. Is that?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to move the resolution with the modifications and additions as noted in the record. And unless there's any further comments, then I'll ask Flo to please call the roll for a vote.
Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
All right, now to item 37, which we've already called, so it's on the, or you've heard the explanation. Any other questions or clarifications regarding what's in item 37? Seeing, all right, seeing none, then for board's consideration, motion would be in order.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, items been moved and seconded. Seconded by Kennedy. Approve the recommendation relative to the adoption of ordinance for introduction of the ordinance of adopting state residential and building code provisions related to emergency housing. This is first reading. Will come back to us our next session tomorrow, but in March for adoption. All right. Nothing further than, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, with that, then we'll go down to, we've already continued items to tomorrow, 39 and 41. So we have, I believe, item 42, is that correct?
Yes, your nominations, item 42. You are continuing to March 8th, Art and Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Community Review Commission, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Cordova Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Human Services Coordinating Council, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, the Public Health Advisory Board, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Sacramento County Youth Commission. You are continuing to March 22nd, the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Sacramento County Employees Retirement Board. Continuing to April 12th, the Area for Agency on Aging Advisory Councils, Civil Service Commission, Casumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Disability Advisory Commission. Your first item is the Adult and Aging Commission.
Yes, Chief of Staff have gone through the interview process and they're recommending reappointment of Rachel Hoskins and continue the remainder to March 8th.
California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee.
Chief of Staff recommending nominating Yvette Page and Dr. Kimberly Garth James.
Children's Coalition,
Recommend to continue to March 8th.
County Planning Commission.
Please reappoint Peter Tatishi and waive the process.
Okay.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to reappoint Peter Tatishi and to waive process. For the comments, then Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cerna,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Desmond,
Aye.
Frost,
Aye.
Natoli,
Aye.
unanimous vote. The Veterans Advisory Commission,
Please continue to March 8th.
Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
Please continue to March 22nd.
And Supervisor Natoli.
Continue to March 22nd.
Okay, and I think that concludes your nominations.
All right. That's the business items for today, and let me go to county executive comments first. Yeah.
No comments today. Thank you.
Okay, board members. Seeing none, noting it's 20 after 4, so we didn't go to 10 o'clock today. We're back again tomorrow, though. We're splitting the items. But with that, then thanks to all my colleagues, staff, once again, Flo and you and your staff for your assistance, all the folks that assisted us today. We'll be back in session tomorrow. We have closed session beginning at 2 o'clock. Is that correct? We'll convene the closed session and then come into public session at 3 o'clock, noting we did continue two of the items from today, the active transportation plan and the COVID update, along with the items that were already slated on the planning schedule. So with that, thank you all. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back same place, different time tomorrow. Thanks. Very good.